40226, the Pushcart Prize 19, Best of the Small Presses 1994 to 1995, edited by Bill Henderson and others. Copyright 1994, 1995, Pushcart Press. All rights reserved. Read by Mary Kane.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress annotation. 65 selections of short fiction, essays, and poetry published first by non-commercial American presses and magazines. My Father Dancing by Bliss Broyard is her first published work. 1,000 Buddhas, an essay about giving and receiving a massage, is by Brenda Miller, who once worked as a massage therapist. Night Singing is by the Pulitzer Prize-winning poet W.S. Merwin. Some Strong Language, 1995. From the book jacket. This is the largest Pushcart Prize in history. More pages, more presses, more selections than ever before. And the advance praise for this volume is just as impressive. Despite proclamations of a declining readership, electronic takeovers, the demise of thoughtful publishing, the small presses and their writers are flourishing as never before. Pushcart Prize 19 is, like past volumes, an anthology of discovery. New writers, new presses, news that stays news. The New York Times Book Review declared that the Pushcart Prize is the single best measure of the state of affairs in American literature today. The 19th edition of this much-honored series is certain to enhance that reputation. Over 60 selections of the best poetry, essays, and short fiction have been selected from thousands of nominations from Pushcart staff contributing editors and hundreds of small presses. The result is an introduction to a literary world that few readers have access to. The world where much of today's significant writing is published, far from the commercial noise of the conglomerates. As the Chicago Tribune commented, when it comes to contemporary American literature, the small press is where the action is. Of all anthologies, Pushcart's is the most rewarding to read straight through. This year, the Pushcart Prize selections are reprinted from Gulf Coast, Obsidian 2, North American Review, Antioch Review, Volt, Paris Review, Kenyon Review, Ergo, The MacGuffin, Epic, Grand Street, Colorado Review, Raritan, Conjunctions, Story, Denver Quarterly, Louisville Review, Partisan Review, Exquisite Corpse, Black Sparrow Press, Witness, Black Warrior Review, American Poetry Review, Iowa Review, Georgia Review, Caribbean Writer, Threepenny Review, Oblique, Gettysburg Review, Alaska Quarterly Review, Shenandoah, The Southern Review, Hungry Mind Review, Ontario Review, Ziziva, Plowshares, American Short Fiction, Missouri Review, Harvard Review, Agni, Bomb, Michigan Quarterly Review, Willow Springs, Patterson Literary Review, Tri-Quarterly, Kansas Quarterly. In Memoriam, Ralph Ellison, 1914 to 1994, a founding editor of the Pushcart Prize series. Contents. Introduction, Bill Henderson, Side 1. Honey in the Carcase, Josip Novakovich, Side 1, Tone 2. 1,000 Buddhas, Brenda Miller, Side 1, Tone 3. Sweet for Emily, Lynda Hull, Side 1, Tone 4. The Big Ear, Robin Hemley, Side 2, Tone 1. Theng, Susan Onthank Mates, Side 2, Tone 2. Exodus, Robin Selman, Side 2, Tone 3. Bowen, Evan Connell, Side 2, Tone 4. Marabou, Joy Williams, Side 3, Tone 1. My Mother's Shoes, Robert Love Taylor, Side 3, Tone 2. Yarn Wig, Lois-Ann Yamanaka, Side 3, Tone 3. Island of the Raped Women, Francis Driscoll, Side 3, Tone 4. The Chamber, Stuart Dischell, Side 3, Tone 5. Riders to the Sea, Maria Flook, side 3, tone 6. My Father, Dancing, Bliss Broyard, side 4, tone 1. Imhotep, Yusef Komunyakaa, side 4, tone 2. My Students, Lisa Lewis, side 4, tone 3. The Crying House, Lynda Hogan, side 4, tone 4. Who Do You Love? Jean Thompson, side 5, tone 1. Skunk Dreams, Louise Erdrich, side 5, tone 2. Overall, Thomas Rabbit, side 5, tone 3. A Portrait of the Self as Nation, 1990 to 1991. Marilyn Chin, side 5, tone 4. Twice Removed, Ralph Angel, side 5, tone 5. Age of Reason, Jewel Mogan, side 5, tone 6. In Broad Daylight, Ha Jin, side 6, tone 1. My Father's Place, Kim R. Stafford, side 6, tone 2. Song, Bridget Pegeen Kelly, side 6, tone 3. Practicing Death Songs, Adrian C. Lewis, side 6, tone 4. Watermelon Tales, Khalid Matawa, side 6, tone 5. Orita on the Road to Chimayo, Lisa Sandlin, side 6, tone 6. The Line, Raymond Fetterman, side 7, tone 1. Fiction and the Inner Life of Objects, Charles Baxter, side 7, tone 2. Inventing the Filipino, Fatima Lim Wilson, side 8, tone 1. Journal of the Thousand Choices, Susan Wheeler, side 8, tone 2. The Way It Felt to Be Falling, Kim Edwards, side 8, tone 3. Between the Pool and the Gardenias, Edwidge Danticat, side 8, tone 4. Eating the Angel, Conceiving the Sun, Toward a Notion of Poetic Thought, Sherrod Santos, side 8, tone 5. Nash, John Barnes, side 9, tone 1. The Triumph of the Prague Workers' Councils, Eugene Stein, side 9, tone 2. Against Sincerity, Louise Gluck, side 9, tone 3. Capitalism, Mark Levine, side 10, tone 1. Lost Brilliance, Rita Dove, side 10, tone 2. Mariches, Dean Shabner, side 10, tone 3. Good and Bad, Lucia Berlin, side 10, tone 4. Alfred Chester, Goodbye to Christendom, Edward Field, side 10, tone 5. Lilacs on Brattle Street, Gail Mazur, side 11, tone 1. Birmingham, 1962. Diane Blakely Schoaf, side 11, tone 2. Mask Series, Carol Snow, side 11, tone 3. Jacinta, Charles D'Ambrosio, side 11, tone 4. From Ava, Carol Meso, side 12, tone 1. Night Singing, W.S. Merwin, side 12, tone 2. Salt, Lynda Gregerson, side 12, tone 3. The Walk, Chitra Divakaruni, side 12, tone 4. Paradise Park, Stephen Milhauser, side 12, tone 5. Tracks and Ties, Andre Dubus III, side 13, tone 1. Day of the Two Bodies, Jim Daniels, side 14, tone 1. Kicking the Habit, Lawson Fusao Inada, side 14, tone 2. Countryside, Jane Miller, side 14, tone 3. Sybil, A. Manette and Say, side 14, tone 4. The Road from Damascus, George Williams, side 14, tone 5. Robert Mapplethorpe's Photograph of Apollo, 1988. Mark Irwin, side 14, tone 6. Which Letter? Arthur Vogelsang, side 14, tone 7. Heroes, Saints, and Neighbors, Gillian Connolly, side 14, tone 8. Alma Mahler, A Fiction, Rolane Hochstein, side 14, tone 9. From Look Ahead, Look South, C.S. Giscombe, side 14, tone 10. Oh Yes, a Moment, Vicky Hearn, side 14, tone 11. Special Mention, side 15. Presses featured in the Pushcart Prize editions since 1976, side 15. Contributors' notes, side 15. Contributing small presses, side 15. Index, side 16. Introduction by Bill Henderson. Ralph Ellison died on April 16, 1994. This book is dedicated to him because he touched many lives, and ours also. When Ellison signed on as a founding editor of the Pushcart Prize series in 1975, he did so with enthusiasm and an apology. "I'm afraid I can't do too much real work. I'm too busy with my writing." Pushcart said that was fine. We'd appreciate whatever support he could give us, and for almost 2 decades he continued his support, as have hundreds of other distinguished founding and contributing editors, such as the late William Stafford, Lynda Hull, and Sonia Reyes. Because of their editorial assistance, this series, driven only by volunteer effort, has thrived while the commercial establishment seems to have lost its moral roots entirely and become a mere cash machine. Oh yes, there are exceptions: Knopf, FSG, Norton, Pushcart's distributor, and 1 or 2 others. It's taken the publishing industry a mere 2 decades to get lost. Back in the 70s, ABC Television and the Mattel Toy Company, makers of Barbie dolls, slugged it out for control of Macmillan. Pundits wondered what would become of the thoughtful book if either ABC or Barbie triumphed. In the 80s, Simon & Schuster's Dick Snyder predicted that soon the many American commercial houses would be reduced to the few, 7 sisters he dubbed them, as the larger publishers devoured the smaller. He was correct, except he had the numbers, geography, and animal wrong, and he failed to see that he, too, would be devoured. We will end up with fewer than 7 bloated sisters. Their geographical influence will be global, not merely American, and the animal more closely resembles a shark, not a sister. Indeed, why not call them Global Shark 1 and Global Shark 2? We small press people have watched all this feeding frenzy with amusement. Recently, we have also noted a growing panic among the global book investors. Today's pundits have proclaimed the era of the information superhighway, an electronic, paperless, speed-crazed gizmo-gaga giant that will render the book an instant roadkill. Wannabe investors in Global Publishing 1 and 2 worry they might lose their funds because the book is doomed. Their money, and we're talking billions here, was bet on the wrong lifestyle artifact. Has anybody noted that life is now merely a matter of style? Wouldn't it be best to jettison the book and concentrate on CD-ROM and audio? Perhaps multimedia is the cash path to follow. Pushcart's publisher observed the same anxiety when he was employed at a firm known as Doubleday in 1971. Doubleday, now a mere subsidiary, was a colossus in those times, pumping out 800 titles a year and dominating the industry. Yet when Marshall McLuhan foresaw the death of the book, overnight Doubleday reprinted all its stationery with the line, "A multimedia company." No way were Doubleday's investors going to be caught dead in the water with mere books for sale. Of course, Doubleday's future was to be quite different. Nelson Doubleday abandoned publishing and purchased the Mets baseball team. His family company was eventually gobbled up by Germany's Bertelsmann, one of the global publishing contenders. It turned out the Germans knew the book had a future after all, even though Nelson Doubleday discovered that the Mets, from time to time, seemed rather shaky. Recently, Pushcart was telephoned by a columnist for the New York Times and asked to comment on the future of the book. The reporter noted that Pushcart has recently started a club, the Lead Pencil Club, a pothole on the information highway, with the motto, "Not so fast." The members of our club honor the old and perfectly adequate technology of the pencil, whenever possible, and eschew various whiz-bang gadgets that seem to come and go, making a fortune for the electronic industry. We think the pencil has a promising future. Yes, but what of the future of the quaint, printed and bound object that you hold in your hand, and that has been around in its present form for a mere 500 years? Is it curtains for the book? The New York Times reporter wanted to know. Book investors were about to jump ship. Pushcart opined that the true horror was not that we'd lose the book, but that we'd lose our very souls to the superhighway and its news, data, and facts masquerading as knowledge, or the 500 TV channels shilling various products at the speed of light and reducing us to consuming ciphers. As long as souls are in reasonable shape, the book will do just fine, Pushcart prophesied. We may surrender a few encyclopedias to CD-ROM, but most books will stick around. Nobody will sprawl in a hammock and read a novel on a flickering plastic screen. Never. Books are nifty things, portable, light, durable. You can hurl them across the room when you disagree with the author, or you can toss them in the air in joy when the author finds your heart. Books are sensuous. You can feel them, smell them, turn down the page corners as reminders of great passages, scribble comments in the margins with a pencil, use them for pillows, sleep with them. In his introduction to Pushcart Prize 10, George Plimpton recalled Ray Carver taking a copy of Best American Short Stories to bed with him because he was so pleased at having one of his early stories in it. In her introduction to Pushcart Prize 14, Tess Gallagher remembered, Ray was in the habit of turning down corners of the pages where a poem, story, or essay had risen above the others to recommend itself further. I relied heavily on these cues and would browse his enthusiasms, calling out to him when something really hit me. Ray Carver knew the various uses of the book, as does E. Annie Proulx, author of The Shipping News, winner of many literary prizes recently. In her 1994 address at the Penn-Faulkner Awards, Proulx noted that books are a tactile pleasure, and they can be works of art, from the dust jackets to the binding, paper and text design, and a social indicator, too. To appreciate a person, you notice the books on the shelves, not electronic apparatus. Proulx continued, It is possible that the premature obituaries for the book merely cover our confusion about the clouded direction of change in the culture. As the big publishers try for best sellers at the expense of serious books, it is increasingly the small publishers and university presses that are finding and publishing interesting new writers. We are certain that you will discover many of these new writers in Pushcart Prize 19, the largest volume in our history. More presses, more selections, more pages than ever before. And we could have produced a book twice this size. There is that much terrific work out there. Far from the cash machine crowd, our writers are keeping the faith, and small presses are too. Pushcart was helped this year by 181 contributing editors and hundreds of small press editors who made nominations. These nominations were read for this edition by Lynn Emanuel and David St. John, poetry, Rick Moody, Lee Smith, and myself, fiction, and Anthony Brandt, essays. Lynn Emanuel and David St. John have both contributed poetry to these pages in the past. Lynn teaches at the University of Pittsburgh and is the author of The Dig, University of Illinois Press, 1992, a National Poetry Series winner. David St. John teaches at the University of California at Los Angeles and is poetry editor of Antioch Review. He is the author of Hush, Johns Hopkins, and his work has appeared in Antaeus and other journals. Both editors have selected poets that, for the most part, have never appeared in the Pushcart Prize series. Rick Moody is the author of Garden State, winner of Pushcart's Editor's Book Award, and most recently the novel The Ice Storm, Little Brown. Lee Smith is a freelance editor and writer. Anthony Brandt, the editor of the soon-to-be-published The Craft of the Essay, 2 decades of the best Pushcart Prize essays, was a columnist for Esquire and is a frequent book reviewer, critic, and author of The People Along the Sand. Caneo's Editions, 1992. Last year I asked the poetry editors to make statements about their selection process. This year, the prose readers were invited to respond. Their statements follow. Anthony Brandt. Every year for the last 9 I have read between 200 and 300 essays for the Pushcart Prize, out of which I can choose no more than 9 or 10 for inclusion in the volume. Yet some years it's been easy. The essay is a deceptively loose, inviting form that will embrace just about any topic, from the memoir to criticism to political opinion, and a lot of writers get lost in its commodious folds. There have been years when a mere 7 or 8 essays among all those submitted stood out, and the choices were obvious. But not this year. This was a wonderful year for essays. My right-hand pile, the not right for us pile, grew only slightly more quickly than the left-hand, which is where I placed the pieces I must reread, the pieces for possible inclusion, and when it came time to winnow this pile down, the choices were hard. Any one of the top 20 or so deserved to be in the volume. Why one year should embarrass us with riches this way, I do not know. It would be comforting to think that it's a sign of progress, that the essay that does nothing more than express entirely predictable, boringly correct attitudes about this or that issue, the I never sang for my father essay, the disease of the week essay, have so saturated the small press scene that editors have finally gagged on them, and we shall see no more for a while. It would be comforting. But as it happens, one of the best essays in this collection is one by Robert Love Taylor that might be said to fit the I never sang for my father type. I didn't think anyone could be original on this subject again. It has been done so many times. But one must always be ready, as an editor, to abandon one's prejudices. Taylor not only comes at the subject in a totally unexpected way, his tone is unexpected too, and the result is stunning and brilliant, a work of art. So with Brenda Miller, whose account of her experience with massage somehow, without your quite knowing how, becomes so much more, an account of profound emotional change, and whose last line, so precise and yet so enigmatic, rings all the bells in your heart. Yes, it has that authority and that resonance. Rejoice, then. It's a happy occasion when we can only praise these essays, plus terrific work by Charles Baxter, Louise Erdrich, Sherrod Santos, Kim Stafford, Vicky Hearn, Edward Field, Louise Gluck, and André Debus III. These are works of art, moving, amazing, overwhelming. We are lucky to have them. Lee Smith. I admit a preference for experimental writing. I sought it out. How could it be otherwise when, as Bill Henderson wrote in last year's introduction, Moody and I were both in grade school when the first Pushcart was published. In our subsequent schooling, I was taught that only fiction, serious about the postmodernist adventure and its excursions, its philosophies, theories, histories, all co-spirited by the premise that language is not a representation of experience, but experience itself, could render accurately and entertainingly what I took to be our particular place and time in history. Unfortunately for experimental fiction, when it aims to satisfy those very requirements, its nomenclature is typically academic, as is the source of its poverty. In fact, the majority of the fiction submitted is in a more naturalistic vein, and of course some of it, too, is bad. However, the reason those stories fall short is due less to some loss of nerve than to the inability to articulate a self or selves. That is the same reason for much of life's failures and sadnesses. Let it be of some consolation to writers that, in our experience, reading for this volume, many well-known authors do not always write well, and it should serve as a source of great inspiration to those same writers that many unknown authors are writing extremely well. If your efforts have been overlooked here, embarrass us further with your renewed efforts next year. For an editor, the only pleasure that approaches the satisfaction of being right is the self-knowledge that issues from the recognition of being wrong. And about the noise surrounding the closings and firings at large trade publishing houses here in New York, All three fiction editors, Henderson, Moody, and myself, have worked as trade editors, and yet we know that it's not editors, but writers who read, who make American literature. Editors, the best ones, bless them, also know this to be the case. Their role is to avail us of American literature. This formidable and still youthful institution is in no danger so long as the writers and readers whose informal and devoted membership compose this body exist. Moody, in fact, is characteristically optimistic that, like the independent music scene in the early 80s, this period may figure as a renaissance of American publishing. Think of it, all across the United States, one person, a publisher, editor, publicist, marketing director, and salesman combined, one person crazy about book publishing and selling them out of his garage, like Bill Henderson. Rick Moody. We work alone as writers. We wrestle with our personal demons up in the garret, or after work, untutored by the academies, and then we bring our genius, fired by solitude, to the masses. That's the romanticized version, and sometimes I like to flatter myself with it. I like to imagine I'm really not processing a whole range of influences and histories and 30-second spots in my work. Then, while I'm worrying about this stuff, March rolls around, and Bill Henderson sends along the box of manuscripts. And any ideas I had about what's going on in American literature are flooded out all over again. What is dissimilar about American writing, when you look at a log of it all at once, is a lot easier to pin down than what is similar about it. There is no preeminent style. There is no prevailing aesthetic. Neither gender has the upper hand. No ethnicity reveals itself to have a stranglehold on the language. There is no particular politics to this work. I didn't see much rugged individualism this year, or Yankee ingenuity, or special interest fiction, and there's not a convincing melting pot in the whole stew. On the other hand, all of these observations are only partly valid. There are no rules in this terrain, only good hunches. What you learn, reading for Bill Henderson, in fact, is that the small presses are publishing everything. That's what they should be doing. That democracy is what separates small press publishing from the engulfers and devourers. Still, I get a little terrified when the box arrives. This year, based on last year's experience, I had an idea what to expect, and that's the scary thing. It's just hard to take in all these feelings, to remember that, good writers and bad, we are all creative people, and that we are all trying to capture the slipperiness of human emotions. This effort commands respect. It's the basis for what is happening in these pages. We all have something to say. I see it this way. The anthology you have in your hands, in preserving the heterodoxy and sprawl of American fiction, and poetry and essays, coast to coast, border to border, is a sort of revolutionary act. Really. Its project, theme, and narrative concern finally the enormity of American literary civilization, the polyphony of the music of these territories. Most name-brand editors, and I used to be one, are as scared of this enormity as I am in March when the box first arrives. Democracy confers responsibility upon you. It requires pluck. So if the gods didn't put Bill Henderson in wainscot, we'd have to make him up. When I read what Bill has done in this anthology for almost 20 years, I remember that, as a writer, I'm not at all alone in a garret. I'm part of a community, surrounded by voices. The people who helped. Founding editors: Anais Nin, 1903 to 1977. Buckminster Fuller, 1895 to 1983. Charles Newman, Daniel Halpern, Gordon Lish, Harry Smith, Hugh Fox, Ishmael Reed, Joyce Carol Oates, Len Fulton, Leonard Randolph, Leslie Fiedler, Nona Balakian, 1918 to 1991, Paul Bowles, Paul Engel, 1908 to 1991, Ralph Ellison, 1914 to 1994, Reynolds Price, Rhoda Schwartz, Richard Morris, Ted Willents, Tom Montag, William Phillips. Poetry editor, H. L. Van Brunt. Editors, Walter Abish, I., Elliot Anderson, John Ashbury, Ed Sanders, T.O. Savory, Grace Schulman, Harvey Shapiro, Leslie Silko, Charles Simic, Dave Smith, Elizabeth Spencer, William Stafford, Gerald Stern, David St. John, Bill and Pat Strawn, Ron Sukanik, Ann Tyler, John Updike, Sam Vaughn, David Wagoner, Derek Walcott, Ellen Wilver, David Wilk, David Wojan, Jack Gilbert, Louise Gluck, David Godine, Jory Graham, Lynda Gregg, Barbara Grossman, Donald Hall, Helen Handley, Michael Harper, Robert Haas, DeWitt Henry, J.R. Humphreys, David Ignato, John Irving, June Jordan, Edmund Keeley, Karen Kennerly, Galway Connell, Carolyn Kaiser, Maxine Cumin, James Laughlin, Seymour Lawrence, Naomi Lazard, Herb Leibowitz, Denise Levertov, Philip Levine, Stanley Lindbergh, Thomas Lux, Mary MacArthur, J. Meek, Daniel Menaker, Frederick Morgan, Cynthia Ozick, Jane Ann Phillips, Robert Phillips, George Plimpton, Stanley Plumley, Eugene Redmond, Russell Banks, Joe David Bellamy, Robert Bly, Philip Booth, Robert Boyers, Harold Broadkey, Joseph Brodsky, Wesley Brown, Hayden Carruth, Frank Conroy, Paula Dietz, Steve Dixon, Rita Dove, Andre Debuse, M.D. Elovich, Louise Erdrich, Loris Essery, Ellen Ferber, Carolyn Forche, Stuart Fribert, John Galassi, Tess Gallagher, Louis Gallo, George Garrett, Reginald Gibbons, Bill Zavatsky. Contributing editors for this edition: Robert Pinsky, Sharon Olds, Frankie Pano, Ed Ochester, Joyce Carol Oates, Naomi Shihab Nye, Sigrid Nunez, Josip Novakovich, Susan Neville, Kent Nelson, Carol Muskie, Henry Carlisle, Richard Bergen, Christopher Buckley, Rosellen Brown, Scott Bradfield, Michael Bowden, Marianne Borick, Philip Booth, Linda Beards, Andre Bernard, Susan Bergman, Michael Benzella, Timothy Geiger, Suzanne Gardner, Kenneth Gangemi, Linda Hull, Tony Quagliano, Richard Castellanetz, Kathy Calloway, Marie Shepard Williams, Diane Williams, Theodore Willents, Ellen Wilbur, Sam Vaughn, Dennis Vanata, Lloyd Van Brunt, Jerry Laughlin, Paul Zimmer, Christina Zawadiski, Gary Young, Lois-Ann Yamanaka, Robert Wrigley, David Wojan, Karen Bender, Joe David Bellamy, Robin Ben, Charles Baxter, Rick Bass, Stephen Barthelmy, Will Baker, David Baker, Jennifer Atkinson, Tony Artizone, Alice Fulton, H. E. Francis, M. D. Elovich, Barbara Einzig, Stuart Dybeck, John Drury, Rita Dove, Carl Dennis, Philip Appleman, Antler, John Allman, Jack Marshall, Clarence Major, Joseph Mayolo, D.R. MacDonald, Barry Lopez, Gordon Lish, James Linville, Stanley Lindbergh, Reginald Gibbons, Ehud Havazalet, James Harms, Marilyn Hacker, Patrick Worth Gray, Louise Gluck, William Kennedy, George Keithley, Dennis Loy Johnson, Ha Jin, David Jouse, Mark Jarman, Josephine Jacobson, Richard Jackson, Elizabeth Innes Brown, Colette Inez, Edmund Keeley, Laura Kosishka, Mary Carr, Joan Murray, Liesel Mueller, Susan Moon, Susan Mitchell, Leonard Michaels, J. Meek, Sandra McPherson, Christina McGrath, Campbell McGrath, Lynn McFall, Rebecca McClanahan, Robert McBrearty, Donald Revell, C. E. Poverman, Joe Ashby Porter, Eileen Pollock, George Plimpton, Robert Phillips, Mary Peterson, Janet Peary, James Solheim, Arthur Smith, Jim Simmerman, Laurie Scheck, Joanna Scott, Lloyd Schwartz, Dennis Schmitz, Ruth Sasaki, Allison Deming, Lydia Davis, John Daniel, Philip Dacey, Mark Cox, Stephen Corey, Jane Cooper, Elizabeth Spires, Roger Weingarten, Elliot Weinberger, Bruce Weigel, Hayden Carruth, Jean Valentine, Lee Upton, Ron Tanner, Pat Strawn, Pamela Stewart, Maura Stanton, Dan Stern, Gordon Weaver, Michael Collier, Henry Cole, Judith Ortiz Cofer, Kelly Cherry, Steve Watkins, Michael Waters, David Foster Wallace, Andrew Hudgens, Christopher Howell, Tony Hoagland, Edward Hoagland, Jane Hirschfield, Edward Hirsch, Walter Pavlich, Barbara Selfridge, Sherrod Santos, Vernroot Sala, Sharman Apt Russell, Gibbons Ruark, Ken Rosen, David Rompfed, Patty Ann Rogers, Brenda Hillman, DeWitt Henry, Patricia Henley, Robin Hemley, Norman Lavers, Dorianne Lau, Wally Lamb, Thomas Kennedy, Joellen Quietek, Maxine Cumin, Carolyn Kaiser, Len Roberts, David Rivard, Alberto Alvaro Rios, Molly Giles, Gary Gildner, William Matthews, Cleopatra Mathis, Lou Matthews, Philip Levine, Melissa Lentrichia, David Lehman, Dan Masterson, Michael Martone. Roving editors, Lily Frances Henderson, Jeannie Chips. European editors, Liz and Kirby Williams. Managing editor, Hannah Turner. At large, Marvin Bell. Fiction editors, Bill Henderson with Rick Moody, Lee Smith. Poetry editors, Lynn Emanuel, David St. John. Essays editor, Anthony Brandt. Editor and publisher, Bill Henderson. Honey in the Carcase, fiction by Josip Novakovich, from the Threepenny Review. Ivan Medvedich was washing his silvery mustache after eating a slice of dark bread with honey when a whistle cut through the air, deepened in frequency, and sank into an explosion that shook the house so that a bar of soap slid from the mirror ledge into the sink. "Lord have mercy!" his wife Estera said. "What was that?" "The Chetniks. What else?" Soon another whistle and another explosion. "Run for cover!" Estera shouted. "What cover? This is the safest place in the house." Ivan had built the house alone, actually with a little help from his oldest, flat-footed son Daniel, who had groaned more than he had worked. It took Ivan 20 years of careful labor to finish the house, but one thing he had skipped, a cellar, perhaps because snakes had nested and floods crept in the cellar of his childhood home. "God is my fortress and my strength," was his motto, but now, in addition to God, a cellar would help. He turned off the lights and prayed, and after his last amen, no bombs fell for the rest of the night. Next morning Estera walked to the bakery early, because after 6 o'clock the dark whole wheat disappeared, and only milky white, soft, cake-like, as expensive as sin, remained. The old baker's wife said nothing, handing her a 2-kilo loaf as usual. When Estera exited, she heard a dog howl, and then a high-pitched whistle. A bomb fell in a ditch 10 yards away from her, exploding with a terrible blast. Shrapnel flew over her head, shattered the bakery attic windows, and riddled the tops of the faces of the nearby houses, which now looked like lepers' foreheads. She walked home hurriedly. If the bomb had fallen outside the ditch, the shrapnel would have flown low and struck her. She and Ivan concluded that God had saved her. Still, as Estera peeled onions that day, her neck twitched, jerking her head to one side. Estera had borne Ivan 5 sons. The youngest, whom she'd had at the age of 46, died several years before because the wall between the chambers of his heart had collapsed. Since his death, silver streaked her hair. Ivan played the violin by heart. Estera still chopped onions. Tears from the onion fumes glazed their eyes. They grieved so that salty water flowed, as though their swollen eyes, like balloons, needed to drop sand to gain an altitude. Tears slid down their cheeks like little eyes, mirroring knives and violins. Ivan walked out to the rabbit cages. Rabbits' split lips quickly drew grass into their mouths. He took a white rabbit by its long ears and held it in the air. He had often petted the rabbit, so the rabbit was not scared, not even as his fist went down and hit the neck. The rabbit twitched several times and went limp. He shuddered and walked into the house and laid the rabbit on the table to cool. "You skin it this time," he said. That day he could not eat rabbit, his favorite meat, for the first time in his life. He ate more bread with honey, old honey that had crystallized into white grains. At dusk, more whistles, and about a dozen blasts, all in the near neighborhood. It went on like that for a week. Blasts at dusk and at twilight. A large crater loomed in their street between two shattered houses. When he cautioned Esther not to go early in the morning to buy bread, she said, "I am used to explosions." He said nothing to that, but hummed a tune, sounding like a buzz of bees, and bees it was that he was thinking about. It was the time to collect honey in his apiary, 10 miles east, on a meadow of wild flowers near an acacia grove. He drove his old pickup, put on a beekeeper's hat and gloves, and opened the hives. His bees were so ardent that they had made honeycombs even outside of the frames. Ivan carved these additions out, and without draining honey, stored them. He placed framed honeycombs in a circular barrel, a separator. Turning the wheel, he listened to honey fall out of their hexagonal wax trenches and hit the metal wall, sticking to it and dripping. He did not mind bee stings. He'd got more than a dozen that day, because he believed they benefited his heart. He harvested alone. His sons used to help him, dancing around the honey separator like Joseph's brothers around the grains of Egypt. But now one of his sons was in Australia, another, Daniel, his firstborn, worked as a doctor, the third one, Yakov, worked as a carpenter in Germany, and the youngest, Branko, stayed at home, studying for his entrance exams at the School of Agricultural Engineering. When Ivan returned home with 3 barrels of honey and saw his son Daniel, he rolled up his sleeve because Daniel always took his blood pressure, especially after Ivan's heart attack. Ivan still suffered from angina pectoris, but could not get a retirement settlement because his communist boss hated him and, he suspected, wanted him to die at the factory. Daniel talked about how in the village where he doctored, chetniks went door to door, beating up old Croatian men, as though these men had been Eustachas. The chetniks, with skulls and crossed bones painted on their caps, drove people out of their homes, stole TV sets, burned haystacks. They cut off 3 old men's testicles and forced them to eat them. One bled to death, the others I stitched up as best I could. "You should leave the village," said Ivan, "because of your young wife and child." "That's right. A colleague of mine has invited me to work in the Osijek hospital." "Are they going to have enough work for you there?" "More than enough. Thousands will be wounded." He waved his hand as though to chase away a slow and fat fly. Before his parents and brother could react, he was out in his wobbly Citroën. This was the first time in 5 years that Daniel had visited without taking his father's blood pressure. Ivan rolled down his sleeve and turned on the radio. The announcer said that Vinkovci was eerily quiet. Eerily quiet was a cliché in a newscaster's voice, but not so through the window when Esther opened it. No machine-gun fire, no cars, not even birds singing. Only a woman's wailing far away. "Esti," Ivan said, "we must take care of the honey. You know how the Montenegrin poet says, 'A glass of honey asks for a glass of spleen. Together they are easiest to drink.' What kind of poetry is it if it doesn't even rhyme? Besides, give me no Montenegrin junk when you know that Montenegrin chetniks are bombing us." Ivan let the honey sit in the barrels for several days, and then he scooped the creamy top, foamy, white, and exceedingly sweet. He was certain that this was ambrosia, the drink of Greek gods. He and Esther poured honey all evening long into glass bottles. Ivan looked back at the filled larder shelves and said, "It's good, isn't it?" Just then a bomb fell at the edge of their garden, so that the floorboards shook and squeaked, and the tiles on the roof quivered and slid, like teeth grinding. but the honey stayed calm in the bottles. Soon another bomb fell to the same spot. Ivan and Esther stayed in the larder, the safest room in the house because it had no windows. Next day a couple of Federal MiG jets flew low, sharding people's windows, but no window burst on Medvedevich's house. At night light from houses on fire flickered through the shades that could not be quite shut. Red light on the walls seemed to be painting a message. The following morning, despite continuous mortar explosions, Esther wrapped a scarf under her chin and walked out. "Where are you going, old woman?" Ivan asked. "To buy bread." "I think you shouldn't." She walked out, proud of her courage. Half an hour later, when she was not back, he stood on the threshold and chewed a honeycomb with fresh honey. Chewing the wax calmed him better than chewing tobacco could. The phone rang. It was the baker. On the bakery steps, mortar shrapnel had struck and wounded Esther. Ivan picked up Esther, unconscious, her abdomen torn, and drove to the hospital. A doctor took a quick X-ray and found that shrapnel had penetrated her liver. He dug in with his scalpel and gloved fingers, saying, "Too bad that we're out of anesthetics." As he fished for the metal, Esther came to and swooned again. Just as the doctor tossed the bit of iron in the garbage bin, mortar hit the hospital, setting the roof on fire. Electricity went out. The doctor sewed up the wound with Ivan holding up a flashlight. They carried Esther to the basement, where the stench of crap and vomit hung about mustily. For several days Esther lay, half dead, half alive, green in the face, unable to sleep, too weak to be awake. Ivan spent many hours with her, but more at home, lest brigands should break in, steal, and burn the house. He prayed, but lost the meanings of his words in reveries, and forgot to say his amens. Words without thoughts to heaven do not go. He missed his bees, abandoned behind the enemy lines. As he drank his ambrosia, he decided that next morning he'd drive into the eastern fields, no matter what, even through the hail of bullets, to his apiary. But next dawn a bomb fell in front of his house, shattering the windows and digging holes in the stuccoed bricks. The gate collapsed. Another bomb fell in the backyard and demolished his pickup. The shrapnel pierced through the house windows. Luckily his son, trembling on the floor, was not injured. A pharaoh did not weep when Persians slew his sons and raped his daughters, because his sorrow was too deep for tears. But he did weep when, after it all, his ex-minister came by in rags and begged him for silver. Just so, Ivan had not wept when his wife bled in dirty hospitals, when his house had been nearly demolished, and when the truck he had saved for 15 years burst into pieces and shriveled in fire. But that he could not go out into the fields and take care of his bees, that made the cup, not of honey, overflow. He wept in his armchair, in his wooden shoes, will-less, nearly motionless, and daydreamed. And reminisced. As a child, he saw on the outskirts of his village Croatian peasants, dead, their eyes plucked out. His father had forbidden him to talk about it, since this part of history was politically incorrect. Am strengstens verboten, to recount. One noon, 4 Croatian soldiers walked in and asked for Branko. He was in the bathroom, but Ivan said he'd gone to the university library. He was surprised to hear himself lie, but then he remembered that Abraham lied that his sister was his wife, so he would save her from a marriage in a foreign land. That Branko should be a soldier struck him as absurd. Ivan had raised him on turn the other cheek. For years boys beat him, broke his nose, yet he would not fight back, even when Ivan told him to. Ivan had complained to the school president, who asked, "Is your son gay?" That was all he offered in the way of help, so Ivan had to protect Branko, giving him a beekeeper's mask to save his face, and walking him home while boys threw stones and shouted, "Baptists, Claptists!" Branko, who had grown up as a theological experiment, without a malice in his head, spent his days developing landscape photographs in the dark room, a shed, so that his eyes stayed watery and bloodshot. Estera began to improve, and her son Daniel took her to Osijek, together with Branko, to hide him from the draft, but Ivan would not leave his house, as though it was his skin. Now on his block there were fewer than a dozen people left, and in the city, out of 40,000, perhaps 3,000 had remained. Neither phone or electricity worked any more. He lived on water from a hand-pump in his yard, and on honey. He had been a corpulent, double-chinned man, but in a month in which it was all the same to him whether he was alive or dead, he became a thin man with sharp pentagonal jaws, overgrown in a mosaic beard. Perhaps he would not have eaten honey either, if it had not reminded him of his bees. He ate it in their remembrance, a sacrament to the little striped and winged tigresses. One crisp morning Ivan felt tremendously alert. He wondered whether he was about to die, since before death one could get a moment of lucidity, to summon one's family and deliver blessings. That lucidity was a sine qua non in a biblical death, and he, a father of several sons, would of course have a biblical death. Or had his diet cleared his coronary arteries? The following day, since he still felt lucid, he concluded that honey had healed his heart and saved his life. He biked to his brother David, the carpenter, in Andriasevci, in their father's house 10 miles away. On the way he saw starved, shaggy cattle roaming, masterless. Horses rotted in dried-up sunflower fields. Blind dogs stumbled into trees. Cats with red eyes purred so loudly that he could hear them even as he rode over cracking branches. Heads of wheat bent in the fields like contrite sinners. Nobody harvested them. David and Ivan hugged and kissed as brothers. After they had slurped rose-hip tea, David said, "I have presents for you. 1 coffin for Estera and 1 for you. Come, take a look." "What?" "But Estera is alive, and I am all right." "Of course, but in case you get killed, you won't be dumped in a mass grave if you have a coffin with your name." Next morning Ivan decided to go back to Vinkovci. Not that he had not thought about death enough, or seen it enough, but that his young brother, who used to spend most of his time making tambourines and singing, should see the world as a plantation of coffins, incensed him against the invading armies. He rode through the groaning countryside. From the edge of the village, a black German shepherd followed him all the way to Ivan's home. There he wagged his tail, licked Ivan's shoe, and did all he could to endear himself to Ivan. Ivan gave him an old slice of bread and honey. The dog loved that. Ivan stood on his threshold and stared at the cloudy horizon, with dark blue clouds. The stink of putrid animals, borne on an unusually warm wind, continued to hit his nostrils, smoke and gangrene. And when the rains began, a ghost crept along the surface of the earth, not as an image, white and gray, but as a stench of wet smoke and pus. The muddy soul of the Pannonian Valley sought fire to solidify into bricks of a Tower of Babel in which all languages would merge into one. Serbian. Govori srpski da te seo svet razume. Speak Serbian, so the whole world could understand you, the Serb folk saying went. He rode his bike to a foundry converted into a bomb factory and volunteered to make bombs for the underarmed Croatian soldiers. At the end of his shift, he always found the German shepherd waiting for him. One dawn, MiG jets bombed the factory, mostly missing and hitting people's houses nearby, but they did damage it enough to shut it. Ivan could finally take it no more, so he dragged a cart east, through Mirkovci. Now and then he stopped and scratched his dog's fur. He ran into a checkpoint made of stacked beer cases in the middle of the road. A chetnik asked him, "Where the hell are you going?" "I need to take back my bees from the fields." "Bees?" The chetnik pulled out a knife. "Your ID?" "I have none." "I'm gonna tattoo you so we can recognize you next time." He pushed his knife against Ivan's face. The dog growled, ready to pounce. A chetnik grabbed his comrade's arm. Don't be crazy. Don't you see he's crazy? Let him get his bees." And turning to Ivan, he winked and said, "God protects the crazy ones. I like that. Bees. Bees." When Ivan was at a fair distance, they shot at the German shepherd, but missed. That he had managed to pass surprised him. Perhaps the brigands had understood his beard as an emblem of serfdom. Ivan waxed entrances to 10 beehives and stacked them on his cart. When he passed by the Chetniks, they again shot at his dog, and this time they killed him. Ivan turned soil on the side of the road with a shovel and buried his friend. It took him 5 trips and a dozen kilos of honey as the road tax to the brigands to take back all his beehives. Ivan built a brick wall around the hives. He melted sugar for his friends so they would survive the winter. Since he had seen a sign that the winter would be a long one, Polish geese migrating south, he thoroughly filled the cracks in the hives with frame wax. For hours he listened to the congregation of bees. They were his revelation. For the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead. Yes, the invisible Godhead and his plan are revealed in bees. Bees fulfill the Old Testament through the perfection of their laws, and the New Testament through the perfection of their love for the queen bee, for whom every bee is willing to die. Ivan thought that even if he had never read the Bible, from studying his bees, he'd conclude that a rational God existed. After thinking so, he'd bring the bees several pounds of honey, apologizing for having taken it in the summer. He admired the heaven on earth, the earth in heaven. His son Daniel visited and told him that Estera, although anemic, had nearly fully recovered. When asked to join her in Osiek, Ivan said, "Somebody has to stay here and protect the church and the bees." The shack where his son had developed photographs had served as a chapel ever since Ivan had excommunicated himself from the Baptist church. Like-minded Baptists and Pentecostals, for whom their churches had not been pious enough, used to worship in the shack with Ivan and his family, until they discovered that they were not like-minded. Nobody came now, but still it used to be, and it would continue to be, God's space. Ivan played the violin in his chapel and studied Scripture. He was disappointed that Scripture mentioned bees only a few times, and lions many times. It consoled him that in one verse bees got the better of the lion. There was a swarm of bees and honey in the carcass of the lion. One passage intrigued Ivan. "And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall hiss for the fly that is in the uttermost part of the river of Egypt, and for the bee that is on the land of Assyria." He whistled and hissed to call out his bees, and none came out. Then he made a flute from a wet willow branch, with a low note, and found a hiss that indeed excited the bees, so that they came out and crisscrossed the sky into a mighty net. When they came back, they tossed out their drones, and they kept tossing them for days. A peculiar fratricide, that aspect of bees theologically troubled Ivan. Some kind of wrath of God, built in the natural order of things. In front of the beehives, fat drones with stunted wings curled atop each other and shrank. The ditch filled up with drones. On a sunny day, so many crows flew over Ivan's head to feast on the drones that it grew dark. After a prolonged bombardment, a band of Chetniks came to Ivan's street. He was now the only person living on his block. When he saw them coming, he unplugged the beehive entrances and hissed on his flute. At the same time a bomb flew, with a low whistle, fell in the street, and did not go off. Bees from several beehives grew agitated and flew out into the street, where several sweaty Chetniks, having loaded his neighbor's furniture on a truck, turned their eyes to Ivan's house. Thousands of bees covered each brigand, giving him the appearance of an armored medieval knight. The brigands ran, helter-skelter, dropping their weapons. One of them staggered in circles and fell dead in front of Ivan's house. He kept swelling even after the rigor mortis gripped him. Nominated by Robin Hemley, Susan Moon. 1,000 Buddhas, by Brenda Miller, from the Georgia Review. My hand's the universe. It can do anything. Shinkichi Takahashi. 1. I have never been touched by someone blind, but I can imagine what it would be like. She would read me like Braille, her fingertips hovering on the raised points of my flesh, then peel back the sheets of my skin, lay one finger on my quivering heart. We could beat like that, 2 hummingbirds, and become very still. Her hands might move across my abdomen, flick the scar below my belly-button. My eyelids would flutter at her touch, and my skin dissolve into hot streams of tears. I have never been touched by a blind person, but I have given whole massages with my eyes halfway closed, and the bodies I touched became something else. Their boundaries disappeared, and they spread out on the table, masses of flesh, all the borders gone. I touched them in tender places, between the toes, under the cheekbones, along the high arching curves of their feet. When I opened my eyes, they coalesced into something human, but I walked outside and slipped into the pool, feeling like a primordial fish, all my substance gone. I'd see them afterward, and they leaned toward me, their mouths open, but they hardly spoke. My arms opened, and they fell against me. I held my hands on the middle of their backs, holding their hearts in place. Sometimes they cried. I was too professional, then, to cry, knew that I had to keep some distance in order to make this relationship work. If I had cried, then we might have been lovers, and that would make it wrong somehow when they handed me the check for $30. Sometimes they pressed the payment into my hands and looked away and said, "I can't even tell you." I nudged them in the direction of the baths, and they went like obedient children, their naked bodies swaying under their towels as they shuffled across the old wooden bridge. 2. I have a picture from that time of myself in the hot tub at Orr Hot Springs. At least some people claim it is me, pointing out the slope of my breasts, the flare of my hips, the unique circumference of my thighs. Positive identification is impossible, since the woman in the picture cradles her face in her hands. Light streams through a low doorway into the gazebo, and this young woman leans her back against the deck. The sunlight zeroes into a circle on her belly. Jasmine bush and bamboo are reflected in the glass. The woman bends her head and covers her eyes as if she were about to weep. Steam rises and beads on the glass, obscuring detail and memory. The woman is not weeping. She is scooping up the water from the tub and splashing it to her face. If this woman is me, she is mumbling some kind of grateful prayer, alchemizing the water into a potion that will heal. It's easy to know what we're doing once we're not doing it anymore. 3. Before I lived at Orr Hot Springs, I spent a summer baking bread for 50 children on a farm outside Willits. I didn't know I was in practice for becoming a massage therapist, but I knew I mended wounds buried deep inside me as I handled the huge mounds of dough. Talking things out carves paths around and in between the issues, but the body knows things the mind could never face. The repetitive motions of grasping and pushing, the bend of my waist, the slow ache in my shoulder, before long I became automatic and blank. I kept my hands covered in flour and thought continually of food, of what is nourishing. I dreamed of my mouth always open and filled. Children clustered around me, tugged at my apron, took little balls of dough and rolled them lightly between their teeth. The bread rose and came out of the oven, broke into tender crumbs, tasted good. I watched the children and gave them small lumps of dough to press. I touched their miniature shoulders and smiled, but I said very little. At the midsummer dance they braided flowers into my hair and held my hands, as if I were an old person convalescing from a long, wasting illness. 4. Today I look at my hands. I remember the bodies I've touched, the lives that came through them. Sometimes I trace the edges of my fingers, as children in kindergarten do on newsprint with green tempera paint. Hands become what they have held. Our hands shape themselves around what they hold most dear, or what has made an impression, or what we press on others. My friend Dana once grabbed my hand off the stick shift as I drove through L.A. "These," he said, running a fingertip around my palm, "are healing hands." I drove with my left hand on the wheel, while he examined every finger of my right. I swerved to avoid a dog. "They're like a sculptor's hands," he said dreamily, dropping my hand and gripping his own. Dana is a sculptor with a propensity for twisted nude forms, estranged limbs, fingers in a bowl. Once, before he left for Peru, he painted all his walls, the appliances, even his books, a startling white. A blank canvas, he said, for his friends to spill upon. And we did, troweling up purples and reds, oranges and blues, a cacophony of personalities rolling across his walls. I pressed my hands in blue paint and hand-walked an awkward bridge along the wall above his couch. 5. What follows may or may not be true. "It's been too long," the man said. My old lover John stepped inside, closed the door, and settled himself carefully on the edge of my massage table. "I just came to soak in the baths. Decided to get a massage on the spur of the moment," he said. "I didn't know it was you." We stared at each other. I don't know what he saw in my face, a barrier, perhaps, a careful retreat, but in his face I saw a deep sorrow. My eyes involuntarily shifted into professional gear, scanning his body and making notes. A slump in the left shoulder, a grim tightness in the left arm and fist, chest slightly concave, breathing shallow. In massage school, before we were lovers, John and I had been partners. The teacher insisted on partner rotation, but somehow John and I ended up together more times than not. We learned well on each other. We breathed freely. We allowed each other's hands to cup the muscles and slide, so slowly, down the length of connecting fibers and tissue. We allowed thumbs to probe deep into unyielding spots. It was like a dance, the way our teacher said it always should be, an effortless give and take, back and forth, with the breath as well as the body, communication, transcendent and absolute. "Listen," John was saying, "I understand if you don't want to do this." His body leaned toward me, and my spine tipped forward in response. A massage room is a very close environment. Intimacy is immediate. Truth prevails. I glanced away and gazed at the far wall, at the painting called 1,000 Buddhas he had given me as a graduation present. For the last year I had looked at that picture every day, and every day it reminded me of John less and less. A process of pain, moving ahead on its own momentum. The primary Buddha sat in the center, immovable, surrounded by a helix of Buddhas that spun around and around. My palms relaxed, a good sign. "It might be awkward," I said, "but I'll try." I took a deep breath, and whatever had been prickling at my throat subsided. What did my body feel when I placed my hands on John's back? My palms curved instinctively to the crook of his shoulders. My own shoulders softened when I asked John to breathe, and I inhaled with him, stretching my lungs, and on the exhale my hands slid down his back, kneading the muscles on the downward slide, pulling up along the lats, crossing over his spine, and again, until he seemed to flatten, and there was no distinction between the flesh of his back, or the bones in his arms, or the curve of his buttocks, no distinction, in fact, between his breath and mine. I felt a small opening in my heart, a valve releasing, and an old love, a love aged and smooth as wine, flowed down my arms and sparked on John's skin. I knew then that sometime in the night I would remember this gushing, and I would be shattered by a sense of tremendous loss, a grasping ache in my palms, and I would cry, but even this certainty could not stop my hands in their circular route through John's familiar and beautiful body. He inhaled and began to sob. The tears shuddered through his back, his arms, his legs, and I felt them empty from him in one bountiful wave. My right hand floated to rest on his sacrum. My left hand brushed the air above his head in long, sweeping arcs. There is a powder that covers the heart, a sifting of particles fine as talc. It is protection, gauzy and insubstantial, but protection none the less. Occasionally a hand rubs against you and wipes a patch clear. That's when the heart bulges, beating with a raw and healthy ferocity. 6. I keep another picture hidden in a drawer. Me before I moved to Ore Springs, before I even knew such places existed. I am young, young. I am standing barefoot on the porch of a cabin within Prairie Creek State Park on the north coast of California. It is late summer. I am wearing a purple tank top, tight Levi's, and a forest ranger's hat. The morning sun is full in my face, and I am smiling a goofy, lopsided grin, my hands at my sides, my feet planted solidly on the wooden planks. I am pregnant, about 3 weeks along, and the embryo is curled tightly in a fallopian tube. The pregnancy will end 1 week later in a long, terrifying miscarriage, but in the picture I do not know this. I don't even know I am pregnant. I am 21 years old, and healthy from a long summer in Wyoming. It is a beautiful morning, and I am happy to be back in California. My world has not yet shifted to include the indifferent hands of nurses, the blind lights of an operating dome, the smell of bandages steeped in antiseptics and blood. If you look carefully at the belly for some sign of the child, at the face for some indication of motherhood, there is none. The snapshot is flat and ordinary, a young woman on vacation, nothing more. But I look at this photo and sense a swelling in my pelvis, a fullness in my breasts. I feel my skin inviolate and smooth, the substance of everything I've lost and meant to regain. 7. Someone called them midwife's hands. A midwife's hands cradle and protect, hold a life between them. Recall the classic posture for the hands in photographs. One hand cupped under the baby's emerging head, the other lightly curled on the baby's crown. There is a polarity position like this, at the client's head, cradling, not pulling, but imparting the sense of emergence just the same. If you stay long enough, motionless, breathing little sips out of the air, the head appears to become larger, grows and trembles. The eyelids flutter. Sometimes I have touched the top of my head to the top of my client's head, and we were plugged in. We took deep breaths, heaved long, important sighs. 8. Sean was born. Not from my body, from Rhea's. I held the mirror at an angle so she could see the crown of his head as it split her body in two. The midwife placed one hand on the skull and rotated it so the face pointed toward heaven. The eyes were open, glazed with an unearthly shine. Rhea screamed. The world paused and listened. The body followed, sheathed in cream and wax. 9. What does the body contain, and how do the hands release it? In the late 70s, hug clinics opened on college campuses in California. Distraught people were invited to drop in if they needed to be secured for a moment by a pair of strong, encircling arms. One of the most powerful massage holds I've used has the client on his side, curled into a fetal position. I cupped one hand to the base of the spine, laid the other on the back between the shoulder blades. These are the two places our mother's hands fell when holding us as babies. Some people cried with little shoulder-shaking sobs. Others fell promptly asleep. Most of them believed my hands were still on them long after I'd walk away. 10. In the hospital, the nurse stuck an IV needle into the back of my hand, over and over. I squinted and clenched my teeth. "Does that hurt?" the nurse said, looking up, scowling. I nodded. "It's not supposed to hurt," she said, setting the needle aside and trying again. When she was done, I lay on top of the covers, shivering, my eyes halfway closed, my palm flat on the bed. The IV fluid ticked into my blood. Already I could feel myself forgetting everything. My body was a container of pain, and then it contained nothing, an absence so absolute I couldn't even cry. 11. The hand is shaped to touch the different parts of the world. We hurt, and the hand reaches to the chest. A newborn's head fits snugly into the center of a palm. Fertile soil runs through our fingers, or we mold our hands into a cup sealed for a drink of water. We can use our hands like primeval jaws to pluck whatever is ripe. The midwife had fingers so long I almost asked her if she played the piano. The words were nearly out of my mouth, but then she handed Sean to me, and I forgot about pianos, about that kind of music. I held him while the midwife and Rhea struggled with the afterbirth. I held him against my shoulder. His eyes were open. He blinked slowly and rarely, like a baby owl. The light in the room was gold, the color of honey. I thought I saw something in his eyes, but I can't be sure. I thought I saw a nod of acceptance, a little man bowing to me, his hands pressed together in an attitude of prayer. 12. They came to me, hot and pink from the baths, most of my work already done. They came naked and slick and gorgeous. What did I give them? Nothing but myself, and not even that, but rather the benefit of my whole attention, the focus of my hands on them, the focus of my heart. I don't know how long the change lasted. They left the room and lingered in the baths, got out, got dressed, and drove home. I waved goodbye and walked up the steps to my cabin, looked out my window to the luscious woods, and thought about these people more than I probably should have. When the time approached for me to leave Ore Springs, I thought about them with a frantic longing for a life that could be balanced and whole. I wanted to massage myself before I left. I wanted to send myself off with a stroke of my fingers and a hand along my spine, an affirmation for abundance, a momentary release from every memory that weighed me down. I thought it might help, if only for the drive out on the rutted and dusty road. 13. Years after I left Ore Springs, I worked for the Human Resource Council in Missoula, Montana. I didn't massage people anymore. I tried, but I zipped through the parts of the body as if I were taking inventory. I chattered like a barber giving a haircut. I thought about dinner, gas mileage, bills to be paid. In my job, I interviewed clients and determined their eligibility for a heating assistance program. Many of the people I saw were elderly and disabled. All of them had stories to tell, stories that could take a lifetime. I had only 20 minutes to spend with each one. I found that when I gave them my whole and complete attention for even 5 minutes, that was enough. I looked them in the eyes and smiled, laughed with them, murmured consolations. They looked back and told me what they knew. My hands kept very still on my desk. One 76-year-old woman spoke to me in short, disjointed sentences, her head nodding emphatically with each word, spittle forming at the corners of her mouth. She smelled of cigarettes and bitter lemons. As I walked her to the door of my office, she swirled about and grabbed me around the waist. She was only as tall as my chest, and I settled my arms onto her shoulders. We stood like that for a few seconds under the fluorescent lights, the computers humming around us. Then I slid one hand down her back and held her there. My hand quivered, near as it was to her old and fragile heart. 14. I'm lying on my massage table. It's for sale. I'm lying on it, and I feel utterly relaxed. My breath swirls through my body in a contented daze. I'm lying on my back. I open my eyes, and I see my face. I see me leaning over the table. My right hand comes to rest on my womb. My left hand hovers over my throat. Forgive me. Those are the words that pass between us. Nominated by Rebecca McClanahan, Joan Murray, Ellen Wilbur. Suite for Emily, by Lynda Hull, from the Kenyon Review. 1. The Letter. Everywhere the windows give up nothing but frost's intricate veined foliage, just engines shrilling pocked and frozen streets, wailing towards some new disaster. No bright angels' ladders going to split heaven this Chicago instant, where the pier's an iced fantastic, spiked, the glacial flows seize it greedy like a careless treasure. Marquise diamonds, these round, clear globes, the psychic's crystal world spinning in her corner shop when I passed, a globe boundaried with turning silent winds and demons. Out here the pavement's a slick graffitied strip. There's more to life than violence. Someone's added, yes, sex and drugs. Hello, plague angel. I just heard your wings hiss off the letter on my table. Emily's in prison again. Her child's lost to the state, Massachusetts. Fatigue, pneumonia, the wasting away. In the secret hungering, the emptiness when we were young, would come the drug's good sweep like nothing else. Godly, almost the way we'd float immune, and couldn't nothing touch us, nothing. Somehow I'd thought you'd pass her over. Positive, yes, but never really sick. That flayed above her door there'd be some sign of mercy. But there's only January's rough ministry peeling my face away. Light like the cruel light of another century, and I'm thinking of Dickinson's letter. Many who were in their bloom have gone to their last account, and the mourners go about the streets. The primer page is yellowing on her shelf beneath an album of pressed gentian. Do most people live to be old? No. 1/2 die before they are 8 years old, but 1 in 4 lives to see 21. She'd known the bitter sponge pressed to the fevered forehead, the death angel's dark familiar company. How she'd rustle her veils, how she'd lean over the ewer and basin, blackening the water. This Arctic water, this seething rustle, lamé, sequins, a glitter wrap trailing from a girl's shoulders, so the shadow pimps go, "Hey, princess, why you so sad tonight? Let me make you happy," when she's only tired, up all night, and needing a hit to let her sleep. We know that story, the crest and billow and foam and fleeting fullness before the disappearing. Discs of hissing ice, doors I might fall through to the underworld of bars and bus stations, private rooms of dancing girls numb sick and cursing the wilderness of men's round blank faces. Spinning demons, round spoon of powder hissing over the flame. Worlds within worlds, beneath worlds, worlds that flare and consume, so they become the only world. 2. Holy City, City of Night. What is that general rule which tells how long a thing will live? The primer answers, whatever grows quick, decays quick, soon ripe, soon rotten. The rust-blown calla gracing my table, those Boston girls 20 years gone, young men in lace and glitter, washed alien by gasoline sunsets, the burning sphere lapsing below night's black rim. Live fast, die, we know the rest. Reckless anthem. The pier cables ice-sleeved beneath my hands. Miraculous, yes, to be here, Januaried by this lake's barbaric winterscape. Dickinson might read as savage text and emblem of a deity indifferent. Her embassy lay beyond the city of jasper and gold, the beaten wrought towers Scripture promised the saved would enter. What heaven she found, she made. And so did we, worlds that sear, consume, earthly, delirious, ignis fatuus. Strike the match, the fizzing cap. But, oh, reader, the wild beauty of it, the whirring rush, blonde hiss of aerial miles, worn stairways in every burning school of nodding classrooms, the buzz-snap of talk blurring hallucinatory, fraught avenues. Elusive inner city, drugged majestic residence spiraled with staircases, balustrades rococoed, lapidary. Invisible empires dreamt beneath the witchery of birds circling the commons with twilight, their caw and settle. The patterns as they wheel over the pond's reflective mirror, bruised roseate, violet, deeper, the swan boats darkening into night's charged dazzle, Park Square joints gone radiant, the bus station burnished before the zap, the charge, the edge. It was the life, wasn't it? Compatriots you'd just love to die for, who'd jump you in a New York minute. But the glory as the lights went up, torching the air chartreuse, lipsticked pink, casting embers, seraphic fires fallen earthward, fallen the furious emblems. We were so young we'd spend and spend ourselves as if there'd be no reckoning, then grew past caring, all the darkening chapters. Dream time, the inner time where towers and battlements erect their coruscating glamour, and how we'd glide, celebrities among them, the crowds falling back. Dream deeper, gone and wake to daylight's assault, knocking another bare room, the alley, the bathroom you inhabit like the thief you are. Ignis fatuus. I can follow you there, Emily. We girls setting out 1,000 ruined nights in the splendor of the torched and reckless hour, who wouldn't trade heaven for that fleet city when winter beaks the shattered pane, when summer's a nauseous shimmer of sexual heat, though sex is a numb machine you float above, when the place you walk into is a scream in the shape of yourself, when it makes perfect sense to blow someone away for $20 beyond even your bleak human universe, when the only laughter that falls down is iron and godless. Here I, the one who left, must falter where persists this chrome traffic shrill, where the cable's bitter alloy comes away in my hand. This metalled pungence of hair and skin, in wind, persists riven as the taste of myself, the blood blooming healthy, real in my mouth. A future's lavish venues spread stunned before me. These hands. 3. Combat Zone, War Stories. The district's been demolished, sown with salt. The dazzling girls in platinum wigs have been lifted away by some infernal agency, the queens, exotic Amazons, and rough-trade gay boys. Sometimes I go back to walk the streets, all shops and swank hotels, the office blocks, and occasional burnt-out shell. So American, this destruction and renewal, city's amnesiac, where evening's genesis falls through vast deserted silences. Towers grown otherworldly with light, thrown star-like from some alien world. Gone the show bar, the mousetrap, the whole gaudy necklace of lacquered dark underground lounges. Halls of mirrors, music billowing dancers clean out of themselves beyond the dead-faced tricks, the sick voyeurs, the combat zone. I can map it in my mind, some parallel world, the ghost city beneath the city. Parallel lives, the ones I didn't choose, the one that kept her. In all that dangerous cobalt luster, where was safety? Home? When we were delirium on rooftops, the sudden thrill of wind dervishing cellophane, the shredded cigarettes. We were the dust the Haitians spit on to commemorate the dead, the click and slurried fall of beads across a doorway. In the torn and watered silk of night, the zone exploded its shoddy neon orchid to swallow us in the scent of fear, emergency, that oily street perfume and weeping brick. Gossamer clothes, summertime, and leaning against the long, dusty cars, cruising siren songs. Summer. My memory flutters. Was there summer? Dancer, and floor, and cadence quite gathered away, and I a phantom, to you a phantom, rehearse the story. And now it's autumn turning hard to winter. Thanksgiving, 1990, and all she wants is sweets, so it's apple pie bare-handed, and Emily spinning war stories. How bad she is. So, I say, go ahead and shoot me, put me out of my misery. Cut me, motherfucker, my blood's gonna kill you. Then she's too tired to sit, and in the blue kaleidoscopic TV shift I stroke her hair. The ruined hands. I didn't know how sick I was, if the heroin wanted the AIDS, or the disease wanted the heroin. She asks me to line up her collection of matchbox houses, so we can make a street, so we can make a neighborhood. 4. Jail. Flames. Jersey, 1971. The psychic's globe whirls its winds, demons, countless futures, the pasts. Only 13 the first time I saw you in jail, just a kid looking up at me, the usual gray detective clamor, ink pads and sodium flash. Hauled out by the officials, exemplary bad news girl. They shoved a lyric sheet at me. Command recitation to sway you from straying. King heroine, James Brown pompadoured like nobody's business, and here's death, cartoonishly aloft, on a white-winged horse, Grim Reaper lording it over the shivering denizens of a city, exaggerated as any holy city, going down, down, down. Just a kid, you, peering out the jungle of your dark hair, greasy jeans, a tangle of beads at your throat. Ludicrous, I know, me declaiming within the jail gleam that never sleeps all over us, that effluvium of backed-up plumbing. On my palm, the bar's iron taint lingered for hours after. It didn't mean that much to me, 17, my practiced sang-froid, chilling the terror, that long drop inside, the way you collapse to fall in flames. I might have said you'll pay for the wild and reckless hour, pay in the currency of sweat and shiver, the future squandered, the course of years reconfigured, a relinquishment so complete it's more utter than any falling in love. Falling, instead, in flames, burning tiles spiraling to litter the courtyards of countless places that will never be yours, the fingerprints, tossed gloves and glittering costumes, flared cornices and parapets. Shattering panes, smoked out or streaked with embers, the tinder of spools. Such a savage conflagration, stupid edge game, the way junkies tempt death over and over again, toy with it. I might have told you that. Everything you ever meant to be, pfft, out the window in sulphured matchlight, slow tinder and strike, possession purely ardent as worship, and the scream working its way out of your bones, demolition of wall and strut within until your stark animal need. That is love, isn't it? Everything you meant to be falls away, so you dwell within a perfect singularity, a kind of saint, pearl of great price. Majestic, searing, the crystal globe spins futures unimaginable, that crucible you know so well, Emily. Viral fever refining you to some essence of pain more furious than these winter trees stripped to black nerves above the L's streaked girders. A harsh equation, some god's iron laughter combing down time's blind, and hush. Hush, child, forgive me. 20 years later, you say, that night in jail, you looked up at me and wanted to be me, and I didn't care. 5. Address. Hello, Death Angel, old familiar, old nemesis. In the deepest hours I have recognized your floating shape. I've seen your breath seduce the torn curtain, masking the empty window, have crouched with you in the doorway, curled in the alley, hooded in your essence and shadow, have been left blue, hearts stopped for yours, for yours. Death, you are the bead in the raptor's eye. Death, you dwell in the funneling depths of the heavens beyond each star's keening shrill. Death, you are the potion that fills the vial, the night the monuments have swallowed. You live in the maimed child wrapped in a wreckage of headlines. Death, you center in the fanged oval of the prison dog's howl. Death, you dwell within the necropolis we wake to in nightmare's hot, electric wind. You glint the edge of the boy's razor, patient in the blasted stairwell. Everywhere you walk deep lawns, TVs pollinating air, with animals wired up to dance for their food, with executions and quiz shows. You're in the column of subway wind, roaring before each train's arrival. I've seen you drape thoughtlessly a woman's hair over her face as the shot carried her forward into stop time and beyond anything she'd lain her money down for. Death, your sliver works swiftly through the bloodstream. Hello, Death Angel. Plague is your sister. I've seen her handiwork, heard the tortured breath, watched her loosen the hands of the dazzling boys, one from each other. For love, love. I've seen the AIDS hotels, and sick ones begging homeless in the tunnels, the whispered conspiracies, shameless emissaries with your powders and wands, your lunar carnivorous flowers, tricks, legerdemain. I've seen you draw veined wings over the faces of sleepers, the abandoned, the black feather that sweeps so tenderly. I've seen the stain you scribe on the pavement, the glossy canopy of leaves you weave. I've seen waste and ruin. Know your kingdom for delirium, the furious thumbprints you've scored on the flesh of those you choose. I've seen you slow dance in a velvet mask, dip and swirl across dissolving parquet. I've seen you swing open the iron gate, a garden spired in valerian, skullcap, blue vervain. Seen you stir the neat half-moons, fingernails left absently in a glazed dish. Felons, I've cursed you in your greed, have spat and wept, then acquiesced in your wake. Without rue or pity, you have marked the lintels and blackened the water. Your guises multiply, bewildering as the firmament's careless jewelry. Death, I have welcomed you to the rooms where plague has lain, when the struggle is past, and lit the candles, and blessed the ash. Death, you have taken my friends, and dwell with my friends. You are the human wage. Death, I am tired of you. 6. Dartmouth Women's Prison, 1992. Emily, delirium's your province. You dwell feverish in prison, voiceless to plead your need before the agencies of government, who cannot hear the buildings falling and oil exploding, only people walking and talking, cannon soft as velvet from parishes that do not know you are burning up, that seasons have rippled like a beast the grasses beyond the prison. They cannot hear the strummed harp of the nerves, black trees swaying winter, cannot know your child is lost to you, the human wage that's paid and paid. Once we were 2 girls, setting out towards that city of endless searing night, the route taking on the intricacy, the fumes and bafflements of a life a woman might dream, turning feverish in her prison bunk. Probation violation. When broke and sick, no way home from the clinic, the detective going, "Ride with me, just talk, that's all I want." $20, and him crowing, "We just love to run you little sluts in." M. If I could reach you through the dust notes spinning, infernoed dreams, I would dwell in the moon's cool glistering, your cell, the rough cloth, the reflection of your face given back in the steel basin's water, in the smooth moan of women loving women, a cacophony of needs. I am there with you, lost in the chaos of numbers, that nattering PA buzz, in the guards' trolling clank and threat-echoing walls so eloquent with all the high-frequency sizzle of anguish they've absorbed. Emily, I will bless your child, will hold for you the bitter sponge, would give you staff and orb, a firmament radiant and free. But these are phantoms, lies. I cannot follow where you are. On my street the psychic's crystal globe whirls pasts, futures, but where you are is timeless. Pain has an element of blank. It cannot recollect where it began, or if there were a time when it was not. It has no future but itself. Off the lake, a toothed wind keens, and it's just me here, the one who's left. Just me helpless to change anything caught in this ellipsis between traffic, this fleet human delay. All around, the wind singing like a mechanical ballerina a girl might hold in her hand, the one that watched your childhood bed, porcelain upturned gaze, stiff tutu, dust in the folds of that spindly, piercing music, sounding of voices winged over water, becoming water and gone. 7. A style of prayer. There is a prayer that goes, Lord, I am powerless over these carnivorous streets, the fabulous breakage, the world's ceaseless perpetuum mobile, like some Renaissance design, lovely and useless, to harness the forces of weather, the planet's dizzy spin, this plague. A prayer that asks, where in the hour's dark moil is mercy? Ain't no ladders tumbling down from heaven, for what heaven we had we made. An embassy of ashes and dust. Where was safety? Home. Is this love, staff, orb and firmament? Parallel worlds, worlds within worlds, chutes and trap-doors in the mind. Sisters and brothers, the same things going down all over town, town after town. There is a prayer that goes, Lord, we are responsible. Harrow us through the waves, the runnels and lace that pound, comb, reduce us so we may be vessels for these stories. Oh, the dazzling men torn one from the other, these women taken, these motherless children. Perhaps there's no one to fashion such new grace, the world hurtling its blind proposition through space, and prayer's merely a style of waiting beyond the hour of lead. Remembered, if outlived, as freezing persons recollect the snow. First chill, then stupor, then the letting go. But oh, let Emily become anything but the harp she is, too human, to shiver grievous such racked and torn discord. Let her be the foam driven before the wind over the lakes, over the seas, the powdery glow floating the street with evening. Saffron, rose, sienna bricks, matte gold, to be the good steam, clanking pipes. That warm music glazing the panes, each fugitive moment the heaven we choose to make. Nominated by David Baker, Suzanne Gardner, Marilyn Hacker, James Harms, David Jous, Lou Matthews, Liesl Mueller, David Wojan, Paul Zimmer. The Big Ear, fiction by Robin Hemley, from Willow Springs. The big ear, nearly as large as Peter, and brightly colored, stands out wherever he takes it, but no one really knows what it is, unless they ask. Peter practices withering looks on the people who ask, especially if they're kids. With the seriousness of purpose and steadiness of a Civil War photographer, he stands beside his big ear on its black tripod. He pretends to make fine calibrations on the plastic orange cone, bending into it and tapping it with a finger. Most people never get close enough to bother him with questions. That is one of the wonderful things about the big ear. It is a powerful device. You can set it up almost as far away from people as you like, 200 yards, and it still picks up what they're doing. It can listen through windows. It can penetrate plaster walls. A golf course surrounds the lake. The groundskeepers supposedly use mercury to treat the greens. The mercury leaks down the hill to the lake, where the fish ingest it, so you're not supposed to eat fish any more from here. Before he found out about the mercury poisoning, fishing was Peter's favorite activity. A few weeks ago he caught 15 catfish off the dock, and gave them to a girl he'd just met who he had a crush on. He hasn't seen her since, but that probably is just coincidence. A couple lie by an inlet on the water's edge. They're positioned behind a nearly rotten log. Peter stands on a hill overlooking them. He feels like a general observing a sleeping enemy camp. He swivels the cone towards the couple. From the distance he can't make out their features. In fact, he has not seen the woman at all. The man's face bobs above the log, and sometimes he reaches out and grabs at a slender branch rising from the top of the log. Dry rattle, then a crumbling sound as he strips the branch of its dead leaves. "You've got to call Catherine," the man says. A duck calls. The water laps steadily. There is a smacking noise like chewing gum. From somewhere Peter picks up the sounds of Magic 98. "Back-to-back good-time oldies," a cheerful man says, then drowns. Something metal-sounding snaps. "Her dog's dying," says a woman's voice. The couple burst out laughing. There's a scrabbling sound, twigs breaking, bodies repositioning themselves. "Oh, God," says the woman, breathless. "That's not what I meant." "What did you mean?" says the man. A match flares up, and then a long in-suck of breath. "Now come here. I didn't mean that." "No, wait. Later." "What later?" "Are you going to salad control tonight?" That's what it sounds like. Salad control. Sometimes Peter can't make out words too clearly. Maybe the man meant salad control. Maybe he didn't. If there's one thing Peter's learned since his mother bought him the big ear for his birthday, it's that people speak in code. You could have all the big ears in the world lined up, and still you wouldn't be able to make sense of what people tell each other. He figures there's something people aren't telling him, the clue to the code. Not his teachers, not his mother, not his friends. Whatever it is, he needs to find out soon, before he's too old. It just seems so strange to him. Life, the whole 9 yards. That's his mom's favorite phrase. She uses it most often on the phone when she talks to Guido. At 2 in the morning, 3, when she thinks Peter's asleep. But he always listens. He thinks she calls Guido so late, not only because she wants privacy, but because she wants to wake Guido up. She wants to aggravate him the way he aggravates her. That's love. She's not hard to hear. Her voice bounces through the whole house. "What do I want, Guido? I'll tell you what. The whole 9 yards." "Hey, look at that kid up there," the man says, startling Peter. "What?" The woman sits up, arms folded across her chest. "Where?" "Up there." The man points at Peter. Peter pretends he hasn't heard them. If the man starts towards him, he can run off with his big ear before the man's halfway up the hill. Peter goes to the front of the cone, leans inside, and makes a fine calibration. Then he swivels the cone straight up towards the sun, as though this were his intended target all along. An experiment. Sunspots and their means of communication. When he looks next, the couple is gone, or maybe hiding behind the fallen log. "Did you catch anything?" his mother asks, coming around to the trunk of her Taurus so Peter can stash his gear. Obviously he's not carrying a fishing pole. Clearly he's not carrying fish. But his mother seems to see conversation as useful even when it makes no sense. The obvious can never be overstated. Fishing poles, big ears, they're all the same to her. What matters is that she's talking. He heard the word for it last year in 6th grade when he was studying government. Filibuster. His mother filibusters life. She filibusters words the way Peter's father used to filibuster beer, to fill up the silence in the pit of his stomach. "No, I didn't catch anything, Mom." "Oh, well, maybe next time. We've got to hustle. My class is coming over in 2 hours, and I haven't even bought the booze. How do I look?" Over the last couple of months she's started dressing stranger and stranger, and it's a little embarrassing bringing friends over. Today she's wearing too tight black jeans and a white T-shirt that reads, "Button Your Fly," in bold black letters. Over that she's got 1,000 tons of Mexican silver bangles. "Shouldn't you wear something a little more conservative to teach in?" Peter says. His mother smiles as though Peter's given her a compliment, and says, "They hate me here anyway, so just answer the question. Do I look all right? By the way, I've got to go to Atlanta next week." Peter doesn't say anything, but gets into the car beside her. She gives him a fleeting look of guilt, tears at a fingernail. "Oh, damn," she says when she sees it's bleeding. "I've got to," she says. "This is the last time, I promise. We're going to try to figure out a way to patch things up. If not, that's it. Fini. A bientôt." His mom is always trying to patch things up with her boyfriend, if you want to call him that, Guido. Eunuch is how she refers to him when things aren't working between them, which is always. "You're going to need a pretty big patch, Mom," Peter tells her. She laughs and shakes her head. "Don't I know it, kiddo?" "Who's the lucky gal this time, Mom?" Every time she goes, she leaves him with a different student. "Oh, you mean the babysitter?" Peter cringes at the word. "You'll meet her tonight. Just your type." That evening 12 women sit in the living room, nodding like dashboard figurines to the choppy rhythms of each other's poetry. Peter's mom likes him to sit in on her classes, so "you won't grow up to be another prick." She doesn't say it, but she could just as well add, "like your father." She says her classes are political with a small p, never a large P. Usually Peter reads X-Men or Spider-Man during his mom's classes, but she never seems to notice. Just as long as he absorbs the ambiance. She says the word ambiance with a slight French accent. Instead of a comic book, Peter flips through his mail-order gag catalog tonight. This is where he purchased the big ear. While he half listens to the student poetry, he checks off the items he'd like to own. Joy buzzers, itching powder, fake vomit. There's also a large group of things that squirt. Peter already owns a squirting toilet seat, but would like to add to his repertoire. Of course, the famous squirting flower is in the catalog, but who wants something as obvious as a fake flower? There are plenty of other squirting things. A transistor radio, a diamond ring, a chocolate bar. The squirting products all have the same type of illustration. They show someone innocently bending down to take a peek at a friend's diamond ring, or a bite of a generously offered chocolate bar, or to listen to the latest song on a top 40 station. The results are similar. A jet of water from the diamond ring blows out the offending eye. A flood shoots through the ears of the rock fan. A geyser chokes the chocolate lover. And in each picture, at a safe distance from the mayhem, stands a little cartoon guy with a big head and electrocuted hair, grasping himself around the waist, bent over with his knees locked together. "Ha, ha, ha," is written in bold black letters all around the ad, and in smaller letters are the words, "Thousands of gags for incredibly low prices." To own all those gags, that would be the whole 9 yards. Tonight, one woman reads a poem about shopping for boyfriends at the Winn-Dixie. Some of her boyfriends she describes as canned vegetables, condensed green giants who give her botulism. Her old boyfriends are stretched out in the frozen food case, lewd smiles on their faces. The guy she's dating now is in the fresh meat section, a butt steak. Everyone laughs at this part except for Peter. How did they get in the frozen food section in the first place? He wants to know. Were they murdered? The next woman speaks so softly everyone has to bend close to hear her poem. She has a lilt to her voice and an accent, like Georgia or some place like that. Strikebreaker. Your body, tied to routine like a turbine, your private industrial age a cotton gin rake's seed. Blind workers strive for a world the bosses would never know or approve of, a new light, lighter than air machine, engineering nearly bloodless revolutions. Still, I'm lucky knowing, at least, the factory in which I work. I agitate, pass out leaflets, never knowing the real conditions or understanding your demands. Peter listens quietly throughout the poem and looks around to see the others' reactions. Almost everyone looks bewildered, except for his mother. She has her hands in front of her face, as though she's praying. The rest of the class looks down at their laps or up at the ceiling. A woman next to Peter picks the shag carpet. He glares at her until she looks up and stops. Peter looks at the woman who read the poem. She has her head tilted slightly. She looks like she cares a lot what's going to be said. No one speaks for a second when the poem is finished, but then there's a yelp from the bathroom. Peter looks around to see if anyone else has noticed, but they're still thinking about the poem. The bathroom door opens, and the woman who was in there sits down on the living room floor again. She looks a little pale, but other than that, acts like nothing unusual has happened to her. As everyone starts talking about the poem, Peter gets up quietly and goes to the bathroom to check on his gag. When he lifts the toilet seat, the little red bulb with an eyedropper attached isn't there anymore. He checks around and finds it at the bottom of the wastebasket. Peter picks up the bulb and dries it off with some toilet paper. He unscrews the eyedropper from the bulb and runs some water. When the water gets cold enough, he places the bulb under the tap. Then he screws the top on again and places it under the toilet seat with the eyedropper pointing up. Peter has nothing against his mother's students. In fact, he likes most of them. He would like to talk to them, but he's shy. He presses the toilet seat gently, and a thin stream of water shoots up. Good. Hair-trigger action. The illustration in the catalog for this device shows a man with his pants around his knees, tumbling through the air on top of a fountain that shoots up from the toilet. The little insane man laughs in the background, but not so much as in the other illustrations. This time he's just snickering. He looks a little shy, too. After all, he's in the bathroom watching someone on the toilet. The next poem is about cutting off some guy's dick and wearing it around the poet's neck. The woman reading this poem is the woman who got squirted with Peter's gag toilet seat. The woman whispers the poem, and her hands shake as she reads. She glares at Peter. She fingers her collar as though the dick is dangling there. She looks like a nun working rosaries. She looks like she's praying. She looks like someone about to be sacrificed to some ancient god. Peter's mother is staring down at the carpet, shaking her head, rolling her eyes. Peter wants to cover his ears because the poem is so stupid. He sits in a corner against the wall, hugging his knees. The poet mentions God, sort of. The poem ends with her stamping a foot 3 times, like a horse, slowly, and saying the word, "Goddess." When it's over, half the students clap, and Peter's mother exhales. "Phew," she says after a moment's silence. "I need a cigarette." At break, they all go out on the porch. This is where his mother has set up a pony keg for her students and a mountain of Dixie cups. Peter joins his mother out there. He could have a beer if he wanted. His mother doesn't want him to think drinking's a big deal. But he doesn't want to drink tonight. He wants to watch his mother smoke. His mother always steps out on the porch for her smoke. Even though it's her house, she's considerate of other people's feelings about smoking, and so she smokes outside when people visit. Consideration, she's told Peter, means that you want what's best for other people, not only yourself. Peter wonders why, then, she doesn't quit smoking, knowing that he hates it. She's talking to the student who read the poem about the strikebreaker, and Peter stands around listening as though he's interested, but he's really waiting for her to light up. They start talking and giggling about the poem with the dangling dick. Their voices are low, and they stomp their feet. Peter's mother is almost breathless with laughter. "Oh, no, not circumcision!" she yells in a stage whisper, clutching her side and holding on to her student for balance. Peter doesn't understand everything they're talking about. He never does when his mother talks in this language. This is the language she uses with her favorite students. It is a language of raised eyebrows and short laughter, of people and places that Peter doesn't know. It is a language she speaks with confidence. It is the language of absorbing the ambiance. Then there is the language of Guido, full of sighs and complaints and accusations. Peter understands neither language. They seem spoken by two completely different people. Sometimes he thinks his mother is two people, and that neither would like the other if they ever met. "Don't you want a cigarette, Mom?" Peter says, interrupting them. "Break's almost over." The student and his mother turn to him at the same time. His mother smiles and says, "Is it? Well, we can take a few extra minutes. This is Nan, Peter. She's going to be babysitting for you when I go to Atlanta." "I wouldn't call him a baby," Nan says. "He'll always be my baby," says his mom, trying to give him a squeeze, but he squirms out of her reach. "Cool poem," Peter tells Nan, bobbing his head and not looking at her. "You liked it?" Peter has exhausted his literature discussion capabilities. He said it was cool, but she seems to want him to say more. "I raised him to be sensitive," says his mother, brushing back some hair from his eyes, too late for him to duck. "Mom, break's almost up," Peter says. Nan looks at him and then at his mother. Is he always this conscientious? "Always," says his mother, smiling. Nan shakes her head wistfully. "I wish you were 10 years older," she tells Peter. "If I believed in marriage, I'd wait till you were about 30. I can't wait to see what you'll be like then." He wonders if she's kidding. She looks serious. "I'm too fickle," he says. His mother uses that word when she talks about Guido. Now she loves it, and so does Nan. They both crack up. Then Nan says, "Me too. We were made for each other." But he thinks she's just kidding. His mother finally takes out her pack of cigarettes and withdraws one. Peter's not sure if it contains the load, but he made sure that one was sticking up farther than the rest when he replaced it in the pack. "Mind if I mooch one from you?" Nan asks. "It's not good for you," Peter says. "What?" his mother says. "It's not good for her, but it's fine for me." "You're hopeless," Peter says. "Thanks," says his mom. "Me too," says Nan, reaching for a cigarette. "I'm hopeless and I'm fickle. I sure am learning a lot about myself tonight. I can't wait to house sit. This should be an enlightening experience. And you're out in the country, too. I love the country." Nan blows out smoke from her nose and then inhales fresh air. "I wouldn't call it country," says Peter's mom. "It used to be country, back when Joel and I first moved here. All that's left from those days is the well out back." She launches into an extended history of the subdivision, gesturing over the rail into the dark. Peter listens to everything else around him, the trickle and murmur of conversation from the dozen people crowding the porch, the slopping of drinks, the clean sound of the glass door as it slides open, the pumping of the keg which seems to pump sounds from the night as well, crickets and a breeze and the rush of the highway a mile off. The pop seems to come from Nan's finger, and all three of them startle. Nan's sleeve is on fire. He just stares at it. This wasn't supposed to happen. Nan stares at her burning sleeve, too, as though it's something she's imagined. One of his mother's other students stumbles over from the keg and douses Nan's sleeve with beer. Then, without a word, she works her way back to the keg and stands in line for more. "I'm sorry," Peter says, and he is. He meant to blow up his mother, not Nan. "I'm so embarrassed," his mother says. "That's all right, really," says Nan, but he can tell she's upset. This has probably ruined his chances with her. "Why can't I keep violence out of the picture? Where does he get this from? TV? His genes?" She seems not to be talking to Nan, or anyone else in particular. She's gesturing over the railing, as though filibustering the entire subdivision, or a multitude, like the Pope in St. Peter's Square. Peter's mother has been gone nearly all week, and she's only called him once, to tell him she arrived safely. She must be having fun, but Peter doesn't care. He's having fun, too. Nan hasn't held a grudge against him, not like some of the students his mother's left him with before. They all held grudges against him, or seemed to, not for anything he actually did or didn't do. He never set any of them on fire. Still, they held a general grudge, like he was some ailing house-plant or ancient cat, beyond concern or repair. Most of them couldn't even keep the houseplants alive. He stayed away from these students, skulking in the background, blowing up plastic soldiers with black cat firecrackers in the backyard. Nan's different. For one thing, she's funny. She's taught him the word indubitably. He has no idea what it means, but he loves the sound of it. Indubitably, she says in a British accent, and he cracks up. With Nan, he listens to sounds closer to home. One night, Peter sets up the big ear outside her bedroom and listens to her breathe. The phone rings and Peter freezes. Nan emerges from the bedroom, rubbing her eyes. She jumps when she sees the big orange cone in front of the door. "My God," she says, hand over her heart. "What the hell is that?" "My big ear." "Your what?" "Sometimes I can pick up radio stations late at night," Peter says, looking at the floor. "Kind of like a satellite dish?" she says. Peter runs for the phone so he won't have to explain any more. "Peter," his mother says, breathless, "I'm in love. I met someone in the airport. His name is Antoine." "What about Guido?" "Look, I'm staying another week. Antoine has got to go back to France, and I just can't bear the thought of being separated from him before then." "What about me?" he wants to say, but instead says, "What about Guido?" "Look, are you getting along with Nan? Do you like each other?" "A lot. She says she's going to marry me when I'm 30. See, I told you she was your type." "What about Guido?" "Why this sudden interest in Guido? I thought you hated Guido. Anyway, Guido's not giving me what I need, you know, the whole 9 yards. With Antoine, at least I get 9 yards for 2 weeks. "I don't get it," he says. It's true he hates Guido, but his mother can be awfully tricky. He wants to be sure she's finally gotten over him this time. "You'll get it when you're older. I know it doesn't make sense, honey, but one thing you've got to understand sooner or later is that no one knows anyone else's expectations. If we knew each other's expectations, there would be no need for secrets. There'd be nothing to hide, and people always have something to hide. Guido had his expectations, and I had mine, and that's why I've been messed up for so long. That's over, I promise, honey. No more traveling. I have no idea at all what I want now, and I don't expect anything from anyone, and I've never been happier. It's crazy, but the world's crazy. It's harmless, so don't worry about me." Peter hasn't thought about worrying until that moment, but he is worried about her. When she gets in a mood like this, she can convince herself to do anything. When she returns, he knows, she'll be so down he'll have to scrape her off the floor. She's met this Antoine before, though his name was Robert last time and Clark before that. She'll come back to Guido, and she'll laugh and cry at the same time, and say, "God, how could I be so stupid? How could I fall for Antoine's tricks?" Most afternoons, Peter sets up his big ear in the front yard of his house and points the device down the road. Peter doesn't always know what he wants to listen for. Sometimes it reassures him when he doesn't hear anything. Nan spends half her days out back, practicing her taekwondo, the house between them. At night they sit up in his mother's room, where Nan is sleeping. They sit cross-legged on the bed, and she sings for him. Ancient folk songs about lonesome murderers. For someone who's so small, her voice is deep and rich, and suited to songs of backwood hollows and the hangings of innocent and guilty men. He never asked Nan to sing, and she didn't really offer. It just happened the first night after dinner. After that first night, they were friends. She doesn't only sing, but she talks to him, too. She tells him things about her life that no stranger has ever told him, not even his mother. She tells him about a trip last year to Europe with a man named Phil, and how they argued, and how he left her in the middle of this bridge with no money and no way to get home. "What did you do?" "I managed." "How could he do that?" Peter asks. He imagines a giant white bridge with pillars topped by lions' heads, Nan standing in the middle of the deserted bridge, and a bent figure in a trench coat hurrying away. Peter remembers the day his father left them. They were in the kitchen. Peter's mother said he was threatened by women, and his father laughed. "You know it goes both ways," he said. "Yes, it does," she answered calmly. "I'm not denying that. It's natural to feel threatened. Why shouldn't we feel threatened? That's the only thing we're experts at, inspiring fear and weathering it." "I'm not afraid of you," he'd said. "You're not listening," she said calmly, her arms folded, but Peter could see she was trembling. "The fuck," he said. Peter takes out a pack of Wrigley's gum from his pocket, but if you look closely at the wrapping, you notice that it doesn't really say Wrigley's, but Wriggles. So Peter always feels justified when he offers people this gum. If they're paying attention, they'll notice the fake name and won't fall for the trick, a mouse-trap that snaps on your finger when you pull the stick of gum from the pack. He thinks of the last person he offered the gum to, a girl named Susan McNamara. Susan wanted to go steady with him a few months back, and he agreed, but he didn't know what he was getting into. One day she led him down to a gully near her house, to a hollowed-out log where she said she used to sit and think. She told him she had a surprise for him, and then kissed him. "Ow," Peter said. Susan pulled back. "Ow? Why'd you say ow?" "I don't know," he said, feeling ashamed. "I thought you were going to do something to me." "Peter Costello, you're not supposed to say ow when a woman kisses you." "Okay," he said, and closed his eyes and puckered his lips. But she didn't feel like kissing him now. That's when he offered her the gum. "Phil sounds mean," Peter tells Nan. Nan looks up at the ceiling and says, "I never thought of Phil as mean when I was with him. He didn't do anything outwardly cruel. But it was inside of him all the time. To this day he probably gets a kick out of it, thinks it proved something that he was able to abandon me like that. If I ever see him again... All my life I've been involved with murderers. Part of the attraction of the relationship was the pain, but I really think that's the last time I'm going to let that happen. That's why I'm taking Taekwondo, not so much for the self-defense, but for the confidence. I was taking Judo. Judo teaches you to use the attacker's own force against him, but you know what? It doesn't work. We've been going that route much too long. I'm never going to put myself in that position again. You know that Billie Holiday song, God Bless the Child That's Got His Own?" Peter shakes his head no, entranced. "Do you want to hear it?" She starts to sing, but she stops and looks at him seriously. "You're not going to be that way, are you? You wouldn't leave anyone stranded in the middle of a bridge." "Not you," Peter answers. She narrows her eyes and says, "Not anyone." "Okay," Peter says. "Promise?" Peter nods. Nan bends over and kisses Peter's forehead, strands of her hair tickling his face. He doesn't understand how someone could hate her as much as Phil must have. He imagines himself and Nan together when he's 30, watching TV, picking up nonsense on the big ear. "I like this," Nan says. "Me too. Men should stay 12, don't you think?" "Indubitably," Peter says. "Come to think of it," she says, but doesn't finish the thought. "Oh, you have gum?" she says, reaching for it. "It's my last piece," he says. "I'm saving it." Peter puts the gum back in his pocket. He knows how selfish that sounds. He'd like Nan to read his mind, to know she doesn't really want this fake gum. She smiles and touches his leg and says miraculously, "That's fine. I don't need it." Peter hears the telephone ringing. It's his mother. He knows her ring, and he knows what she's going to say before she says it, that things with Antoine didn't work out, that she misses Guido, that she's returning home early. Peter looks at Nan, and she looks at him, and for some reason they both burst out laughing. He wishes that it could always be like this, that he could relay and receive telepathic messages, speak different languages, that distance didn't matter, that every nerve in his body was attuned to the slightest sounds. Nominated by Josip Novakovich, Willow Springs. Theng, fiction by Susan Onthank Mates, from Tri-Quarterly. The night Theng Kawang, once a student of literature, arrived in Providence, the moon split in half and ate itself behind a passing veil of clouds. His younger brother, Luan, who had lobbied and bribed unremittingly for 5 years to get Theng out of Cambodia, then Thailand, then the Philippines, went to bed, finally, at 2 a.m, because he had to work at 6. Luan lay quietly on top of the blankets, next to his wife Sokunte, and passed abruptly into sleep. He dreamt of empty sky, of Theng's gaunt, middle-aged face, of their dead parents, their dead sisters, and of his own life, as irrevocably changed as if he had died himself. It was his first dream in months. Theng sat on the bare floor of the children's room, smoking a cigarette. The floor was hardwood, the house a solid tenement built for the Irish, but lived in mostly by Italians. Savone, the 4-year-old, and 6-year-old Chan stared at Theng as he whispered answers to their questions. "I am your father's older brother," he told them. "I lived for 5 years in Khao Dang camp. I was born in Battambang like your father." He talked to the children in matter-of-fact Khmer, but his words flew by them like pelicans lifting off the great Lake Tonle Sap. "What is starving?" asked Savone. "What is escape? Why aren't you married?" "Shut up," said 9-year-old Mock. But he listened like the others when Theng ignored him and explained. And so the names Sisapon, Aranya Pratet, Piopet, and the idea of bachelorhood seeped into the house with the smell of cigarette smoke. Where there had been no photos, no mementos, no heirlooms, no people attached to the words grandfather, aunt, cousin, now there was Theng. Not that there weren't signals before, omens of memory spelled out in the children's stomach aches at school, in the way Sokunte, home drunk from the factory in the late afternoons, would curl like a baby on the living-room floor, in Luan's sudden pain when, supervising plastic tubing operators and surreptitiously studying for his night class in accounting, he glanced out the dusty windows to see a plane overhead, because he had been about to make fighter pilot all those years ago. But now there was Theng, come like a premonition into their lives. At the refugee resettlement office, the worker was unimpressed when Luan pushed Theng forward. "This is my brother," Luan said. "He speaks 5 languages. He taught university in Cambodia. A good translator." Outside, Theng said, "No, I can't." But Luan, the younger son, the one who hadn't been sent to college and had paid $10,000 and promised to keep Theng off of welfare, said, "You will remember." They went to Indo-Chinese Social Services, where Luan was known, because he worked in the Khmer Community Council, and his wife, too, with her problem, but still there was no job. They went to all the hospitals, the courts, the welfare offices. Once, Luan's old Toyota stopped without warning, and they had to walk home through a snow squall, the first Theng had ever seen. That weekend, Luan took Theng to his church and found an overcoat for him in the box of clothes downstairs in the Sunday school. "I've become Christian," he said, and when Theng shrugged his shoulders, Luan added, "You go by yourself now. I can't take any more time from work." By spring, Theng was translating for the psychiatric social workers who worked outreach for state mental health. He was hired by Refugee Health, but funding was short, so one of them would say, "Hey, Theng, you do French?" And there would be a Haitian family, a woman from Cameroon, French-Canadians from Woonsocket, just north of Providence. The first time Theng tried French, the words stalled and faded in his mouth, and even the aide asked if there was something wrong. Theng shook his head. But when he got home, he told the boy Mok about the wide and gracious boulevards of Phnom Penh and the sudden rains that stirred the dust of the sidewalks into clouds. Most of the time, though, Theng translated for Southeast Asian refugees. Usually there was a swift and resonant exchange in Khmer, but with the more recent Cambodian immigrants he spoke slowly, repeating sentences and raising his voice. "Peasants," he told the staff. "Look at them. Let their kids do anything. Mountain garbage. Khmer Rouge." He pointed out their darker skin, their bare feet, the girls' teased hair. But he made passes at the women, and sometimes when he drove the van from the community center to the clinic, he would arrive a half-hour late, with only one giggling passenger. The staff ignored it because he was a good translator, even with the Vietnamese and the Hmong, a mountain tribe so stubborn and far from Western medicine that they still died of treatable diseases and demon curses, even in Providence. Their language was difficult, and though Theng pretended to translate, he really spoke to them in signs. The social workers laughed because they could do better themselves. One day the district supervisor stormed in, shut himself in a room with Theng, and shouted so the whole clinic could hear, "Don't ever date patients! Don't ever take women in the van by themselves! Don't ever fool around on clinic time!" And the outreach workers said to each other, "We should have said something. We should have stopped it sooner." Through all of this, there was the unrelenting work, the stories, 4 clients an hour, all day. They shot my parents in front of me. My children starved. I was tortured here and here. Look at the scar on my shoulder. My son is blind from a landmine in the forest near the border. Oh, my husband, he's been that way since he came out of the army. No, I can't have babies. They took out that part. An operation in the Thailand camp. I would have died otherwise. Sometimes Theng would say, "This one really has trouble," or "This one just trying for welfare." The clinic staff rushed, complained, joked, drank coffee, and always felt guilty that they didn't stop and weep. But Theng never faltered. When the police found the apartment empty, one August afternoon, after Chan rode his bike into a car and broke an arm, the children said, "Uncle Theng?" So they called the clinic. The Department of Children and Families caseworker came that weekend, and Sokunte made tea. Luon pulled a chair out from the kitchen, so the woman sat like a queen over them as they squatted on the mat on the floor. They held a cup of sweetened tea up to her, and didn't tell her how Sokunte had been fired for not coming to work, how she was gone for hours from the house and no one knew where, how she began setting an extra place at the table for the baby, when the only baby in the family was the one who died before Luon went back over the border to get her. "I am president of the community council and deacon in the church," said Luon. "My brother is translator for mental health. He used to be a teacher in Cambodia." The caseworker, a fair-skinned young woman, 3rd-generation Irish, told them severely that someone had to be home to care for the children, or they would be taken away. After she left, Luon told Theng he'd seen him on Broad Street hiring a girl, and if he wouldn't stop, to get out of his house. Theng laughed and lit a cigarette. In September, Mok was put in the highest track at school, while a note came home concerning Chan, that he was dreaming in 1st grade. Savone went to scholarship kindergarten in a private school on the east side, where she made Play-Doh flowers and beasts in fantastic shapes and colors. After school, the children walked a mile from where the bus let them off, to the clinic, because Sokunte was working again, a jewelry factory out in Pawtucket, 3 to 11. Theng put the children in a back room behind the interview cubicles and told them to do their homework. The clinic knew about his sister-in-law from community services, and besides, the children were always well behaved. Sometimes, when it was raining and no one came, Theng would stand over Mok and touch his books, fingering the paper, slowly reading the text. Once Mok was reading an English assignment and said suddenly, "Listen, Uncle, isn't it beautiful?" Theng laughed. The boy turned to look at Theng and saw himself reflected in the pool of his uncle's eyes, in the groove of his cheeks, in the sliver of straight black hair that fell across his forehead. Luon grew busier and busier with the community council and the church. He drove the elderly to hospital appointments. He sued a landlord on behalf of Cambodian tenants, and still he worked and went to school. "Get on with your lives," he told his people. "Live for the next generation. Try to do good." And because the past had welled up in him like a tidal wave, he told his own story over and over. "Look what I overcame," he would say. "No one had it worse than me. Tortured by the communists, escaped to Thailand, all my friends shot, then arrested by the Thai soldiers. Me, they thought I was Khmer Rouge. Blindfolded, thrown off the truck into the prison yard like a sack of rice. Escaped out of the prison, back across the border for my wife and baby. How could it be worse?" To his wife he said, "You must get over this. Pull yourself together." But in the middle of the night he awoke and watched the moon over the neighbor's roof change from full to half to crescent to fingernail thin, and wept. In October, Sokunte drove the Toyota into a side rail on the Newport Bridge and killed herself. A brittle sheet of ice lay across all of Providence that winter. It was a kind of cold that never seized Cambodia. Words froze coming out of Theng's mouth, and Luon, although he'd been in the U.S. longer, stopped moving entirely. Sitting across the kitchen table from each other, each brother knew, without looking, the way the veins stood out on the other's hands, the way the other's legs crossed narrowly together, the way the eyelashes of each passed, slatted, across their wide-set eyes. At the clinic, patients slipped and fell coming in the door. The secretary posted a sign, "Watch your step," and so they watched, helplessly, as they fell anyway. The staff had come to Sokunte's funeral out of respect for Theng. On the way out of the church, one young woman bundled her coat close and said to Theng, her breath clouding her glasses, "What can we do? We aren't sure in your culture." And Theng, standing outside in his shirt-sleeves, unaware of the cold, had turned to her, bewildered. "No," he said, "we are no different." Luon gave up night classes and church and stayed home with Chan and Savon, who would have no one else. He fed them sweetened tea and ice, coconut soup, and spoke to them only in Khmer. "Come on, my sweetlings, my little snakes, my fish," he sang to them until they fell into the bottomless sleep of childhood. But it was Theng who visited the school on behalf of Mok, in whom grief had taken the form of insatiable studiousness. "Look," the boy said, "the heart is a muscle that moves blood through the body like a pump. It is divided into 4 chambers called auricles and ventricles. Archaeologists are people who dig for things from the past. They found tablets about ancient kingdoms in the upper Mesopotamia area, which is today northeastern Syria." "Maybe a psychiatrist," said the teacher. "Maybe if he could talk about his loss." "Maybe," said Theng, and left. To Mok he said, "Tell me what blood is made of. Tell me where is Syria." At the clinic, there wasn't time for mourning. A Guatemalan threatened to kill his family. A Liberian woman saw flashing messages in the sky. Some swamp Yankees from southeastern Rhode Island brought in their sister, who set the house on fire. And through all of this Theng talked and translated and explained Cambodians. "The Khmer Rouge came. I starved. My children died. My parents. We escaped across the border. Which camp?" "Kaui Dang. Aranya Pratet. When did they transfer you to the Philippines? How do you pay the rent? Go to Indo-Chinese Social Services?" Sometimes Theng left in the middle of an interview and stood outside, smoking a cigarette. By November, he would come to work late, smelling of sweat and cheap perfume. When they asked him at work what was wrong, he said nothing. But once he tried to explain anyhow, too many words. He came home late, sometimes not at all. "If you want to go out, why don't you go to night school?" said Luon, "instead of whoring." Then the brothers stopped talking to each other. One night after midnight, Theng rang the doorbell and leaned against the porch, bruised, his clothes ripped, his wallet and keys gone. When Luan answered the door, the two men stood staring at each other until finally Theng looked down. The children rubbed their eyes in the kitchen doorway, watching Luan wash Theng's face and arms. "Go back to bed," said Luan, and they did, unspoken questions gathering like dust in the corners of their room. The next Sunday, Luan started taking the children to church again. "Our Father," they prayed, "who art in heaven, please give us back our mother." When Christmas came, Theng went to the Salvation Army and bought a couch and chairs for the living room. He carried them up the stairs himself, so it would be a surprise. Savone jumped on the cushions until Luan stopped her, but even he laughed and thanked his brother. "Theng," he started, and suddenly he remembered Theng's apartment in Phnom Penh, with its elegant European furniture and rows of books. Luan had been there only once, because it was a long trip, and he had been a very junior pilot. "Come," said Theng, "let's take a walk." So they walked down Smith Street together, past the pink and yellow double-deckers, past the 7-Eleven, past the fluorescent glow of the laundromat. "Do you remember," said Luan, "the smell of our father's pipe?" "Yes," said Theng. "And do you remember the new rice, how green it is?" "Yes," said Theng, looking down at the sidewalk where the ice had melted during the day and frozen again when the sun went down. "Theng," cried Luan suddenly, "why don't I die too? Why me?" "I don't know," said Theng. After that they walked in silence. The next day, when Theng got home from work, Mok was waiting. "Uncle," he said as they walked into the apartment, "what is the cerebellum? What makes metal rust? Can I become an archaeologist?" Theng put water on the stove for tea. "You ask too many questions," he said. "But you're a teacher," said Mok. "No," said Theng, putting out the cups. "I am not the person who was a teacher. That person is dead." "My mother is dead," said Mok. Theng took tea bags from the cabinet over the sink and arranged them carefully in the cups. "Yes," he said, then paused for a moment, because he was remembering something he had forgotten. "À la recherche," he remembered, the silent wing spread of cormorants. Wild ducks flash brilliant orange, green, and red in and out of the water's edge, snapping at beetles on the surface of the lake. Egrets pick their way through a bristle of water-grass, the rattle of cranes in warm evening air. Houses rise up from the water on wooden pilings. A young boy, lying on the floor of a house, drops rice through the cracks and watches the fish swarm up like jewels. The boy, grown to a young man, wears leather sandals in the university library. The smell of books. Du temps perdu, he thought, and the memory of thinking in that way rushed through him. His hand shook as he picked up the kettle, and he recognized the prominent knuckles, the fingers, thin and jointed like stalks of bamboo, the faint crescents rising at the base of the nails. It was the hand of that younger man. "Yes," he repeated, and then he poured the tea. Nominated by Tri-Quarterly and Norman Lavers. Exodus, by Robin Selman, from the Paris Review. Open your eyes, O beloved homeland, and behold your son, Sancho Panza, returning to you. If he does not come back very rich, he comes well flogged. Open your arms and receive also your other son, Don Quixote, who returns vanquished by the arm of another, but a victor over himself, and this, so I have been told, is the greatest victory that could be desired. Cervantes. 1. And so I went forth, exhilarated, in uniform, worn through jeans, muscle tees, stripped of bras and ancestral history. Since I had nothing real to take along, I took along a fig-shaped stone, a bag of gold buds, a resin-stained bong, hash oil, in which papers were coated, and 2 tabs of 4-way blotter acid. Lactose-laced cocaine, cut to average, a 5th of scotch, which was a parting gift, a poncho, a guitar, feminist sheet music, and Court and Spark, which I'd tape-recorded. With all this, I'd find someone of my own. An ill-equipped bride-to-be, I left home. 2. The old man waves to me through iron bars on his window, and I wave back at him. 10 years back, at a spring semester end, I went to Greece with 3 other women. Joanne, whom I called Joey, my lover then, was the only woman I knew who'd speak the word proudly. She worked and was older, and didn't do drugs like I did, or bars. She even looked what I thought was the part, hair close-cropped, the top in a boyish mop. We met in a club called The Other Side, then fell in side by side later that night, on a futon with psychedelic sheets that lay in an attic under beamed eaves. 3. An ill-equipped bride-to-be, I left home. The coke I'd flown with in my underwear had melted into a yellowish loam. Cheryl, who'd once caused a fire somewhere, drying her wet shirt in a microwave, suggested that we lay the gluey high on the warm radiator to try to save what stash we could, and I agreed to try. Moments later, the flakes began to fly down to the floor like mocking stalactites. My new roommate looked on, removed, dry-eyed. She was a grad architecture student, with prefab plans for life in blueprints. I befriended Mike with the good hash pipe. 4. We lay in an attic under beamed eaves, then headed to New York from Washington. My new lover, whom I didn't discover for weeks, was depressed and addicted, for real, to caffeine and cigarettes, piloted a Buick big as a hearse. And when the speed she was sipping kicked in, the car did 90. I waited for sirens. We were rushing to a conference on women. Millett, Morgan, Griffin, Rich, and Steinem. I asked a woman who wasn't Millett for her autograph. Mistaken, somewhat humbler, I returned to Joey in the stands. They called the next panel New Lesbians. 5. I befriended Mike with the good hash pipe and a constant yen for bourbon on ice. I stayed straight, a consequence of having no clue how I'd get that other kind of date. I wore lavender tops, ankhs, stopped shaving, carried code books face out, though my arms ached, hoped she'd recognize Lesbian Nation, Millett's Flying, poems by Susan Griffin. As I grew needy, the book chimney grew. Finally, I turned back to what I knew. The last of the coke, the dope, me and Mike moved in together with the good hash pipe. He was pretty, but he wasn't a girl. Next came Bob, but before him I had Phil. 6. They called the next panel New Lesbians. I spent the day in the bleachers transfixed. Joey had to walk off her nicotine fit. We went to the ladies' women's room and kissed. We were in love. We weren't saying we were. I wasn't saying that the words I'd heard were having a drug-like effect. Gay pride shot through me, some other blood mixed with mine. The women I'd known didn't call themselves lesbians, but winked across tennis courts in short shorts and gave slaps in locker rooms that took the place psychically of bedrooms. Was that sex or athletics? One panelist asked, "Is sex as much fun with politics?" 7. Next came Bob, but before him I had Phil, who wore overalls with an unlatched bib and an army sweater worn at the wrists. He liked Schumann, Mao, Marx, and Joplin's Pearl. He rarely shaved, he washed infrequently, and spoke with a strong, uncorrected lisp, which made him seem younger than 26. I didn't move in. He broke up with me. Bob was a prize my mom couldn't resist. 6 foot, an accountant-to-be, Jewish, a hard worker. He'd make love, then make coffee. He took me home on the big holidays. On weekends, with his parents, we saw plays. We saw everything except that we were gay. 8. What did sex have to do with politics? Susan, my first, wrestled me to the floor after her 2-set win, 6-1, 6-4. She was privileged, both pretty and rich. Though I wasn't in love with her riches, the idea that she passed was seductive. We escaped the closeted coach's judgment. She was younger, but had already had stacks of lovers, boys, girls, even a divorced mother. Both she and her sister lost their virginity to their older brother. She said it had nothing to do with it. I didn't know what it she meant, or pretended I didn't, as I licked and kissed. 9. We saw everything except that we were gay, or I saw everything except the way around being gay, so I took to bars, Donna Summer and Gloria Gaynor. But I liked the stone butch I met better, who by day flipped hamburgers and at night was a chest-taped male impersonator. Nothing ever happened with her, but I paid the cover charge again and again, though I didn't speak to any new lesbians. For cover, I'd take my closeted friends. We danced shackled together like prisoners. Eleanor, R., Nat, Virginia, or me. One of us had to be the first to lead. 10. I licked and kissed her in a bathroom stall as a line of sisters wound down the hall. Joey's eyes shot against the light green walls. I drank the warm juices in, swallowing sips of her like heroin, swallowing her pride, still unable to summon any of mine. Months after that kiss, she'd scold me in the Acropolis for something I'd never heard of that she loudly termed my goddamn ambivalence. I snapped back that she was too serious, and imagined leaving her for good right there. I didn't. I was too in love and scared, thousands of years up in the chalky air. 11. One of us had to be the first to lead. Eleanor R., Natalie B., Virginia Woolf, Elizabeth R., Elizabeth B., Hedda, and Alla Nazimova, Debbie Reynolds, Gertrude Stein, Amelia, Willa Cather, Cheryl, Whitney Houston, Sylvia Beach, Billie Jean, Martina, Jodie Foster, Marion Dickerman, Lisa, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Leslie Gore and Susan B. Anthony, Bessie, Babe Dietrichson, Val, Anne Murray, Barbara Jordan and lifelong companion, Yourcenar, Colette, Marlena, H.D., the minds I admired, the strong-bodied. 12. Thousands of cheers filled the chalky air in the hot Dalton School gymnasium. Joey sipped cola and chewed aspergum. The speaker railed against the oppression of gay, straight, black, white, Latino women. They called a break. We hit the streets like a gang in our Sisterhood is Powerful buttons. I was firmly a not-quite believer, while Joey's button seemed to protect her. At 60th and Lex, I doubled over. Outside things were different. I could see that people could see, but that didn't seem to bother Joey, whose hand lay on my knee, a gesture I thought was only about me. 13. The minds I admired, the strong-bodied, the women who had started my fire, all in the impregnable closet with me, shackled together, caged by the same wire. I was, at the time, just turning 20, and lacked the mettle to try to unbend thousands of years of history of women, and so, like many women before me, I let other women come out before me. It wasn't that I had a wicked itch, for I had long before gladly scratched it, but I was still afraid of the language. It was in the closet that the words took form, and with them I went forth in uniform. 14. I thought the gesture was only about me. We made our way through Greek islands by boat, Joey in a chair, I cross-legged and tortured as Crane, reading his poems on a heap of rope. I don't remember the other two women, except they were straight and Canadian. That night after dinner and too much wine, I went to one with blue eyes, with the hope of blurring the line between her kind and mine. I found Joey walking with a cup of coffee. I still hear the metronome of her steps, That morning, quiet as our empty bed. The old man waves to me through iron bars on his window, and I wave back at him. 15. And so I went forth in uniform. Through iron bars the old man waved to me. I left home, an ill-equipped bride-to-be, and lay in an attic under beamed eaves. I befriended Mike with the good hash-pipe. They called the next panel New Lesbians. Then came Bob, but before him was Phil. What does sex have to do with politics? We saw everything except that we were gay, or pretended we didn't, as we licked and kissed. One of us had to be the first to lead, thousands of years up in the chalky air. The minds I admired, the strong-bodied. I thought the gesture was only about me. Nominated by Marilyn Hacker. Bowen, fiction by Evan Connell, from the Threepenny Review. He came out of a skeletal Midwestern town beside the Mississippi, and his favorite novel was Huckleberry Finn. Instead of floating down the river on a raft, he joined the merchant marine, but until the day he stripped himself naked on a cliff overlooking the Pacific, and just after dawn stepped forward to eternity, he imagined himself as Huck, only more sophisticated and intelligent, maddened by genius. I first saw him in Paris, seated on an old-fashioned trunk in the hotel suite of a famous Southern author, grande dame of American literature. He had begun writing a novel about his voyage to New Guinea aboard the freighter Pelican, and he had come to pay homage, perhaps to divine the secret of her eminence. I remember that he sat motionless on the ancient steamer trunk, and his eyes were crystal gray. 3 years later I saw him in California. Voyage of the Pelican had been published with unusual success. Reviews were excellent. He had been interviewed on radio and television. A movie producer was going to option the book. Several paperback houses were interested in reprint rights. He told me it was selling better than anybody expected. He had married a porcelain English goddess named Felicia. They were buying a little house in a eucalyptus grove near the Golden Gate, and he believed his days as a merchant seaman were over. About that time he met another dislocated Midwesterner, Willie Stumpf, in O'Leary's Bar and Grill. Stumpf had inherited a few $1,000s. He admired Bowen's novel, and thought the two of them should publish a literary magazine. He would be the publisher. Bowen could be the editor-in-chief. They discussed it until O'Leary's closed. Bowen said the magazine should be called Octopus, because nothing escapes the grasp of this remarkable creature, and they ought to publish it quarterly. Willie Stumpf said that was a great idea. He would rent an office. They shook hands. Both of them were very drunk. Marriage turned out to be more expensive than Bowen anticipated. He learned that women require all sorts of things. Then, as if by magic, Felicia became pregnant. He was astonished and dismayed. It seemed to him that life was happening too quickly. Next, the Hollywood producer rode off into the sunset without a word of explanation, as movie producers tend to do. Bowen had started another novel, and after contemplating the situation, he decided to ask his New York publisher for an advance. The publisher agreed, although with some reluctance, and the advance was rather stingy, considering those good reviews. Then Willie Stumpf discovered that because Octopus would cost quite a lot to print, there might not be enough left over to pay the editor-in-chief's salary. Bowen cursed the universe, with particular emphasis on Hollywood producers, New York publishers, and Willie Stumpf, after which he got drunk, as he often did when fortune showed her ugly face, and concluded that his days as a merchant seaman were not over. Aboard the oil tanker Gulfport, somewhere west of Jalisco, he missed a step on a gangplank and fell to the deck with such force that he split a kneecap. When I saw him next, he was limping but cheerful. Insurance had taken care of the medical bills. He and Felicia now had a charming daughter. Willie Stumpf had promised $300 a month as soon as Octopus showed a profit, and a national travel magazine had commissioned him to write about the San Francisco waterfront. As if this were not enough, Voyage of the Pelican would be translated into Swedish. It was strange and wonderful how one's luck could change. He wrote a colorful description of the waterfront, for which he was handsomely paid, so he got drunk and bought a dog. Every now and then somebody who had read the novel or the waterfront essay would compliment him. Once in a while a stranger asked for his autograph. His name appeared in newspapers. A columnist said he was the best writer in California. The public library asked him to give a reading. Felicia was happy. Day by day their tiny daughter Aurora grew more beautiful. Except for the fact that he was having trouble with the second book, life could hardly be better. The first novel had almost written itself, so he did not understand why Harvest should be so difficult. But the longer he worked on it, the more dissatisfied he became. Ideas evaporated. Words would not fall into place. No sooner did he write a line than he scratched it out. The narrative had no logic. Emotions that he tried to evoke seemed false. He began to wonder if he might be arguing against himself, if consciously he might be opposing his unconscious. He remembered a comment by Jung to the effect that a faulty interpretation encourages feelings of stagnation, opposition, and doubt. This, he said, was exactly how he felt, and he thought a change of scene might give him a new perspective on the novel. Unexplored streets, unfamiliar faces. If he could get away for a couple of weeks, he might interpret the problem correctly. He went to Mexico. In Oaxaca, he rented an airy, whitewashed room with a big overhead fan, a view of the plaza, and a window screen to keep out mosquitoes. He decided to stay for a month because it seemed like a perfect place to work on Harvest, and life south of the border was cheap. Oaxaca, he discovered, was full of pleasant surprises. Scarcely had he gotten settled when he met a Sacramento kindergarten teacher on vacation, with the result that he didn't get very much sleep and found it hard to concentrate on the manuscript. Then, during the second week, Oaxaca turned unpleasant. $80 vanished from his duffel bag. He suspected the chambermaid because she had a key to the room, and she avoided looking at him. After a few more days, exasperated and restless, unable to work on the book, he came home. Although he had lost $80, he did receive something in exchange, a stomach disorder that would afflict him the rest of his life. The first issue of Octopus appeared with the title of an essay on Baudelaire printed upside down. Nobody could understand how this happened. The printer claimed it was not his fault. The proofreader said everything had been right side up when she went over it. The poetry editor, Troy Dasher, said he had nothing to do with printing the magazine. He merely accepted or rejected poems, so he was innocent. Wendy, the part-time associate editor, who read unpromising manuscripts, wrote letters of rejection, and made coffee, said she had nothing to do with it. Willie Stump accused Bowen, who as editor-in-chief must have neglected his duties. This annoyed Bowen, who said he had done everything expected of an editor-in-chief. Besides, it was the publisher himself who had delivered the final proofs to the printer. Why hadn't the publisher bothered to look at what he was delivering? All of them adjourned to O'Leary's bar, where the argument continued. After enough drinks, Willie and Bowen vowed to settle the matter outside, so everybody marched across the street to a parking lot. O'Leary's bartender telephoned the police station, which was not far away. A policeman walked over to investigate. The publisher and the editor-in-chief, between insults, had begun shoving each other, so Troy Dasher attempted to separate them just as the policeman arrived, and mistook Dasher for the cause of the trouble. In spite of being a poet, Dasher was heavily muscled. When some unknown party grabbed his arm, he flung the assailant against a parked car. The entire staff of Octopus, as well as the printer, was then escorted to the police station, where the publisher, editor-in-chief, and poetry editor were charged with fomenting a public disturbance. Not long after this incident, a small paperback house bought Voyage of the Pelican, which was good news, although Bowen had been expecting a sale to one of the international giants. The first printing would be 10,000 copies, instead of perhaps 10 times that many, but the size of the printing was unimportant. If the paperback drew a large audience, they could go back to press. Meanwhile, he continued to work on Harvest, and he predicted that it would do even better than the first book. It was going to be a very long novel about Midwestern America, with dozens of significant characters. Because of the length and complexity, there were technical problems, but he felt confident that he would soon have everything under control. In order to receive the advance, he had signed a contract, but he wanted his agent to negotiate with the publisher for better terms. This novel, he said, might very well be a classic. Bad luck came visiting once again. Outside of O'Leary's one night, he was stopped by a derelict who asked for money. He responded by calling the bum a bum, and, for declaring the obvious truth, he got his nose smashed. Nature had endowed him with a beak in place of a nose, and the assault crumpled it. However, on his craggy Midwestern face, it did not seem inappropriate. He never had been vain, not in the usual sense, and except for the humiliation he felt at having his nose bloodied in a street fight, the grotesque encounter meant very little. He was vain only of his talent. The technical problems, whatever they might have been, were at last resolved, and he mailed his second book to New York. The manuscript probably weighed as much as a metropolitan phone book, because he said it was almost 900 pages long. He looked forward to an excited call from his agent, but she did not finish reading it for nearly a month. Then she sent a note explaining that the office had been swamped, and she would let him know as soon as there was any news from the publisher. After a long silence, he heard from New York. It had been accepted. By coincidence, the publication date of Harvest was his 29th birthday. A celebration seemed like a good idea, and O'Leary's bar was the logical place. Bowen invited everybody, and told the Canterbury bookshop to provide a stack of copies, which he would autograph. He began drinking before the party started. In the past he had been able to drink throughout an evening with amiable sobriety, but he had done it too often. His body could absorb no more. His eyelids drooped, and his mouth hung open. In a display of arrogance or contempt, he propped his feet on a table, patted his crotch, and mumbled that he had written a superb book, a masterpiece. Among the guests was another writer he had always liked, but now, focusing on him, Bowen deliberately belched. Harvest failed to attract much notice. When the first book came out, he was identified as a promising young writer, but not this time. Reviewers were disappointed. One or two offered tepid praise and expressed hope for his next work. When I saw him a few months later, I asked if there had been any movie interest. He said an important director was reading it. He was angered and puzzled by the reaction to his second novel. He had visited a number of bookstores to discuss it with the clerks, and he urged them to promote it, even to suggesting window displays, and he autographed every copy in stock so that none could be returned to the publisher. He telephoned book critics to complain that they had not understood what it was about. He said they were fools who could not appreciate anything more complex than a children's story with a moral set in italics. Originality befuddled them. He explained all of this while slumped in a corner of O'Leary's patio drinking beer. Finally, the waitress asked him to hold his voice down and keep his boots out of the flowers. When another issue of Octopus rolled off the press, everything was right side up, but Willie Stumpf felt dissatisfied. He thought more copies could be sold if the magazine had cartoons, and Bowen told him he should be marketing codfish instead of literature. As a result, the next issue was indefinitely postponed. Still, the planets must have been aligned in Bowen's favor. A philanthropic organization dedicated to helping artists, writers, and musicians awarded him a 3-month fellowship at a bucolic retreat in Southern California. He had not applied for it. Indeed, he had never heard of the organization which awarded these fellowships, but he saw no reason to decline a gift. The fellowship did not provide for wives or children, so Felicia and Aurora would stay at home. When I next saw Bowen, he was asleep in the Santa Monica hospital. He had told me to call the foundation if I happened to be in the neighborhood, so I did, and was informed that he had been taken ill. At the hospital they directed me to his room. The door was open. When I saw him lying on his back with his face the color of parchment, and his hands folded on his chest, and that beak of a nose jutting from the blanket like the prow of a sunken ship, I thought he had died. I hurried down the corridor and talked to a nurse. She said he was asleep. I said he might be dead, or almost dead, and perhaps she ought to have a look, but she insisted he was taking a nap. I went back to the room. He had not moved, and he resembled a corpse, but I could hear a gentle snoring. A few days later he was out of the hospital. I found him in a rustic cabin where he was busily typing up a short story. Life in the cabin had stimulated him to write stories, he said. As for the illness, an ulcer had developed during his tenure as editor-in-chief of Octopus, but it didn't amount to much. It gave his stomach something to think about other than the mysterious Mexican ailment. He wrote 5 or 6 stories while he lived in the cabin. His agent had sold one to a men's magazine for a respectable amount by the time Thanksgiving came around, but the others were gathering rejection slips. An excerpt from his celebrated first novel had appeared in a textbook on the art of writing, which was complimentary, but payment was meager, and royalties had declined to the point that Bowen referred to them with amazement. His ulcer muttered, his entrails bubbled with the Oaxaca flux, and the bank had warned him about overdrafts. He no longer sounded cheerful. He told me that he had a recurrent dream of silver dollars littering the beach while he floated indolently from one shining heap to the next. He said it was a marvelous dream. Awake, he dreamed that some New York literary panjandrum would discover his neglected second novel, catapulting it to the peak of the bestseller list where it stayed month after month. He imagined Hollywood executives wondering if he could be persuaded to write a movie script. Telegrams from Lotus Land offered rich contracts, each proposal more extravagant than the last. His career had opened like a morning glory. Why should it fade? He compared himself not unfavorably to Conrad and Melville. Felicia handed him a cigar on Christmas Day. Bowen was not thrilled. I heard that on the day after Christmas he sold a pint of blood. And I heard about his affair with the olive-eyed Eurasian girl Wendy, part-time associate editor of Octopus. She had come to the golden state of California looking for adventure. She was in her 20s, although she seemed no more than 15, and she must have become pregnant not long after Felicia. Felicia learned about Wendy. I do not know what she said to Bowen, but he moved out of the eucalyptus grove and into Willie Stump's apartment, where he was less than welcome. After a series of drunken arguments during which Bowen called his host an illiterate huckster, a mediocrity, a bumpkin, a cultural adolescent, a cartoon lover, an undergraduate intellectual with a tin ear, and whatever else came to mind, he was evicted. He then lived for a while in the vacant garage of another friend, where he started to write an existentialist novel about his experiences aboard the tanker Gulfport. His duffel-bag and a few other possessions lay on a shelf alongside some camping equipment, a used battery, assorted wrenches, sections of pipe, garden hose, and a sack of fertilizer. His desk was a packing crate. The author himself could be observed seated in a canvas chair on the oil-soaked concrete, fashionably dressed in dungarees, moccasins, and a San Francisco Giants baseball cap. On warm days he typed without a shirt, exhibiting a flaccid paunch for whoever cared to look. Occasionally he interrupted work on the novel to write a travel essay, which he could do without much effort, by recalling the odors and sounds and activities of distant ports, and by describing in humorous, picturesque language the human flotsam he had met. And he wrote sketches of small-town life, affecting the style of Sherwood Anderson. A few of these sketches sold to Midwestern journals, but they reeked of forgery. What animated Bowen to write at a level beyond understanding was the mythic quality of life at sea. Felicia at last relented, so he moved back into their untidy little house among the trees. When they were first married, she had attempted to cook, and she had managed to keep the house reasonably clean, but now the center of what had drawn them together was sliding askew. She had put on 15 or 20 pounds that sagged like tallow from her delicate bones, and her English porcelain face was beginning to wrinkle. Somebody described her as a premature grandmother. Day and night she served spaghetti, Bowen said, and she was feeding Aurora peanut butter sandwiches. He could remember what he had loved about her once upon a time, but it no longer affected him. He himself was noticeably less attractive. He had lost a front tooth, and in order to save money he did not have it replaced, or perhaps he took pride in his raffish appearance, the reincarnation of Huck. Now and then some newspaper asked him to review a book, usually a novel about the sea. When Voyage of the Pelican was first published, he had been called upon frequently, and because he knew the subject, his criticism was perceptive. But little by little his reviews grew venomous, as though he resented competition. Then he began to mention his own work while commenting on the work of someone else, so that calls for his service had become less frequent. However, the gods of Olympus look indulgently on poets and dancers and sculptors and scribblers. Bowen must have been a favorite because he was offered the position of writer-in-residence for a year at a distinguished New England college. Living quarters would be furnished. He would be required to teach a workshop once a week. The rest of the time would be his own. Felicia, Aurora, and the baby could go with him. It sounded like an easy job. The salary would more than pay his bills, and campus life was relatively civilized. He remembered his days at the State University. Tweedy professors and sycamore trees and football games and bonfires and pretty girls everywhere, so it did not take him very long to decide. Most of all, he liked the promise of so much free time. He hoped to complete his Gulfport novel before the academic year ended. Bowen's reign as writer-in-residence did not go well. It did not begin auspiciously, nor did the situation improve. At a cocktail party intended to welcome him and the new artist-in-residence, he got drunk. He neglected to zip his fly after a visit to the men's room. He attempted to kiss a glamorous young teacher of Romance languages, and he called the artist-in-residence a comic book illustrator who couldn't paint a ketchup bottle. At another ceremonial affair he again drank too much, and called the wife of the dean of admissions a babbling frump. And it was said he became involved with one of the girls in his literary workshop. The college no doubt was relieved when he went back to California. A few months later Felicia stabbed him. According to what she told friends, he used vulgar language and threatened to strangle her, so she picked up a bread knife to protect herself, but he paid no attention, which is how it happened. Bowen's account was different. They had argued, so in order to get away from her, he went for a walk in the eucalyptus grove. When he got back to the house, she came at him with a steak knife in each hand. Whatever happened, Felicia called the police, who dispatched an ambulance to the scene of the crime, and Bowen was rushed to the hospital because he did not have very much blood left. When I saw him, he looked better than he did in Santa Monica. He was flat on his back again, but he sounded optimistic. He did not blame Felicia, neither did he blame himself. I asked how he was getting along with Gulfport. He stared at the ceiling with a thoughtful expression and licked his lips as though anticipating a drink. "Oh," he said, "there were a couple of problems, nothing important." "And the ulcer?" "Oh, nothing to worry about." On the doorstep of middle age, with a bad kneecap, watery entrails, fading eyesight, a missing tooth, an explosive stomach, quite possibly a damaged liver, and now a couple of stab wounds, he seemed to think himself invulnerable. Bowen's publisher rejected Gulfport. He was shocked. He had been expecting a large advance. Thousands in the bank would solve nearly all of his problems. There would be no more arguments with Felicia about paying the bills. He would buy a roll of tar paper and fix the leak in the roof. He would visit the dentist. He would pay off the mortgage. He would get a new muffler for the car, which thundered and smoked like an old diesel and swayed through the eucalyptus as though the tank had been filled with whiskey. He might even get a new car. Thousands in the bank would restore his confidence, which had been unspeakably abused. Gulfport was a major book, he insisted, maybe the best novel written in America during the past 50 years. The rejection made no sense. And he disparaged a recent novel that had been critically praised, saying the author had a tin ear and the critics should be reviewing science fiction. The longer he thought about being rejected, the angrier he became, and having worked himself into a rage, he decided to commit suicide. His death should be a lesson not only to the idiots at the publishing house, but to all the newspaper hacks who had dismissed his second book. After he was gone, they would realize their mistake. He pointed out that remembrance of things past had been rejected by an editor with a tin ear. So one night, when the moon was full, he wandered away from the house with a bottle of whiskey, a bottle of sleeping pills, and a copy of the scorned manuscript tucked under his arm. When he came to an appropriate site overlooking San Francisco Bay, he seated himself and uncorked the whiskey. Some time later he opened the bottle of sleeping pills, washed them down, and stretched out with Gulfport clasped to his breast. He would not be found until the next day, which was unfortunate, because his death would seem more tragic if searchers discovered his body beneath a full moon, but it couldn't be helped. Next day a peaceful corpse would be found among the towering eucalyptus. News that Bowen had killed himself would stun the literary world. It would be the subject of intense discussion from Greenwich Village to Beverly Hills, and posthumously his novel would be published to enormous acclaim. I never knew the source of Bowen's romanticism, which had about it the appealing innocence of another era. Stern-wheel paddle-boats roiled the Mississippi not long before he was born, and perhaps he could see them churning around the bend. Whatever the cause, he lay down that night dizzy with expectations of immortality. He awoke on a bright sunny morning with birds twittering through the eucalyptus grove, and found himself covered with vomit. The pills had made him sick. The pages of his manuscript were scattered, so he crawled around collecting them, and then he decided to read the opening of Gulfport to see if it was as brilliant as he thought. The first page proved that he had not been mistaken, so he read the next page, and the next, and he did not stop until he had finished the opening chapter. It was good. Here and there a few lines might be improved, but they were easy enough to fix, so he went back to the house, took a shower, and started to work. When we talked about the bungled suicide, he remarked that he couldn't do anything right. "I don't even know how to kill myself," he said. He resembled the youth with crystal-gray eyes who sat on a steamer trunk in a Paris hotel, but it was no more than resemblance. His eyes appeared roomy, as though something inside was melting. He wore glasses for reading. His fine tawny hair was a disorganized cobweb. His mouth had assumed the peculiar expression of habitual drinkers, and his missing tooth no longer seemed raffish, only disagreeable. The god of misfits looked down upon Bowen with pity, or maybe it was the god of malice. Voyage of the Pelican, by now half forgotten in the United States, was sold to a Dutch publisher. But a short time afterward, Bowen's agent called to explain that there had been a misunderstanding. The terms were not as generous as first believed. In fact, the advance against royalties would be little more than a gesture. He vanished. He had done this before when he was discouraged or enraged, so Felicia paid no attention. Somebody told her that he was loitering around the waterfront, trying to wheedle drinks and money from strangers. She seemed unconcerned. When I saw him again, he wanted to talk about the town where he had grown up. He ran the fingers of one hand through his uncombed hair, and said the town lay on a marshy point thick with osier. He described the Methodist church, and a feed store, and chicken coops behind the houses, and a Bible with gilt edges. He could remember antimacassars on the sofa in the parlor, where shades were always drawn against the afternoon sun, willow branches touching the river, red-winged blackbirds, an old steamboat landing at the foot of Main Street. He talked about people gathering to watch a channel dredge that groaned and thumped and spouted sandy mud. In August the creeks ran dry, he said, and his grandmother would sit on the porch swing with a rag dipped in camphor tied around her head. He remembered whippoorwills and wild geese and the south wind and a clock ticking in the public library. And while I listened, I had no idea what he meant. He was talking to someone else, some biographer commissioned to preserve each fragment of his mosaic. His mother belonged to the Epworth League, and she had a pink conch shell that gave out the roar of a barbarous foreign sea. His father worked as a Rock Island brakeman, and at the time it made no sense. I understood that he was trying to explain something, but only he knew what it was. Then he said he might ship out again. He thought he would write another realistic novel like Voyage of the Pelican. His stomach lapped over his belt. Nobody was surprised when Felicia divorced him. Bowen himself was not surprised. He cheerfully admitted that he had not been a faithful husband, that he drank too much, that he had not earned enough. What seemed to trouble him most was the failure of literary critics to understand the significance of his work and public indifference to everything he had written since that first novel. He mentioned Hart Crane plunging into the Gulf of Mexico. That was the last time I talked with Bowen. Considering the number of beer bottles he left on the cliff, he must have spent quite a while up there. Just when he made his decision is a mystery, because he was alone. Some time after dawn, he took off his clothes and folded them. In each moccasin he placed an empty bottle, and before the final step he put on his glasses. When I heard about the glasses, which lay on the sand near his body, I wondered why he had worn them. But, of course, he wanted to see where he was going. Nominated by the Threepenny Review. Marabou, fiction by Joy Williams, from the Paris Review. The funeral of Anne's son, Harry, had not gone smoothly. Other burials were taking place at the same hour, including that of a popular singer several hundred yards away, whose mourner fans carried on loudly under a lurid striped tent. Still more fans pressed against the cemetery's wrought-iron gates, screaming and eating potato chips. Anne had been distracted. She gazed at the other service with disbelief, thinking of the singer's songs that she had heard now and then on the radio. Her own group, Harry's friends, was subdued. They were pale, young, and all wore sunglasses. Most of them were classmates from the prep school he had graduated from 2 years before, and all were addicts or former addicts of some sort. Anne couldn't tell the difference between those who were recovering and those who were still hard at it. She was sure there was a difference, of course, and it only appeared there wasn't. They all had a manner. There were about 20 of them, boys and girls, strikingly alike in black. Later she took them all out to a restaurant. "Death, by none art thou understood," one boy kept saying. Henry Vaughan. They were all bright enough, Anne supposed. After a while he stopped saying it. They had calamari, duck, champagne, everything. They were on the second floor of the restaurant and had the place to themselves. They stayed for hours. By the time they left, one girl was saying earnestly, "You know, a word I like is interplanetary." Then she brought them back to the house, although she locked Harry's rooms. Young people were sentimentalists, consumers. She didn't want them carrying off Harry's things, his ties and tapes, his jackets, anything at all. They sat in the kitchen. They were beginning to act a little peculiar, Anne thought. They didn't talk about Harry much, though one of them remembered a time when Harry was driving, and he stopped at all the green lights and proceeded on the red. They all acted as though they'd been there. This seemed a fine thing to remember about Harry. Then someone, a floppy-haired boy who looked frightened, remembered something else, but it turned out that this was associated with a boy named Pete, who was not even present. About 1 o'clock in the morning, Anne said that when she and Harry were in Africa, during the very first evening at the hotel in Victoria Falls, Harry claimed that he had seen a pangolin, a peculiar anteater-like animal. He described it, and that's what it was clearly, but a very rare thing, an impossible thing for him to have seen really. No one in the group they would be traveling with believed him. He had been wandering around the hotel grounds by himself. There were no witnesses to it. The group went on to discuss the falls. Everyone could verify the impression the falls made. So many hundreds of millions of gallons went over each minute or something. There was a drop of 400 feet. Even so, everyone was quite aware it wasn't like that. No one was satisfied with that. The sound of the falls was like silence, total amplified silence, the sight of it exclusionary. And all that could be done was to look at it, this astonishing thing, the falls, then eventually stop looking and go on to something else. The next day Harry had distinguished himself further by exclaiming over a Marabou stork, and someone in the group told him that marabous were gruesome things, scavengers, morbidity distilled, in the words of this fussy little person, and certainly nothing to get excited about when there were hundreds of beautiful and strange creatures in Africa that one could enjoy and identify and point out to the others. Imagine, Anne said, going to an immense new continent for the first time and being corrected as to one's feelings, one's perceptions in such a strange place. And it was not as though everything was known. Take the wild dogs, for example. Attitudes had changed utterly about the worth of wild dogs. Abruptly she stopped. She had been silent much of the evening, and she felt that this outburst had not gone over particularly well. Harry's friends were making margaritas. One of them had gone out and just returned with more tequila. They were watching her uncomfortably, as though they felt she should fluff up her stories on Harry a bit. Finally, one of them said, "I didn't know Harry had been to Africa." This surprised her. The trip to Africa hadn't worked out particularly well, but it hadn't been a disaster either. It could very well have been worse. They had been gone a month, and this had been very recently. But it didn't matter. She would probably never see these children again. They sat around the large kitchen. They were becoming more and more strange to her. She wondered what they were all waiting for. One of them was trying to find salt. There was no salt. He opened a cupboard and peered inside, bringing out a novelty set, a plastic couple, Amish or something. She supposed the man was pepper, the woman salt. They were all watching him as he turned the things over and shook them against his cupped hand. Anne never cooked, never used anything in this kitchen. She and Harry ate out. These things were barely familiar to her. Then, it was really quite a normal gesture. The boy unscrewed the head off the little woman and poured the salt inside onto a saucer. Someone shrieked in terror. It was the floppy-haired boy. He was yelling, horrified. Anne was confused for an instant. Was Harry dying again? Was Harry all right? The boy was howling. His eyes were rolling in his head. The others looked at him dully. One of the girls giggled. "Uh-oh," she said. Two of the boys were trying to quiet him. They all looked like Harry, even the boy who was screaming. "You'd better take him to the emergency room," Anne said. "Maybe if he just gets a little air, walks around, gets some air," a boy said. "You'd all better go now," Anne said. It was not even dawn yet, of course. It was still very dark. Anne sat there, alone in the bright kitchen in her black dress. There was a run in her stocking. The dinner in the restaurant had cost almost $1,000, and Harry probably wouldn't even have liked it. She hadn't liked it. She wanted to behave differently now, for Harry's sake. He hadn't been perfect, Harry. He had been a very troubled boy, a very misunderstood boy, but she had never let him go, never, until now. She knew that he couldn't be aware of that she had let him go now. She knew that between them, from now on, she alone would be the one who realized things. She wasn't going to deceive herself in that regard. Even so, she knew she wasn't thinking clearly about this. After some time she got up and packed a bag for Africa, exactly the way she had done before. It was a gray duffel. The contents could weigh no more than 22 pounds. When she was finished, she put it in the hallway by the door. Outside it was still dark as it had been hours ago. It scarcely seemed possible. Perhaps she would go back to Africa. There was a knock on the door. Anne looked at it, startled, a thick door with locks. Then she opened it. A girl was standing there, not the interplanetary one, but another one who had particularly relished the dinner. She had been standing there smoking for a while before she knocked. There were several cigarette butts ground into the high-gloss cerulean of the porch. "May I come in?" the girl asked. "Why, no," Anne said. "No, you may not." "Please," the girl said. Anne shut the door. She went into the kitchen and threw the 2 parts of the salt shaker into the trash. She tossed the small lady's companion in as well. Harry had once said to her, "Look, this is amazing. I don't know how this could have happened, actually, but I have these spikes in my head. They must have been there for a while, but I swear to you, I just noticed them. But I got them out, on the left side. But on the right side it's more difficult because they're in a sort of helmet, and the helmet is fused to my head, see? Can you help me?" She had helped him then. She had stroked his hair with her fingers for a long, long time. She had been very careful, very thorough, but that had been a unique situation. Usually she couldn't help him. There was a sound at the door again, a determined knocking. Anne walked to it quickly and opened it. There were several of Harry's friends there, not just the girl, but not all of them either. "You don't have to be so rude," one of them said. They were angry. They had lost Harry, she thought, and they missed him. "We loved Harry too, you know," one of them said. His tie was loose, and his breath was sweet and dry like sand. "I want to rest now," Anne told them. "I must get some rest." "Rest," one of them said in a soft, scornful voice. He glanced at the others. They ignored him. "Tell us another story about Harry," one of them said. "We didn't get the first one." "Are you frightening me?" Anne said. She smiled. "I mean, are you trying to frighten me?" "I think Harry saw that thing, but I don't think he was ever there. Is that what you meant?" one of them said with effort. He turned, and as though he were dancing, it looked as though he were dancing, moved down the steps and knelt on the ground, where he lowered his head and began spitting up quietly, like a baby. The black grass winked and glittered with it. "Harry will always be us," one of them said. "You better get used to it. You better get your stories straight." "Good night," Anne said. She did not feel frightened. There was an ugly sound in her head, was all. It seemed to be falling through her, filling her. "Good night, please," they said, and Anne shut the door. She turned off all the lights and sat in the darkness of the house. Before long, as she knew it would, the phone began to ring. It rang and rang, but she didn't have to answer it. She wouldn't do it. It would never be that once again, when she'd learned that Harry died, no matter how much she knew in her heart that the present was but a past in that future to which it belonged, that the past, after all, couldn't be everything. Nominated by Robert Phillips. My Mother's Shoes, by Robert Love Taylor, from the Southern Review. A boy of 12, the year my father was dying, I used to go out to the garage during the summer evenings, just after dusk, and put on a pair of my mother's high heels. I found them in a grocery sack of my sister's and my outgrown clothes to be given to the Salvation Army, black leather sling pumps, of the style fashionable in the previous decade, the 40s. They did not seem badly worn, and they were not so large on me that they would slip off when I walked in them, not with the strap buckled to the last notch. I walked out of the garage in them, and when I reached the street, I could see the cars whizzing past on Robinson Avenue, a half-block away. In the other direction, at the end of a 2-block-long row of bungalows, lay a dark blankness. This blankness was in fact a park, Edgemere Park, where in the daytime I might have gone to climb trees, or wade in the warm water of a shallow creek. But at night the park looked far away and menacing, a shimmering deep pool of darkness, and so I went no farther than the end of the driveway, standing as long as I dared, breathing in the sweet night air. It was a strange, eerie time. Neither a gifted nor a dull child, I craved getting by, preferably unnoticed, but there I stood, risking discovery and certain ridicule, and for what? For the pleasure of it. It pleased me. I don't know why. Sometime during that autumn the shoes disappeared. The Salvation Army must have picked them up while I was in school. I was sorry to see them go. We never seemed to have enough money, and now that my father had stopped working, there would be even more stringent economies. Mother wasn't likely to throw away another pair of shoes soon. I regretted the loss, but by this time my father's illness had become severe, and I imagined that my deprivation might have been ordained as a way of making me pay attention to him and take up the role, as directed by my mother, of man of the family. Mother worked full-time at Kerr's department store and served as our father's nurse all the months of his decline. We children did little to help her. After all, she did not tell us, not for the longest time, that he was dying. He worked too hard, she always said, and when he came home from his office at Oklahoma Gas and Electric one hot July afternoon and said he didn't feel so well, she said he just needed to catch up on his rest. We, my 2 sisters and I, believed her, but he never went back to work at all. By the end of the summer he seldom left the back bedroom. Some months later we were told he had cancer. I do not know if there was ever any pain. He was a silent, grim man, then as before. At Christmas he went to the hospital, and after a few weeks was operated on, and we thought that would be the end of the trouble. We have to hope and pray for the best, Mother said. After the operation, he stayed in the hospital another 3 weeks before coming home. His body afire with secret wanton rot, he survived the remainder of the winter, lasted through the spring, and died on June 21st, 1954, 2 days after his 40th birthday, in his bed. Now at last he would rest, my mother said. The Edgemere section of Oklahoma City, where we lived, was nowhere near the edge of any mere, which an elementary school teacher had told us was an old-fashioned word from England that meant sea. The park 2 blocks from our house, with its trickle of red water, was bordered by pleasant, quiet neighborhoods of modest but comfortable homes, most of them 1-story, built during the boom years of the 20s, made of red or buff brick, their roofs pitched and pointed to resemble, though surely not intentionally, the little houses that cuckoo clocks inhabited. A few of the buff brick houses had wrought iron trim around the windows and along the front steps. Ours was one of these. The garage sat apart from the house, in the far corner of a small backyard. This garage was filled with my father's things, his electric saw and work table, with its assortment of hammers, nails, screwdrivers, hacksaws, handsaws, drills, and odd tools I never knew the names for. There was no space left for the car. A black Ford, kept shiny and clean by my father, it sat in the driveway, alongside my mother's well-trimmed forsythia. During the warm months my father labored Saturdays in the yard, mowing and trimming and raking and seeding and fertilizing constantly, so it seemed to me, and our grass was thicker and greener than all our neighbors. In the cooler months he went to the garage, kept the jigsaw whining, the sawdust thick in the air. He was skillful, I'm sure, and the solitary labor must have appealed to some deep, long-standing need to quarantine himself. For a time he made little cut-out figures, caricatures he had painstakingly traced from books and transferred to plywood, Dutch boys, hillbillies, cowboys, old Black Joes and Aunt Jemimas, which he then sanded, painted at last with brilliant colors, and attached to wrought-iron spikes so that they could be stuck in the ground as decoration for gardens and yards. A gardening supply store where my father bought his fertilizer took some of them on consignment, and a few actually sold, but one day, this would have been a summer several years before his illness, we saw him unloading them from the trunk of the car. There must have been 100 of them. He installed a few in our yard, and rested the others neatly in a corner of the garage. From the age of 10 I was a paper boy, throwing the Daily Oklahoman in the mornings and the Oklahoma City Times in the afternoons. My route consisted of an area about 15 blocks to the south of Edgemere, an older section of the city where graceful old mansions faced tree-lined streets. The trees, mostly sycamores and elms, were the tallest in the city, their intertwined branches making bowers pleasant to pass beneath in the early morning, the light just beginning to flicker through the fat, shiny leaves. Best of all, however, was the depth of the winter before daylight, the tall windows in the mansions still dark, the inhabitants warm in their big beds. I felt as if I owned the streets and the houses, and the life in them could not begin until I had thrown the last newspaper. The residents of those 50-year-old mansions I rarely saw. When I called for my monthly payment, servants dressed in black and white uniforms came to the door. I seldom saw a car at any of these houses, though they had broad asphalt driveways, brick-columned porticos alongside the house for rainless, snowless departures and arrivals, and large garages in back, some with apartments above the stalls. Servants lived in these garage apartments, I imagined, or poor relations. In my family's bungalow in Edgemere, my sisters shared one bedroom, and after my father took to his bed, I shared the bunk beds in my bedroom with my mother. The small back room, the master bedroom, was scarcely big enough for a double bed. All the rooms had a decidedly cramped feel to them. My father did not, we were constantly reminded, make a lot of money working for OG&E. Mother sold curtains and draperies at the uptown branch of Kerr's, about a dozen blocks from our house. Until my father no longer needed the car, she walked to work every day. There must have been some disability insurance, sick pay from OG&E, but this was not spoken of. My Oklahoman money, minus a small weekly allowance, went into my mother's purse. As I began my route on one of the coldest of winter mornings, that year of my father's dying, I saw a figure coming in my direction on the sidewalk about a block away. I stopped, dead in my tracks. It was a woman, walking slowly in her high heels, as if afraid of slipping on a patch of ice. There was no ice, though a dusting of snow lay on the frozen lawns of the mansions. The woman wore a long coat with a fur collar. She didn't wear a hat, and her hair was whipped back and forth across her face by the wind. I took her to be my mother's age, or a little younger. At the corner she looked up. That must have been when she saw me for the first time. She stopped abruptly, on the verge of stepping down from the curb into the street. I looked away and began to move again, taking the next folded paper from my bag. I was about a half-block from the corner. After throwing the paper onto the next porch, I looked again for the woman, and saw her walking away from me, rapidly, almost running. By the time I came to the corner, she was nowhere to be seen. In the days that followed, I thought little of this near meeting. I was in the 8th grade, in junior high school, and one of the first boys in my class to persuade a girl to wear his identification bracelet as a sign of love. I had plenty of distractions. In the evenings that we did not go to the hospital to visit my father, I worked hard to complete my assigned chores before my older sister Lila had done hers, so that I could beat her to the phone, and in the half-hour allotted to me listen to my girlfriend, a fast and furious talker, tell me about the day we had experienced more or less together. After that I joined my younger sister Sandra in our small living room, and sat with her before the television set, doing my homework during the commercials and low points in the programs. Mother went to the hospital every evening, leaving just after supper and returning in time to tell us to brush our teeth and get ready for bed. My sisters and I visited on Tuesday and Thursday evenings, and on Sunday afternoons. Because we had talked so little to him when he was in good health, conversation now seemed unnatural. Usually he was asleep, and we worked on our homework while our mother, with her chair pulled up close to his bed, read the latest Look or Life. On some of the evenings when Mother went alone to the hospital, instead of calling my girlfriend or watching television, I went back to my room, happy for the time alone there. I liked to read books that I had been given to understand were classics: The Count of Monte Cristo, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, The Call of the Wild, Riders of the Purple Sage. Now and then I was distracted from my reading by the sight of something of my mother's that she'd left hanging on the railing of the bunk bed or on top of the chest of drawers, a pair of nylon stockings, or a blouse, or underwear. I thought wistfully of the hot summer nights I'd put on her shoes and walked to the end of the driveway and back. And I remembered the woman I'd seen on my paper route, the way she'd walked slowly in the high heels, the fur collar of her coat fluttering in the wind. It was almost as if I believed her to be the self I'd left behind in the summer, the night walker in my mother's shoes. I hoped that I would see her again. One evening I found a strange book on my desk. It was hardbound, black, and at first I thought it was a Bible, but when I picked it up I saw that its title was Cancer, a Guide. I sat down and read of a mystery in the blood, a secret born with birth itself, hidden in the dark reaches of gut and bone. I looked at illustrations that might have been of caverns, clouds, tunnels. Then, hearing the door of my father's room open, I knew Mother was coming, and so I quickly closed up the book, turned out the light, and bounded up onto the top bunk. I heard her go into the bathroom, and then, my eyes adjusted to the dark, I watched her come into my room, the curves of her body pressing against her flowing nightgown. She believed I was asleep, and settled herself quietly in the lower bunk. It was a strange feeling, hearing her breathing. There was a little whimpering sound she made, almost as if she were crying, but it wasn't the same, and it never lasted long. I rose well before her, sliding down from the bunk quietly. I liked seeing my mother sleeping. She slept on her side, facing the wall. It was comforting somehow, seeing her there, sleeping so soundly. The book, Cancer, a Guide, appeared only that one evening and then disappeared. I guessed my mother must have left it there accidentally and had reclaimed it. A few days after this, I saw the mysterious woman on my paper route as she walked down the driveway from the garage apartment in back of a gray granite mansion. It was cold and clear, the sky still dark, and stars glimmered through the bare branches of the trees. I stepped behind an evergreen hedge and listened to the sound of her high heels tapping on the concrete. When she came to the end of the hedge, she turned in my direction, and I decided it best to start moving again. We almost collided. She towered over me. Light from the street lamp made her face very white. I had surely misjudged her age. She must have been closer in years to my older sister than my mother, though certainly no teenager. There was anger in her eyes, but she looked at me for only an instant before spinning around and stepping quickly back towards the garage. Unaccountably, I stayed there, watching her. She wore the fur-collared coat, black patent leather high heels, and carried a large black purse strapped over her shoulder. The coat looked gray in that dim light, the fur collar a dull yellow. When she came to the staircase that led up to the garage apartment, she looked back, though only for an instant, before hurriedly ascending. Now I saw something other than anger in her quick look. I imagined it was a sense of longing, of complicity, and I felt a powerful desire to follow her. But she was gone, and no lights shone from the apartment's windows. I began to dream of her all day, picturing her as she paused at the foot of the stairs. In my mind I followed her, rose with her into a room, dark like the caverns I'd seen in my mother's secret book of cancer. "What's wrong with you?" my girlfriend asked during lunch in the cafeteria. "Is your father worse?" "He was not worse," I said with some vehemence, believing I spoke the truth, for hadn't he always had this sickness in his blood? She picked up her tray and left. At the end of the day she pressed into my palm my identification bracelet. I began to live for my mornings among the dark mansions, the thick trunks of the sycamores, the webbed branches, and the last of the winter night sky. The woman I stalked was not, I told myself, my secret sickness, my birthright, not the mystery that lay ready to devour me, body and soul. She was a mystery, yes, a riddle, but restorative, luxuriant, lavishly life-giving. Mercy Hospital was a 3-story white stucco building, shaped like a U. The Sisters of Mercy, in their old-fashioned black habits, their strange white hats with the upswept, pointed brims, stood behind the reception desk and patrolled the hallways. Watching one of them drift past in the hallway, I imagined her as a young girl, packing away dozens of dresses to be sent to the Salvation Army, then cutting off all her beautiful long hair, shaving her head smooth. It was a peculiarly romantic notion. We were not Catholics. Mercy Hospital was less expensive than others and closer to our home. Mother took my sisters and me to the First Baptist Church for Christmas and Easter services, but we belonged to no church. One evening when we entered my father's hospital room, we saw a nun standing alongside his bed, hovering over him. She was tall, and the way she leaned forward you could see her thin ankles and the backs of her well-worn mannish shoes. Mother motioned for my sisters and me to wait outside. "They're converting him," Lila said, as we waited in the hallway. "That's why they let him in here in the first place, so they can take advantage of him and make him a Catholic." "Mother won't let them do that," Sandra said. I agreed with Sandra. "Maybe something's wrong," I said. "Brilliant, Einstein," Lila said. A chubby, red-faced nun came up to us and asked if she might help us find somebody. "He's in there," Lila said harshly. The nun smiled sweetly and glided away. She had a pretty face, her large eyes clear and blue, and she had looked at me, I thought, with interest. Mother appeared, gestured for us to come back into the room. The tall nun stood alongside our father's bed, pale and still in her black shoes. "I'm Sister Luke," she said, with a pleasant smile. "Please come over here." We had advanced to the center of the room. Mother hung back at the doorway. On the other side of the room, by the windows, my father's roommate lay on his side, with the sheets pulled over his head. My father was propped up in bed, but his eyes were closed. No one had shaved him, and the bristles on his cheeks were white and shimmery. "Your father wants to say something to you," Sister Luke said. "You'll have to come closer, though." My sisters, always less ready to obey, stayed where they were, but I did as the nun said. She took hold of my wrist, and then with her other hand grasped my father's hand and placed it in mine. His hand was cold. It felt light as a feather. He looked at the nun and then at me. "Son," he said. "It's your son, Mr. Smalley," the nun said. "Do you want your glasses on?" He began to pull on my hand as if to raise himself up. "He wants to hug you," the nun said to me. "I love you, Larry," my father said as I leaned down to receive his embrace. He held me tight, pressing his bristly cheek against mine. When he let go, the nun called for my sisters, who approached him together, as if afraid to go alone. After pulling each of them down into his embrace and professing his love, he sighed heavily and looked at the nun. "There now," she said, "that didn't hurt at all, did it?" The morning after that visit, a wider light shone from one of the windows of the garage apartment. The curtains were pulled back, and I could see the blank gray of the ceiling. In a little while I saw the woman herself. Staring out into darkness from inside a lighted room, she could not have seen me, but I jumped back behind the hedge that had hidden us from each other the day before, and waited a few seconds before daring to peek around it. The light in the window had gone out, and she was coming down the stairs. At least I thought I saw her. It was dark, and I did not wait around. I heard the tapping of her heels, but kept my eyes trained on the darkness ahead. I began to get up earlier and ride my bike straight to the mansion before picking up the morning papers. I stood the bike behind the hedge and crept along the driveway towards the garage apartment. Sometimes the light in the window was on, sometimes not. But even through the darkened panes, I imagined I saw movement, deeper shades of darkness that took human form, became a woman, possibly more than one woman. Once she came to the window in a white dress, stood there for what seemed a long time. Another time she appeared in bright red. Days grew longer, warmer. By the time I came to the end of my paper route, the morning darkness was a faint rosy grayness. Buds began to swell and glisten at the extremities of the sycamore branches. My father was home again in his bed in the corner bedroom. At last we were told he had cancer, but we must never lose hope. Mother bought him a new pair of pajamas made of a lustrous royal blue material that she must have thought cheerful, but its brilliancy made him look paler than ever. We visited him in the evenings, just as when he was in the hospital, entering his room one at a time, Lila first, then me, then Sandra, and sat out our time in a metal folding chair by the side of the bed. He did not speak of his love again, nor pull me to him for a hug. Most of the time he was sleeping, even when propped up, his head hanging to one side and his mouth open. When it came time to collect at the mansion belonging to the garage apartment, I stood in the bright and broad hallway and gazed at a grand blue-carpeted staircase with white banisters. At the staircase landing, a pair of tall, deep-set windows rose up, their white curtains held in place along the sides by a thick golden rope. The air smelled clean and dry. A few times while waiting, I walked softly and swiftly to the staircase, clasped the smooth banister, and took several steps up, my heart beating wildly, my breath quickening. How easy to continue, climb first to the landing, turn, then ascend the remaining steps to the upper rooms. But, only slightly out of breath, I was back in position near the front door by the time the servant, none the wiser, returned with my money. School days passed in a blur. I did enough schoolwork to get by, neither failing nor excelling, and I was friendly enough only to keep from being considered odd, without inviting confidence. My teachers remembered Lila, a poor student, frequently in trouble for passing notes or talking in class, and they must have found my mild and quiet diligence a relief. My father lay in his bed, thin and pale in his blue pajamas. I studied his nose, the blunt tip, the dark hairs extending from his nostrils. Mother didn't have time to shave him daily, and I could see the silver bristles on his cheeks. His fingernails had grown as long as a woman's. His life was a mystery to me. I knew his birthday, June 19th, 1914. I knew he had been born in Stillwater, where his father once owned a small grocery store near the college. He did not attend college. He was 24 years old when he married my mother, who was 18, just out of high school. This would have been in Oklahoma City. They met, I always understood, on a blind date. There was an older half-brother, Uncle Ferris, in insurance out in the Texas Panhandle, who sent a Christmas card every year. My father's father died of natural causes a few years after my birth, and his mother, my grandmother, lived with a sister in Tulsa. I had been only a few times to the office where my father worked. I remembered it as a large gray room with dozens of desks, a big black typewriter on each desk, fluorescent lights hung from chains all along the ceiling. My father's desk looked like all the others. I told my mother I did not want to visit my father again. It was a waste of time, since for all I could tell he neither knew nor cared whether I was there or not. I would go again when he was awake, when he recognized me. If he did not sleep, she said, then he would likely be in great pain. If I did as I wanted, she said, I would regret it the rest of my life. One early spring morning, as I reached for my shoes in the dark closet, my hand happened to fall upon something silky. It was one of my mother's slips, and on an impulse that I did not stop to question, I held it up before me. It would fit me, I thought. Just as her shoes fit me so well last summer, this slip would fit me now. She was breathing deeply, sound asleep in my bottom bunk. It was still dark outside, dark in the room. There was no rush to get ready. I had been rising a good hour and a half earlier than I needed to in order to put in my time at the apartment window. In a jiffy I took off my shirt and jeans, and after a moment's hesitation, my underwear too. I then tiptoed back into the room, found the panties she'd left on the railing at the foot of the bunk bed, and returned with them to the closet. Listening closely for signs of a change in her breathing, and hearing only the same steady rhythm as before, I stepped quickly into the panties, thrilled by the strange smoothness, and then pulled the slip up until I could get my hands through the straps. I rolled up a pair of my socks and tucked them in the spaces for breasts. The fit was fine, as I had hoped. If only I had her shoes, the pretty sling pumps I'd worn last summer, and a dress. Why shouldn't I wear a dress? I tiptoed back into the room. Sometimes she left her shoes under the bed, but this time she hadn't, nor had she left her dress on the doorknob. I might find a dress, or a skirt and blouse, in the bathroom dirty clothes hamper, but of course there would be no shoes in there. I had no choice but to go to the back bedroom. I thought of my father, saw in my mind's eye the blunt nose, the wiry hair in his nostrils, the long fingernails, his open mouth sucking in the air. What if he woke at night? What if these were his waking hours, and I found him wide-eyed, lucid in his wonderful blue pajamas, staring at me? It could not be so, I decided. He was sick. Medicine would keep him in a deep, deep sleep. I stepped out into the hallway. My sister's bedroom was directly across from mine, the door open. I heard deep breathing, a small whimpering sound like the one my mother made sometimes. I might have gone in their room after one of Lila's dresses, but it seemed more likely that Sandra or Lila would wake up than our father. I had no more than an hour, I figured, until the darkness would begin to give way to morning light. Quickly then I approached the closed door of the back bedroom. It opened quietly, and I shut it behind me, stood dead still, one hand on the doorknob. I could hear my father's breathing and the ticking of the clock on his nightstand. The air smelled stale, almost sour. His bed was in the corner of the room, placed so that he slept facing the door, with the windows behind him. Just inside the door, to my right, was the chest of drawers, and on my left, no more than 6 feet from my father's bed, the closet. I knew all this by memory, but I could see well enough, after a few seconds, to take it all in. How was it that this darkness was so transparent? His blinds were pulled up. He never wanted them down. That might have accounted for it. Would the moon still have shone at that early hour of the morning? Light from a street lamp? I saw him clearly, clearer than I wanted to. His head was turned towards me, his mouth closed, and he was staring right at me. But I saw no sign of recognition in his eyes. Could he be asleep with his eyes open? His face, even with the mouth closed, looked as expressionless as when he slept. I held my breath, froze, not taking my eyes off him. Something suddenly flashed forth from his eyes. I never saw anything like it. It must have been pain. It might have been terror. It lasted only a second. Then his eyes squeezed shut. I prayed that they might stay shut, even if it meant he was dead. God have mercy, I wanted that dress, those shoes. The eyes did stay shut. The mouth dropped open. The blue pajamas shimmered in the filmy dark. He began to snore softly. At the closet I took the first dress I touched, then leaned down and found my mother's high heels. In the bathroom I stepped into the dress. It went on smooth over the slip. It felt fine. There was the faint scent of my mother, and I smoothed the bodice, the skirt, looked at the dark image of myself in the mirror, the breasts rising the way they were supposed to, the dainty collar trimmed with lace. Then I eased my feet into the high-heeled shoes, and when I stood up I had my balance. I had to watch my step. There were no carpets in our halls, and in spots the floor was likely to creak. I kept to one side, on tiptoe, glad of my last summer's practice in wearing high heels. Once in the kitchen, I crossed directly to the back door, unlocked it, opened it as quietly as I could. Then I stepped out into the last of the darkness. Such a strange, fearsome elation! The leaves on the frail mimosa tree in our backyard looked burnished and lush. The grass glistened. The black Ford sat in the driveway, gleaming and terrible and monumental. I stayed on the grass, the high and narrow heels of my mother's shoes sinking ever so slightly into the ground, the tapered skirt brushing against my shins, the smooth slip cool across my knees. But even as I stepped around the Ford, letting my fingers graze the cold steel, I knew that I was not going to stop when I came to the end of the yard. This was different from last summer. A lovely, dangerous world lay before me, a universe secret and dark and forever. Edgemere. The whirring cicadas might have been the rustling wings of angels. I did not stop to think whether fallen or not. There must have been a chill in the air, but I did not feel cold. The little houses sat hunched and still, the street curved gently down to the park, and every step took me deeper into the mystery of myself. The high heels resounded on the concrete. I let them sing out. I didn't look back. Ahead of me the trees of the park swayed and shook, as if sweeping the sky of the last of its stars. Resplendent, I was going down into that beautiful darkness. And that is where I went. That is where I wanted to stay. When the school year ended, my sisters and I were shamed into helping with the care of my father. Sandra and Lila shaved him, and I helped Mother bathe him. She showed me the tube that curled from his penis into a bag beneath the bed, and how to empty the bag and change it. During this last phase, Mother grew more lively and cheerful, the change I attributed to our aid, but it may simply have been relief in knowing that the end was near. At any rate, I felt good about helping my mother, and, unlike my sisters, was not disgusted by my father. He seemed to me more like a great raggedy doll than the grim and distant father I'd known, who in my mind was already dead, might have died the moment he'd seen me coming into his room in search of my mother's dress and shoes. After that, he'd lost the power to frighten me. I grew fond of him. At the funeral, a Baptist minister obtained by the funeral home spoke of God's love and the sacrifice of his only begotten Son. He went on and on. My father, dressed in his gray business suit, lay in front of the altar in a copper-colored coffin with beige satin lining. I had gone with my mother to choose it, an economy model more sturdy than beautiful. My grandmother and her sister, white-haired ladies with canes, and Uncle Ferris, the half-brother from the Texas Panhandle, accompanied by a woman whose platinum blonde hair fairly glowed from beneath a tiny black pillbox hat and veil, sat alongside us in the family mourning area, a booth hidden from the other viewers by shaded glass. In the chapel proper a few people sat scattered about, a neighbor or two, some fellow workers at OG&E, I supposed. Way out on the far north side of the city, the cemetery had almost no trees. The hot wind blew hard. My grandmother and great-aunt wore black, stiff-looking dresses. My mother wore navy blue, not the dress I'd worn, but the shoes were the same. She had tied a black scarf around her hair, and bought black scarves for my sisters, a black clip-on bow tie for me. I heard Uncle Ferris tell Mother that it was a shame the way lives drift apart. He was holding the blonde woman's hand, and she pressed her other hand down on top of her little pillbox hat, while the wind kept lifting its black net veil. The woman in the window never undressed before me, understand. This was no striptease, nor did I hope for one. If it was myself I looked for, saw, desired, then it was enough to see her in full regalia, just like me, in my own way, when I circled Edgemere Park in my mother's shoes, a soft spring breeze pressing the skirt against my legs. After my father's death, when I took up my position near the hedge and looked upward into the woman's window, I began to feel afraid, not of being discovered. It was more as if I feared not being discovered. Even when this modest fear became purer, more general, more intense, as it shortly did, I kept up the ritual. It became a test of my courage. Then one morning a man appeared in the window. I drew back, thinking him my father. He was thin, stark naked, his body very white, hairless, the penis thick and risen. Turning away from the window, I saw him leaving the apartment, dressed now in a gray suit like the one my father was buried in, his black shoes shining. I ran to the station house, certain that he followed me, but he did not. In a dream, my father wanted to tell me something important, but he could not say it, and I woke with tears flooding my eyes, with the keen sense that he had been here in my room, close. I woke possessed by restlessness. It was only 2 o'clock, but I rose, made my way through the dark house to the back bedroom. I had no illusion that my father would be there. At first I thought my mother might not be asleep, and I waited behind the door, listening for sounds, but it was very quiet in there. When at last I thought it safe enough to peek around the door, I could see nothing at all. I stepped inside, stark naked, silent in my bare feet on the smooth planks of the floor, and made my way to the closet by touch. Then I stood very still until my eyes adjusted to the dark. My mother slept to one side of the bed, facing the wall. A breeze blew through the open window, and the air smelled clean and fresh. She had scrubbed the room top to bottom and put up lacy curtains. I dressed in the garage. When I was halfway to the park, a car came towards me, and I jumped behind the nearest shrubbery. The car drove past without slowing down. It was not a police car, but I was badly frightened. I had certainly been seen, and wouldn't I be reported now as a prowler, a peeping Tom? I took off the heels and began to run back to the house, hitching up the tight skirt above my knees. A light was on in the kitchen window. I crept up to it and peeked in. My mother sat at the kitchen table in her robe. She smoked a cigarette and sipped from a coffee cup. I slipped back to the garage, took off the skirt, the blouse, and hung them carefully on my bicycle handlebars. It would have been smart, I realized, to have brought a change of clothes with me to the garage. Mother might not have missed me. Something else had awakened her. She would not have thought to check my room. Restored to jeans and T-shirt, I could wait until daybreak, throw my papers as usual, then appear at breakfast as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. She would not miss the clothes. She had other skirts, other shoes, and there would be plenty of time after she had gone to work for me to return what I'd taken. Then I saw the row of paper sacks and remembered my father's clothes. She had set the sacks out in the hall and asked me to carry them to the garage, 6 of them altogether. I had leaned them against the closed door, alongside the unsold yard ornaments, and now I went to them and found a shirt, a pair of slacks, a belt. Nothing fit, but I rolled up the trouser cuffs, the sleeves of the white shirt, pulled the belt in as tight as I could. It was not the same as wearing my mother's clothes. There was no transformation. I felt foolish. But I could ride my bicycle in them, and that is what I did, placing my mother's clothes in the basket attached to the handlebars and slowly walking the bike to the edge of the driveway before jumping onto it and pumping as though my life depended on it. The loose-fitting trousers flapped in the wind like flags. I rode without thought of destination, whipping around the park and onto dark side streets. I wanted only to be far away from that house, far from the light of that window, that kitchen where my mother sat in a haze of cigarette smoke, making her way back from the dream that had awakened her, a dream like my own, I imagined, a dream of my father. Then I came to the streets lined with tall trees and dark mansions. Out of breath, my legs aching, I stopped, dismounted at the driveway that led to the garage apartment. There was no light in that window, but I waited, sitting on my knees in the grass beside the hedge. After a while, rested, I took my mother's clothes from the bike basket and put them on again. As I folded my father's clothes, tears came to my eyes. I had an image of my mother doing the same thing, folding one shirt after another, the white shirts he'd worn to work, the useless socks, the absurd ties, the boxer shorts. Still the sacks filled up, 6 of them, and then there was no more, and she stopped. She looked into the closet. She closed and opened the empty drawers. What was I looking for? What did I imagine I would find there? The sadness of these questions overwhelmed me. I sobbed furiously. Then I stopped. He is not here, I told myself. My father is dead, and I am not my mother. I stepped away from the hedge, took a deep breath, walked up to the front door of the mansion. The bell rang out so loud I was sure that all the world heard it, but nobody answered. I rang it again and again, but nobody answered. I tried the door, locked, naturally. And so I walked boldly to the side of the house, passed through the brick-columned portico, my mother's shoes clicking on the asphalt driveway, and then I stood poised at the steps that led up to the entrance of the garage apartment, my hand on the cool wrought-iron railing. I hesitated only a moment before ascending. The night air was warm and sweet. The trees seemed to whisper, every breeze-touched leaf a tongue. I understood that secret language. It spoke of my beauty. Each step I took seemed further proof of it, a beauty born of my own grief, of a sorrowfully personal mortality. To live was no more than a fatal birthright. The miracle lay curled in the blood alongside the calamity. I reached the door, knocked loudly, waited, knocked again. No light, no sound. I tried opening the door. Like the other, it was firmly locked. No one would open it. No one was inside. The realization seemed final, absolute. I turned away and knew that I would go there no more. Day was breaking by the time I stepped back inside my parents' house, but everyone was sound asleep. I had plenty of time to change into my own clothes, ride again to the mansions, and deliver the morning newspapers. What else is there, after all, but to go back to the small, safe houses of our mothers and fathers, rest ourselves as long as we can in that sad clarity, that somber, subduing light? We live on the edge of a fathomless dark sea. No mansion on earth can contain us. All the rest of that long summer of my 14th year, day broke in our house as naturally as sin. In the garage, awaiting the Salvation Army, the row of paper bags filled with my father's clothes sat next to the stacks of his toothless hillbillies, his grinning Aunt Jemimas. Inside the house, my mother rested nightly in the bedroom my father had occupied, and my sisters, dead to the world, afloat in their own dark dreams, their cagey sicknesses, slept on and on. Son and brother, I vowed to stay with them. You're the man of the house now, my mother kept saying, and so I was. Nominated by the Southern Review. Yarn Wig by Lois-Ann Yamanaka, from Michigan Quarterly Review. My mudda cut our hair so short. Shit, us look like boys, I no joke you. I mean more worse than Chawan cut. At least Chawan cut get little bit hair on the side of your face. Us look almost bolo head, and everybody tease us. Eh, boy, what time? Or, eh, boy, what color your panty? I figure my mother's sick and tired of combing our long hair every morning. She make us all line up, and us sit one by one on her chair, by her make-up mirror. She pull and yank our hair just for put 'em in one ponytail. But I tell you, she pull 'em so tight, our eyes come real slant, and our forehead skin real tight. Ask why now we get boy hair. One time we stay walking home from school, and Laverne lay aloha calling us snipe, because us Japanese, and we get rice-eye, she say. Then her and her friend write SNIP on the road with white chalk. They when steal from school. Us dunno if she teasing us. Snipe for Japanese, or snip for our boy hair. My mother she start for feel sorry for us, but what she can do? She no can make our hair grow back all long again. But she go down Ben Franklin one day, and come home with plenty black yarn, the thick kind. She make us yarn wigs, I no joke you, with short bangs and long, long yarn hair in the back, all the way to our okole, just like the high school cheerleaders, or like Cher on the Sonny and Cher show. My sisters and me make the yarn hair come in front, then we flip 'em back like Cher do. The other day my mother took us store, and all us when wear our yarn wigs in the car. We stay letting the yarn blow out the window, 'cause so long. But when we was ready for go out, I when fast kind pull off my yarn wig. Shame, eh? More better they tease me. Boy, then yarn for hair. My sisters, they so stupid. They wear their yarn wigs in the store. The lady at the soda fountain tell, "Oh, my goodness, so cute! Harriet, try come. And the lady from the fabric side come running over. "Oh, la, cute yo daughters." I kinda stay, thinking maybe I should have wore my yarn wig too. The fabric lady tell my mother, "You made 'em? Oh, you so clever with your hands, and they so adorable." My sister start bringing her hair in the front and acting like Cher. My other sister pull all her hair on one side and start acting like she looking for split ends, and her too go fling her hair back. Me, I start feeling more bolo head. I look at myself in the soda fountain mirror and order my vanilla Coke. My sister's begging my mother buy yellow and orange yarn for make like Bewitched and Lucy. Me, I pulling my bangs real hard, and the hair by my neck gotta grow longer, fast. Nominated by Michigan Quarterly Review. Island of the Raped Women by Francis Driscoll, from Volt. There are no paved roads here, and all of the goats are well behaved. Mornings, beneath thatched shelters, we paint wide-brimmed straw hats. We paint them inside and outside. We paint very, very fast. 5 hats a morning. We paint very, very slow. 1 hat a week. All of our hats are beautiful, and we all look beautiful in hats. Afternoons we take turns. Mapping baby crabs going in and out of sand. Napping. Baking. We make orange and almond cake. This requires essence and rind. Whipped cream. Imagination. We make soft orange cream. This requires juice of 5 oranges and juice of 1 lemon. Sometimes we substitute lime for the lemon. That is also good. An enamel-lined pan, 4 egg yolks, and 4 ounces of sugar. This requires careful straining, constant stirring, gentle whisking, watching for things not to boil, waiting for things to cool. We are good at this. We pour our soft orange cream into custard cups. We serve this with sponge cake. Before dinner, we ruffle pink sand from one another's hair. This feels wonderful, and we pretend to find the results interesting. We all eat in moderation, and there is no difficulty swallowing. We go to bed early. Maybe we even turn off lights. Maybe we even sleep naked. Maybe. We all sleep through the night. We wake eager from dreams filled with blue things and designs for hats. At breakfast we make a song, chanting our litany of so much collected blue. We do not talk of going back to the world. We talk of something else, sweet to try with the oranges, sponge custard, served with thick cream, or perhaps with raspberry sauce. We paint hats. We paint hats. Nominated by Volt. The Chamber by Stuart Dischell, from Colorado Review. For years I waited for this to happen to me. It was my precious secret, the affair I imagined before falling asleep. Then my dreams would terrify me. All night I swam in my sheets. Sometimes, thinking about the future, I would rise in my office and knock the wooden door or the frame of the window. Looking down, I would see one, rolling across the street, or being pushed with a patient smile. Then I would knock wood again. It went on this way for years. People believed I was merely superstitious, a funny little man with peculiar habits. That's the way people treat artists. Yet I understood their behavior. I had nothing to offer. Once I won a trip to London. I went alone. I was grateful for the double seat, and even had the stewardess bring me double portions. When we landed at Heathrow, I would not stand up. I waited until the passengers left the plane, and still I would not stand up. The stewardess asked if there was a problem. When I told her, she could not hear me. I watched as she watched my lips and frowned. An attendant came and lifted me into a wheelchair. He chatted at me. I liked his British accent. Near the baggage claim area, I felt the urge to rise. I don't remember what I told him, but he stopped the chair. He shouted for me to stop, but I broke into a trot, took my bag from the carousel, and climbed into a taxi. Everyone watched as I sped away. I was amazing. That was the first of what are called episodes. Others are less memorable, yet always occurring in some public place, a museum, a restaurant, a restroom, and people always wanted to help. I did not mean to disappoint them or refute their kindness. I can still see that dear, tricked look cloud their faces as I made my recovery, but they were not relieved. I found myself told not to enter certain establishments, the proprietors acting downright hostile. I never said a word. I just lowered my head, the bald spot glaring back their own reflections. Eventually, I was fired from the firm where I worked. My superiors believed I was no longer promising, and that I had a bad effect on the younger men just up from college. They called it retirement. Now I am doing what I have always anticipated. At night the various moths are attracted to the light of the window. I draw them in my mind. Here is the lesson I have learned from life. I took the wrong road, but finally came home. I read somewhere about a statue inside a stone. This is what I have done. My work of art. I have carved at myself these many years, while I have posed for a statue inside a stone. Nominated by Edward Hirsch, David Rivard. Riders to the Sea, fiction by Maria Flook, from Baum. Bell was fighting a sex hangover as he fixed a fried egg sandwich. He was feeling unsettled and wanted to line his stomach before he resumed his evening schedule at the Narragansett. He scored the egg with a spatula. The gold pillow wobbled, then steadied, its lacy albumen white as a doily. His knees turned hollow and tensed back each time he remembered the CVS girl from the other night. They parked the car at the cliff walk. He let her out of the passenger side, and she came right along with just her fingertips alert in the palm of his hand. Her jeans had zippers at the ankles, and she ripped each tag, one cuff, then the other. The twilight lingered, reflected on the sea. She made him acknowledge his first view of her, the labia's pink crest, sudden, symmetrical as a tiny valentine. Then he looked away. He felt it in the small of his back, in his legs. He felt the sting in the arches of his feet. He adjusted the toaster. The electric twists glowed. Then a neighbor kid ran past the window, notching left and right and screaming in crimped bleats. Belle snapped the dial on the stove and went outside. Some neighbors had stepped onto their lawns to see whose boy was having the trouble. Belle looked down the string of white clapboard houses which ended on First Beach. Nothing had changed much since he was small. He tucked the spatula inside the mailbox and followed the people down to the water. A group had assembled at the edge of the sea. A few men waded in ankle-deep. 30 feet out, a windsurfer tacked back and forth in silent, accurate swipes. The woman was face down. Her chestnut hair filtered forward, then pleated back in the calm water. The waves came in like clear rolls of saran before puddling on shore. The sea hardly tugged her. A wreath of suds, pearly as BBs, surrounded the body and tagged the rocks. He couldn't see her face or guess her exact age. She was wearing a cocktail dress stitched with fancy beadwork. Sewn in undulating lines over her hips, the beads reflected the sun in shifting gradations of light, like the contrasting whorls in polished marble. This marble effect made her look like something which had toppled from a pedestal. The woman rode back and forth in 6-inch increments over the pebble sheet. Belle saw it was the agitation of the brine forced through the cores of the miniature beads on the woman's dress, which had created the foamy scud on the surface of the water. Belle was living at home again with his mother and his sister Christine, coming back to Newport after 3 months in a Navy brig at Portsmouth, Virginia. He had hoped to wrangle some duty in his hometown. He asked for the construction battalion unit, where he could do his hitch building piers or grouting the swimming pools on base. Instead, he had been assigned to the Naval Supply Center in Norfolk. He never shipped out. He never looked down at the chop from deck or followed seabirds until they disappeared on the horizon line. He worked on a terminal in the bowels of a warehouse, cataloging dry goods and food supplies for the carriers. He couldn't tell the weather, what clouds stumbled overhead, tinting the sea. All day he was under the fluorescents. He began to do some wagering and some simple pilfering. It wasn't much, just what he could get into Eric's Plymouth once or twice over weekends. Mostly it was cases of cigarettes, which they sold to Richmond vending. After his time in the brig, he wasn't surprised by the general discharge. Its abrupt language was stinging even without being accusatory. He accepted that. In just 2 lines of print, it was all over. He tried to adjust to hours in his mother's house. Scents from the kitchen, yeast cakes soaking, knotted rolls swelling like broken knuckles, the floor always gritty with cinnamon sugar. He hated to hear the same low thump of the radiator, building with steam, the pipes knocking room to room and then subsiding. The vision of the drowned woman was a refreshing surge, washing through the catalogue of family accessories in his childhood house. Even the public landmarks of the town, which he had always respected, added a cloying poignancy to his return. All of his old haunts flipped before his eyes like lantern slides or stereoscopic pictures. The old Viking lookout tower, the Mount Hope Bridge with its green lanterns, then the Providence skyline, the State House with its needle spire injecting the horizon. The crowd on the beach had adjusted to the visual impact and had started vocalizing. A man questioned the idea of an actual drowning. The woman could have been dumped. They said she must be a Boston whore down for the weekend. There were always illicit odd jobs during the off-season when summer boutiques fell back on drug trafficking. Motel bars hired girls to do some modeling. They arranged elevated runways by just lining up 3 or 4 billiard tables. There were 1 or 2 video pioneers manufacturing hardcore. They were working out of the Sheraton, and the same up at the Ramada. Belle's stomach was still empty, but he wasn't hungry. He felt weighted, almost sleepy. The abrasive slushing of the waves over the beaded dress was hypnotic. Because the woman had washed ashore so close to his house, he couldn't resist thinking it might be a commentary on his arrival. He studied her body. Belle saw she had a little mole halfway up her thigh, just at the hem of her short dress. He saw it, then flicked his gaze farther out. It was restful to study the horizon, letting it snag and scurry. Then he looked back at the woman. An emergency vehicle drove up the beach. The paramedics flipped her over and tried to revive her, by rote theory, before lifting her onto a gurney. The wheels of the gurney left tiny furrows in the sand, but the tide was coming in, erasing wide crescents. Bell was impressed, but he couldn't figure out what left him astonished. He envied the woman's anonymity. Her suspended identity enriched a ballooning awareness, a raw knowledge that nothing has meaning. He thought of a bar trick he liked to perform for the girls. He could do it all night with just a pack of Salem's and a 65-cent Crazy Wand bottle. He takes a drag and fills a giant erotic bubble with exhaled smoke. It drifts into the tables of ladies. The mirrory circle swirls, quivers eye-level, like the taut lining of a dream, the same dream, until it erupts and the smoke disperses. When he returned to the house, his mother was in the kitchen stirring a pot, her hand making a figure 8, then tapping, then twisting. The spoon on the enamel rim resonated on the spinal nerves, and Bell walked over and took the spoon out of his mother's hand. She took it back. Divorced from his father for years, she was still upset if she sometimes saw him on the street. She told Bell that she had met his father at one of the rotaries, and they had to steer around the circle together for a few moments, jockeying for position. Bell told her to pretend that his father doesn't exist. She reminded Bell that they lived on an island, after all, and they couldn't always avoid one another, could they? Then he heard his sister Christine drive up the oyster shells with her boyfriend Miller. Christine worked days at Raytheon. She seemed different since he'd last seen her. It wasn't anything he could put his finger on. Her face was a peculiar contradiction. She looked both expectant and sullied, as if expectancy itself was what tainted her. Bell didn't imagine she could have changed too much since high school. She maintained a serious collegiate aura, although she didn't go on to college. She had a habit of biting her lower lip, organizing her thoughts with her teeth clamped down on the same red swell. In Bell's absence she had joined the local Latin League, going to monthly potlucks with some steeped-in-culture oldsters and scholarly kids interested in the Roman lifestyle. She tried to explain to Bell about the Saturnalia. Then she was a new member of the Newport Community Theater, where she had been asked to star in a one-act play. She showed Bell the flyers advertising the production Christine Bellamy in Riders to the Sea by Irish playwright J.M. Synge. Her name had been spelled with a K. Bell approved of the change, telling her he never liked the Christ in her name. He saw that she carried a spinning wheel back and forth to the rehearsals. The first night he was home, he watched his sister leave the house with the little wooden contraption, a wheel and a spindle. It gave him a start. Yet she was still wearing her David Bowie tour jacket, scuffed leather, scabby at the elbows, a relic of the 70s. The spinning wheel lost its clout against the rock-and-roll souvenir, and the contrast pleased Bell. Christine introduced Bell to her new boyfriend, Miller, who she had met at the community theater. Miller explained to Bell how he changed the colored spots and moved the flats back and forth with a crew of aspiring teenaged actors who didn't always get the parts they wanted. Idle brats, Miller called them. Miller came often to the house to prompt Christine and help her rehearse her lines for Riders to the Sea. Bell wasn't pleased to have Miller around when he wanted to settle in with his mother and sister. Bell described the drowned woman on First Beach and waited for the women's reactions. Christine looked at him and saw he was evaluating her, so she didn't say anything. His mother asked him one question. Did we know the girl? Then she went next door to discuss the news with her neighbor, who had signaled to her through the facing kitchen window. When it was just the three of them, Miller admitted he wished he had seen the drowned woman. "Nothing like a body in the surf," Miller said. "What do you mean, nothing like it? Are you crazy?" Christine asked. Bell squinted at Miller, trying to see where this was going, and he pushed it along. "Miller's right about that. It's a seventh wonder." "An impressive sight, isn't it?" Miller asked. "More lyrical than a body on dry land. like a message in a bottle. There's a mysterious connection, a romantic spell, like a tryst between the victim and the person who finds her. Who found the woman? A kid? Miller said, Yeah, well, but you were down there. You had a part. I felt that, Bell said, like I'm initiated. Exactly. It's a tingle, Miller said. She was like some dish from Atlantis, Bell went on, teasing his sister. Miller discussed local catastrophes, boats going down, a couple of notable shootings, Sonny von Bülow, and the 6 or 7 yearly leaps from bridges. Hey, who writes the crime report? Is it you? Christine rolled her script into a tight tube and pointed to Miller, who had seated himself at the kitchen table. Miller talked all that time, but never looked directly at Bell. He talked about the drowned woman as if he was teaching a class on it, and Miller looked too old for Christine. He had stiff, ashy hair which formed 3 or 4 stalactites across his shoulders. He smiled at Christine, showing teeth which were harnessed in clear plastic fencing, some kind of invisible orthodontics to correct an overbite. A progressive decision for a man his age, he told Bell. Miller slouched with his legs extended deep under the kitchen table, a posture, Bell believed, which should be reserved for family members only. When Miller stretched his arms over his head, Bell glimpsed a peculiar device belted at his waist. He wore some kind of hospital gizmo. It was a tiny box, the size of a pack of Winston Kings. A small display screen shimmered while an emerald dot was pulsing to prove its battery pack was A-OK, or to provide some other light-coded information. Bell was trying to remember what he knew about modern medical technology when Christine told Bell that the box was Miller's insulin infusion pump. The pump regulated a steady feed of insulin through a little tube taped to Miller's abdomen. The idea disturbed Bell. He wasn't alarmed about the man's problem, but he realized Christine had been privy to this tube inserted in Miller's belly. Bell saw that this high-tech malady might be an attraction for Christine. Christine had always suffered from the moral surges of someone like Clara Barton. Her lovers seemed to have chronic maladies, a skin condition, or a joint replacement. Then she dated new arrivals, Cuban boys and Cape Verdeans with English as a second language. There was always some obstacle she enjoyed tackling. The current thing, a diabetic stage technician. For someone suffering a condition, Miller appeared self-assured and arrogant. Thin and sallow, he looked utterly confident, svelte even, in his underweight condition. His smile, reinforced with plastic brackets, had a sinister depth. He had Christine up against the GE, kissing her, the buzz of the Freon increasing. Bell took the keys to the car and looked back once, hoping his sister had disentangled, but she wasn't rushing for his sake. He drove his mother's car the full perimeter of the island. He went up West Main Road, watching the late sun touch long ribbons on the bay, wakes from tankers, and little frothy bows behind pleasure boats. He came back on East Main, seeking blue splints of the Sakonnet all the way down. He drove out Ocean Drive, where breakers crashed against the jetties in bright crescents, glassy as chandeliers. He loved the spectacle of the sea, the ornament of its lighted spray against notches of granite. After seeing something like that, he sought the smeary ambience of a tavern. It was the tiled bar at the Narragansett, black and white inches of cracked ceramics, like a littered shoreline, and stale spills puddled around the table legs. "They're all gone now, and there isn't anything more the sea can do to me." Christine was just coming in the door, home from Raytheon. She was in character, the keening voice of an Irish matron whose sons have all been drowned. Her authority always surprised Bell. She took the spinning wheel from the closet and went into the living room. Bell watched as she placed it on the floor, and the wheel revolved slowly. It was like something he might see at the helm of a small ketch. She wanted to rehearse while spinning a snag of yarn, and she asked him if he would read the lines and cue her. "This play is in Irish?" he asked her. She told him, "Don't be stupid. Of course it's English, but it lilts. I'll show you." She recited a phrase, an insistent querying dirge. "Everything sounds like a question," she told him. "The words go up at the end. The sentences just keep ascending like climbing switchbacks." "No kidding?" he said. "There's someone in after crying out by the seashore," she recited. The words were echoey, lifting at the final syllables. "Okay," he said. "He's gone now, and when the black night is falling I'll have no son left me in the world." Her voice climbed and faltered, climbed again. Bell read from the script like a mechanic running his eyes over a parts and service ledger in the metric system, rubbing his chin with the back of his wrist. Christine enjoyed his shyness, and she let him founder. "Riders to the Sea is supposed to be a tragic play," she told him. She wanted to share the winy taste of the lines, and she told him the words should feel exciting on the tongue, like capers or wild mushrooms. He asked her, "Why are they doing this one? Why not the usual West Side Story? What about hair?" "This is a real play," she told him. "You know, there are just two themes in life. No musical soundtracks necessary." "What themes?" "Love and death." "When did you decide this?" he asked her. "We're all born with a secret," she told him. Christine wasn't just teasing. Her remark emerged whisper smooth, the way a U2 rises all glossy and serene in the middle of a giant swell. "Real drama," she told him, "is pain kept brewing all the weeks before the curtain goes up, so that no one can misinterpret pain as performance. It's supposed to be pain alive." He wanted to get out of the house. Christine was tilting something. She looked pale and eerie, but maybe this was from working deep in the windowless complex at Raytheon. He cued her lines. It was a depressing story. All the men drown, and the women are left weeping before a rough-hewn coffin. "This is a little hard to swallow," he told her. He told her that he was happy she was just practicing at it, when sooner or later it gets dark on its own. "Don't ask me what I saw in jail. Not just the crowd on the inside. I'm talking about the families who come to visit. Talk about the sad truth." Christine nodded. She was trying to picture the unhappy relations queuing up outside the prison doors. "I would have visited you, Belle, if it wasn't Virginia. Didn't I come to see you all the time at the training school?" "I'm not complaining," he told her. He was wondering. Maybe acting in a tragic one-act play can make a girl responsible and wary. "This Miller dude," Belle told her. "What's the story with him?" Christine turned her face to the window to secrete her grin. The beach light touched her profile as it reached into the house, splicing through glass curtain pulls and lifting the grain on the woodwork. Belle saw Christine was pleased, that he worried about her, or perhaps she was pleased, simply, when she thought of Miller. She began again. This time her voice was too high, the sing-song of leprechauns. She halted mid-sentence and started over. Finding the right pitch, she recited a long passage and tried her best to keen at an appropriate octave, with the complexity of a vibrating cello string, the way her director had explained it should sound. He was in the first booth at the Narragansett Tavern. He liked to watch the door sweep open and ratchet slowly back. He glimpsed the harbor outside, a dense stand of masts like a glaring aluminum atrium. The girl from the CVS drugstore was rolling a ballpoint over the curve of his knee, inking a burning dot on the stiff denim of his line-dried jeans. The other week he had found her sorting the magazines in the front of the store, stacking the older issues on a trolley. He asked her what she did with the old issues. Do they get recycled? He took a heavy issue of Computer Shopper out of her hands, thick as a phone book. She didn't say anything as the weight was transferred. She looked back in a steady, instinctive perusal of his face, the way a bird and its worm exchange a moment of awakening. "We send them back on the truck," she said after a while. She looked pretty young, but youth is a pie with many slices. She told Belle, "I can punch out for an hour at about 7:30. Come get me if you want. Or do you just want one of these periodicals?" "I'll be back," he had told her. He was smiling. He liked the way she had said periodicals, as if she was some kind of librarian. No names were exchanged. He didn't tell her his name was Bellamy, Bell for short, and she seemed just as happy to stand, unidentified, in the center aisle surrounded by waist-high stacks of glossies. She was finished writing her telephone number along his inside seam, and he told her, "You could have spared my mother the annoyance. Besides, I have a photographic memory." "Really? What's my number, then?" she said. She flattened her palm against his eyes. He recited the telephone number. "God, that's scary," she said. She didn't look scared. "Lucky try," Bell said. It was easy to please this girl. He didn't have to encourage her. She sat next to him, pushing her cuticles back as if her fingertips were a key to everything. She wasn't like Christine, who might get bored without conversation. Christine might demand to play cards or challenge him to match historical data from the last 3 decades of rock and roll. Christine once asked him, "Who was the first truly androgynous star?" "Mick Jagger," he said. "Oh, come on. He imitated Little Richard." "Are we talking about eyebrow pencil, patent leather?" "No, you know. It's like they could be singing to boys or girls." "James Brown." "I don't think so," she said. "He goes almost in drag. He's got that cape. But that's not what I'm talking about." "You're right. James Brown is too athletic. Slides across the stage on his knees. You mean someone like Bowie." He thought this was what she was leading up to, her idol. A chiffon scarf can say so many things. Around someone's neck, it's innocence. But chiffon tied around the waist, you know, drifting there, it's so decadent. Christine. "God," she said, laughing. "The roots are deep, really. It goes back to ancient culture, like the Saturnalia." When he was in the company of a thriving slut, like the CVS girl, why was he dragging his sister into it, trying to nestle her image against the drugstore clerk? The CVS girl already failed to intrigue him beyond his first inspiration, which was never a thrill if left entirely to its own design. He might go with the CVS girl again, for a couple of hours, park on a side street near the cliff walk. Relief, without an immediate rekindling of tension, is often a disappointment. Never calling it forth, still he saw the dark fleck on the drowned woman's thigh. Its tiny circumference seemed to recur in his vision like a vitreous floater or a snag in the retina. He faced his companion. She wet her lips and waited. He spoke, and her eyes squeezed shut in tight winces of approval. She agreed. It didn't matter what he was saying. His father was standing in the kitchen holding a heavy paper bag. The bag was leaking from its bottom folds, and Bell could see from its dripping mass that it must be some 2-pounders. His mother had the big speckled kettle whining on the stove. Christine was peeling the wax paper from a pound of butter. She put the pale block in a saucepan and adjusted the gas until the flame steadied. She set the burner very low, using her expertise so that each flame kept separate, lifting from the jets like the beads of a blue necklace. The butter started to slide in the pan. "To celebrate," his father announced. Bell looked at his mother, but she didn't seem put out by the intrusion. She accepted his father's presence in her kitchen now and again, the way she was tolerant of plumbers, electricians, painters, anyone she had to incorporate into her household for small allotments of time until maintenance was complete, a repair job finished. She showed no familiarity, yet she tried to stand at ease, without knotting her apron too tight, as she might do in moments of distress. "Supper is a surprise," she said. "Are you staying to eat, then?" Bell asked his father. "Oh, no. I just brought these over for you and Chrissy. Your mother's got one there, if she desires." Bell lifted a heavy lobster out of the paper sack. "This one's mine," Bell said, trying to keep the talk going. "And for you, Christine?" Bell reached into the bag and pulled another one forth. "This one's seen it all." Bell held the lobster high so everyone could admire it. "His big claw looks funny," Christine said, seeing the lobster's aggressive, thumping arms, its large, palsied claw. "It's a fighter," his father said, looking back and forth between his son and daughter. "Vini Pazienza." "The Paz." Bell was smiling. "12th round," Christine said. Ding! She lifted the lid off the big pot. The lobsters went in the kettle, and the water stilled for a moment before churning back. Belle's father said his goodbyes. Belle walked him out to the street and drummed the trunk of the car as he drove away. When he went back in the house, Christine was arranging newspaper over the kitchen table, opening the sections and layering the wide sheets. "Look at that," she said to Belle. Her fingertip touched the newsprint. It was a picture of the drowned woman at First Beach. The photo was from Contemp, a temporary office pool where she had been on the roster for a year. The woman's name was Kelly Primiano, from Medford. Irish-Italian, Belle's mother said. Where was her luck that day? If she's half Italian, that cancels out the luck factor right there, Belle said. Says here she wasn't drunk. No bones broken. Christine read the print. Her parents say she was a good swimmer. They taught her in Marblehead every summer. You can be an excellent swimmer, but if it's too far to swim, you might as well not know how, Belle said. Are you saying she tried to swim the cove? Maybe she was pushed off a skiff, Belle said. Anything. Christine read some more. There wasn't any fluid in her lungs. Belle dropped his face down to the sheet of newsprint. Shit. She didn't drown then. See what I'm saying? She wasn't dressed for the beach. It must have been something awful. Maybe she just slipped and hit her head on the rocks, Christine said. Belle looked at the face in the newspaper. Her hair was twisted in 2 elegant braids high over her forehead, as if she was going to the opera. He thought she looked lace-curtain, but must have crossed the tracks at some point in time. Says here she was engaged, Christine said. Belle said, Is that so? Who was the lucky guy? Davy Jones? Man-o'-war in her trousseau? Honeymoon cruise on the Titanic? He listed the possibilities until his mother set the lobsters in the center of the table, bright shells steaming, long red whiskers tilted at odd angles, like sweep second hands on a nightmare clock. Belle discovered a Navy friend had been reassigned to the Naval Underwater Systems Center in Newport, a good job in combat research and electromagnetics. The assignment came with a nice duplex in re-landscaped naval housing. Belle left messages for his friend, teasing him about his fat job, but none were returned. He thought he would drive over there, and he decided to take Christine and Miller. Maybe they would be sandblasting a destroyer at Pier 1, and Christine could take a look at that. He drove his mother's Buick, and Christine pounded the center armrest closed so that they could all sit in front. Cracker crumbs and stale cookies sifted over the vinyl, and Belle wondered why his mother's world was always defined by breadstuffs, a branny litter of sweets and biscuits. Miller complained about the sweets, and he teased Christine, accusing her of trying to tempt him. You can't eat a cookie? Belle asked Miller. It isn't the best thing for Miller, Christine said. There we are, Belle was thinking. Clara Barton. Then Christine was taking it even farther, suggesting that Miller's desires didn't reside in cupcakes and candies. Christine seemed electrified, giggling each time Belle turned the wheel and his elbow knocked her. Women love to be centered between 2 men. It makes them feel on top of the world. Now and again, even with the motor humming, Belle heard a blip from Miller's tummy pack. He turned into Gate 17, but there were some MPs checking decals and stickers. They weren't letting vehicles come on base. An official bronco tugged around the Buick and headed down the road leading to Coddington Cove, but Belle was directed to turn his car around. Slow flushes bloomed and receded, bloomed again at Belle's throat and over his cheekbones. He didn't give the fellow his name or rank, or bother with explanations about his past connections with the Navy. He turned the car around and drove away. Christine cleared her throat. She tried one small apologetic cough to relieve a general indignant feeling, but it didn't help. Miller said, Anyone drives on base. What's the problem, Bellamy? Of course it had nothing to do with Belle's general discharge. There was probably some reason why they were sending people away. They might have the pot-sniffing dogs going around, or maybe they were spraying grass seed on the lots or painting the curbs. Belle told them, Do we care? Do we need this crap? Let's forget it, Christine said. Miller said, I don't understand. Since when do they send people away? Christine tried to shush him, but he stopped on his own and fiddled with the lapels of her blouse. Belle tried to ignore it. It was jokey and innocent, but it irritated him when it went on for too long. He drove through town and stopped in the Almack's parking lot. He got out of the car and walked across to the CVS. He came back with the girl. She trotted behind him, removing her gray smock. She looked bewildered but pleased, shaking her head, letting her curls flop side to side. She scanned the parking lot to see who might acknowledge her. She knew she was leaving her job for this impulsive, hotted-up guy, and it must look interesting. Imagine a man coming in the store, tearing her free from her maddening job. She told them she had been collecting the expired Easter cards from their plexiglass bins, then sorting and inserting new cards for Mother's Day. She started right in. "I hate working the card display. It takes me forever. I have paper cuts. See these poor fingers? You know, the envelopes, like fucking razors." Christine and Miller shifted to the back seat. The CVS girl took her place beside Belle. Belle revved the engine and thumbed the radio dial as everyone settled in. He turned out of the parking lot onto Bellevue Avenue. "Well, what do you want to do?" he said, but he was just being polite. "What about the green animals?" Christine said. "Christine, how many years have you been going to see green animals? Every single year of your life, am I right?" Belle said. "It's beautiful there," she told him. The CVS girl said, "Are you talking about those sculpted bushes? I've never been up there to see those." "Forget it," Belle said. They drove past the famous mansions, most of them acquired by the state. Belle slowed the car as they approached the driveway, where an heiress had steered a sedan over her chauffeur as he opened a gate. It was an old love story, but it afforded new remarks as they rolled past the spot. The murder location gave them a giddy surge as they left Bellevue's heavy arbor, and the street jogged on to Ocean Drive. They were out of the proper town and snaking up the shoreline. The sea's white light washed through the windshield. "Well, how many times have we driven out here? Only a zillion times," Christine said to Belle, but her remark drifted. They were looking at the first glimpse of the sea, at the turnaround at Bailey's Beach. There was a strong, sweet scent coming in through the open window. It was the narcotic spell of early plankton blooming. Belle understood that the plankton bloom was a biological phenomenon having to do with chlorophyll and photosynthesis. It was a simple process impelled by the sun, but he felt indirectly involved. As if by some collective subconscious, the sea's self and Belle's dreamy stasis culminated in this deep rejuvenation. He argued that anyone born and raised beside the sea must suffer. He felt his lust grow razory, his daydreams intensify, wavering through harsh stages of melancholy. "A sign of spring," Belle said, trying to subdue an explosive coronary rhythm which started to crush the breath from him. The scent was so luscious, he rubbed his hand over his face as if dusting sugar from his lips. "It intoxicates me," Christine admitted to Miller. "You never think of the sea as a kind of garden, all floral like this." "It's peaking," Belle said, "like 1,000 water lilies." "I don't see lilies. Where?" the CVS girl said. Miller leaned over the front seat and tapped her shoulder. She turned and shrugged in benign agreement. She wrinkled her nose once, puffed in and out, trying to track the scent that Belle was describing. "Everything smells like Giorgio to me," she told them. "A lady was spritzing it on herself at the counter." They parked the car in the empty lot at the beach club, a private string of pastel cabanas, still boarded up for the winter. There was a stiff wind, but the sun felt strong, falling in broad plackets of peachy light. The sand was extraordinarily hot for a day in mid-spring, and the heat rose to shin level. They walked 4 abreast, the women in the middle. "He basically kidnapped me," the CVS girl told Christine. "God, what did your boss say?" "What was she going to say? Belle looked intense," the girl said. "I didn't think we were going for a walk on the beach. I would have stayed where I was. I make $4.75. That's an hour," she confided to Christine. But she punched her small fist into Belle's side. digging her thumbnail into his ribs and cranking it a quarter turn. "Here," Bell told them. He climbed onto a grouping of boulders and granite formations, which made a natural breakwater into the sea. Giant ledges of rusty shale ascended like drunken stairways right and left. The surf sliced over the misshapen pillars and sloshed into its hollows, dragging ropes of effervescent foam. Sudsy lines extended far out. The water was so aerated, the place smelled of extra oxygen. A central configuration of rocks formed irregular bleachers around a deep chamber where the sea crashed inward, doubled its pressure, and shot upwards through a narrow fissure. The small opening was like a whale's breathing hole. The place was called Spouting Rock, a local perch for teens who used its unpredictable force for threats and dares. Christine sat down beside the blowhole. She rubbed her fingertips over its stony lip, inserting her pointer to the second knuckle. She looked distracted by something far out on the water as she fingered the blue-black opening. Her fingers probed and swirled over the slick rock until the men couldn't hide their discomfort. The CVS girl pulled her jersey over her head to feel the sun. She was wearing an underwire bra, and its ribs rode up until her breasts were sliced across, making 4 even lumps out of 2. She tugged the bra back in place and threw her shirt at Bell. He caught the jersey before it fell into the water. Christine looked at Miller to gauge his reaction, or she was trying to find her own response. She unbuttoned her top button and lifted her shirt off. Bell thought she was just trying to keep up. He didn't want to stare at her, and he studied the water. A large bank of waves was coming in, and it would cause some action at Spouting Rock. It was so utterly familiar, these procedures. He saw the undertow pull back and the surface flatten. For a few seconds, nothing. The swell ascended in frothy notches, wobbled and shuddered in a dead halt before beginning its advance. Building a high curl, its wall looked green and corrugated as a carport awning. Bell thought of the drowned woman, her beaded dress, variegated and marbled like the rocks, as if she herself might have broken off this reef and washed on to First Beach. "Here it comes!" Bell shouted out, pulling his sister to her feet. The sea crashed into the trough, smacking the plains of rock like pistol shots. The level ascended, rising up until the full force of the wave exploded from the crevice where Christine had been seated. The spray shot up 12 feet, feathered left and right in different tugs of wind. The girls squealed, and the men yanked them out of its circle. Miller touched his hip to see if his insulin pump was wet. It had been spared. The CVS girl saw it. She recognized the box. "Hey, I've seen one of those at work," she told Miller. "Is that one of those electronic blood pressure kits? Is that it? Have you got hypertension?" Miller started to explain to the girl. He walked her over to the craggy shale ladders. He put his arm around her bare neck, letting his wrist swivel on her shoulder as he talked. He strummed her hair away from her eyes and pulled her close into his medical confession. "He's telling her his symptoms," Christine said. "What are his symptoms?" "Weakness, blurred vision. He could go blind, you know." "He just looks lovesick, if you ask me," Bell said. Christine watched her boyfriend with the other girl. Christine was smiling. Bell admired this. He didn't feel like walking over there to claim the CVS girl for himself, or to get Miller back on her account. Christine walked out a tiny natural bridge to another huge boulder. Bell followed her out. She was reciting lines when he came up beside her. The wind erased her words, and she turned around in the other direction. She faced her brother. "They're carrying a thing among them, and there's water dripping out of it and leaving a track by the big stones." "Don't you know your lines by now?" Bell had to yell. "Leaving a track by the big stones," Christine repeated. "Must you always?" She was laughing. "The big stones. Just like these," she said. She toed the granite with her sneaker. He watched her profile. The wind lifted her weft of blonde hair until it flared level. "What are we doing here with these people?" Bell asked her. "These geeks. What are we doing here with them?" "Oh, Christ," she said, looking out at the water. She was trying not to listen. He squared before her. He put his arms around her waist, crossing his fists at the small of her back. He cinched his wrists tighter and held her without the imprint of his hands. She was beneath his chin. "What are we doing?" he said. "Meaning?" she said. Her eyes looked startled. The pupils swirled open, but she kept her face level, steadied. The slight translucent down at her hairline was electrified by the sun. Her eyelashes blazed like tiny welder's arcs. She bent her knees and crawled out from under his arms. She laid her palms flat against his biceps and shoved him lightly across the rock. She told him, "You're just getting adjusted to home." "Shit. Everything's a 3-ring, that's what you used to say." Miller was calling to them. He was having some sort of panic spasms, and his arms windmilled in 2 directions. Belle went down to where he was standing. "She's fucking with me, man," Miller said. "She's took my insulin pump and won't let me have it." Christine descended carefully from the boulder. She reached under her shorts and tugged the elastic leg of her panties, letting it snap. "So, you took it off? Are you supposed to take it off? What happens to your blood?" she said. "I was showing it to her," Miller said. Christine said, "Since when do you disconnect it?" "Wake up, Chrissy," Belle said. "What do you mean, wake up?" She looked at her brother and back to Miller. She saw Miller was wearing his Nike sweats inside out. Miller said, "It was nothing, Christine, just nothing." "Not worth the effort," Belle said. Miller didn't protest the assumption. "Since when do you take it off for that?" Christine said. Belle examined his sister. Then he looked for the CVS girl and saw her leaning against the car in the beach parking lot. Her arms were crossed tightly at her bosom, the way girls fold their arms when they're ready to go home. "Is that your gizmo, right there?" Belle pointed to a rocky ledge where the girl had propped the insulin pump. He lifted it off the granite niche and tossed it to Miller. It fell in a weightless arc and landed in the water. The little box drifted back and forth in one of the frothy gullies between land and sea. "Nice," Miller said. "That's just wonderful. Just what am I dealing with here? Do you have the hard cash to replace something like that? That's what I'm asking." "Did we ask you to get undressed?" Belle told him. Christine looked over at the CVS girl and waved. The girl knew it was a snub. She shifted her legs and looked in the other direction. "Maybe you can get the box." "That's crazy. I've got the insurance. Let's just travel. I'm ready," Miller told them. "Tell you what, I'll race you for the cost of that thing. Swim out, touch the mooring at Bailey's, turn around, get back. 10 minutes. If you win, I pay for the machine. Even Steven. Time us, Christine." He pulled his jersey over his head, and the wind snapped it until he wadded it down. Miller turned to Christine, but her eyes were squinting and unreceptive. Her face showed a refined acknowledgment of something. Miller said, "Does your brother want me to race him to that mooring? Is he serious?" he said. "That's the request," Belle said. "Sorry, my friend," Miller said. He tried to edge past Belle. Belle put his arm out. He grabbed Miller's throat, half serious, pinching the windpipe with his thumb and middle finger. Belle wiggled the ribbed cartilage left and right, like a toilet paper tube, until Miller started coughing. Belle might be reaching his maximum capacity for self-control, and the other man recognized that Belle was nearing this boundary. Miller pushed his sweats down and stepped out of them. He marched around the ledge of rock, searching for a way down into the trough. The water was rough. He turned back. "Fuck you," he told Belle, but he was looking at Christine. "I'm not going in that mix-master to please you." "What about Christine? Here's your chance to make it up," Belle said. He was marching Miller backwards on the ledge. "You want me to jump in that icy water?" "Does he have to?" Christine said. "It's a free world," Belle said. "Do whatever you want." He turned away from Miller and let the two of them discuss it. A retired couple, exercising their dog, arrived at Spouting Rock. The dog climbed the boulders, its nose brushing side to side for mollusk scents. The couple were surprised to see Miller without his clothes. "The Polar Bear Club, are you?" the man asked Belle. He had to shout over the surf. "That's right," Belle told him. "The initiation stage. It's a closed session. Try not to gawk." The man stopped coming when he heard Belle's tone. He watched from a distance. Belle's grave, no-nonsense dementia was beginning to show. He was shifting his legs, stepping in place. He clenched his fists at intervals, and some surface veins had engorged along his pectoral ledge. His dark nipples flared. The stranger steered his wife by her elbow, and they walked off. The dog raced ahead. Christine found her shirt and slipped it over her head. Belle looked at his sister's lover. His penis was screwed close inside the scrotum. His teeth were clacking, an inaudible chatter of strikes and pauses as he pulled the fleecy side of his sweatpants right side out. "Pants on, pants off. Can't decide what to do with it?" Belle said. "You're sick," Miller said, shivering in large, convulsive shrugs as he dressed. Belle looked out at the sea. A tanker was coming in by Brenton Reef. It was carrying a full load, and rested flat as a domino. Closer in there was something in the water. A pale form rolled on the waves, taupe-colored like a raincoat. Belle watched the waves fill the fabric in fleshy billows before shooting past. He remembered the way the drowned girl filled his thinking, devoured that entire morning when he found her, and kept eating into his mind, even now, days later. The garment surged forward on a swell. It took the curve of a hip, then flattened as the wave eased underneath. "What is that?" Miller said. "Something or somebody," Christine said. "It's just a sail cover. A tarp, I guess. It's trash. This is becoming a nautical waste heap. Jesus, what comes and goes in the water. Things wash up, and you don't always need dental records to figure it out," Belle said. He studied the ragged sheet as it opened and folded, accenting the voluptuous depths which carried it forward. He was taking his shoes off, toeing one heel loose, then the other. He pushed his jeans down. "What are you doing? You can't swim today," Christine told her brother. "The water's too cold." Miller said, "Oh, but it was okay for me. I'm going in." Belle removed his jockeys and dove from the rocks into the sea. Christine picked up his briefs and collected them in her right hand. She walked to the end of the jetty to keep sight of him. He was swimming towards the mooring, but he swam right past its rusty sphere and shifted in another direction. He headed towards the mysterious cloth. He swam in smooth, aggressive strokes as if he could swim a long time. Perhaps he could swim far beyond any return to land. He wasn't trying to worry his sister, but he knew she waited. He felt her longing like a vibration in the water. It seemed to help his rhythm. His kicking was silky and powerful, although he was getting tired. The scrap was a loose-weave sheet used to repair dragger nets, something makeshift and discarded. Its grommets were knotted with nylon wire that feathered in the surf like a colossal hydra. Belle circled the torn square as if it was marker for a particular disaster in a man's life. Its ghost outlines flowered, palpitated, and contracted in mockery of the living. He tried to sink it, free it from its endless float. He shimmied onto the netting, but it disappeared under his weight, retreated to the deep like a frightened pneuma. It wrapped his ankle as he kicked, fanned out behind him like a train, then swirled to the surface again. The Irish girl floated, lofted in his retina's mirrory sea. Seeing that kind of thing once was plenty. Her body, its helpless curve against the shore, everything, even the tiny decals on her fingernails, glossy as a photograph. Her body washed in, it conformed to a few general expectations, but her spirit collected, or dispersed, where? He couldn't imagine. He had no imagination for that. Ordinary silver nitrate could never etch a picture of heaven. He preferred to think of the live girl, her summers at Marblehead. What was her line of work? Was she in the profession? Did her innocence cease up suddenly, or was it a gradual decline? Belle tried to gather the unmanageable netting and tow it into shore. Despite its transparency, its coarse knots, the sheet was too difficult to maneuver, and he had to leave it. He worked to get back to the rocks. The rip-current made swimming hard. When he pulled himself out of the water, his flesh was pink from the effort. He felt a tingle of sweat beneath the crystallizing salt scum. He picked up his jeans and put them on, forgetting his underwear. Christine twirled the waistband on her pointer finger and let them sail. Miller tried to lead Christine back to the car. Her dramatic handling of her brother's briefs made Miller question out loud his luck with women. Why did Christine have to insult him with such inventive gestures? Miller told Christine, "I'm going, now. Fish or cut bait." She waited for Belle to lace his shoes. Christine looked at her brother and smiled. She started to recite her lines, her voice silky and true to her role. "There does be a power of young men floating around in the sea." Miller touched his forehead with the back of his knuckles. "You're a sad story, the two of you. You're both really sad." At the car, the CVS girl climbed in the back seat with Miller, and Christine rode in front. The girl wanted to return to her job, and Belle let her off at the drugstore. He drove down Memorial Boulevard. He watched his sister's profile and bounced the heel of his hand on her knee. "Christine, green animals? The topiary? You want to go there? You're not just being nice." Belle told her he was giving it another chance. She smiled and watched the other way. "Look, there's Pop," she said, pointing to a car in the next lane. She started to wave, but her father didn't see her. "In his own world," she said. "It's the same world," Belle said. Miller jumped out at the next intersection, and he left the car doors swinging. Belle watched the light change. Then he shoved the gas pedal just so until the door came back and the lock caught. Nominated by Pat Strawn. My Father Dancing. Fiction by Bliss Broyard, from Grand Street. My father and I used to dance together in the kitchen before dinner. I grew up with the kitchen radio always on, tuned to a local R&B station. The habit got started with the dogs. My mother said the music kept them company when we were all away for the day. When I was small enough still to like being picked up, I shimmied in my father's arms while he performed an improvised two-step. Later I squirmed out of his grasp and made up my own steps, ducking out of the way of pots as my mother moved from refrigerator to sink to stove. When I was old enough to be snuck into bars, "She's with me," my father would tell the bouncer with a sly grin. We continued dancing to the sounds of stompy live bands. At these bars dancing was serious business. We sat at a table, a bottle of beer in one hand, the fingers of the other tapping out a rhythm, the bony crack of our thumbs on the edge of the table giving an accent sharp as a cymbal crash. And then we were up, pushing our chairs back, no word exchanged, but both responding to some tightening of rhythm or a deepening in the bass line. That moment reminded me of the way our dogs on the beach would suddenly begin to run down the sand at a breakneck clip, running towards something that seemed to be attached by an invisible string to a part of them not yet bred out. I relied on this silent method we had of communicating, so I didn't know how to talk to my father when he was lying in a hospital bed, slowly dying of cancer. I hung over him, unable to leave, like an insect caught in a spider's web, thrashing uselessly. I watched for the tiniest movement, a gesture, a raising of his eyebrows, anything that would tell me about what I meant to him. On those dance floors over the years, we told each other more about ourselves than in any conversation. I mimicked my father's movements, and when I had gotten it right, I felt suddenly that I had been dropped into his body for a moment, and knew his pleasure at pushing out on the floor a rhythm that brought the music inside of him. I used these occasions to test him, too. As my body grew and pushed out in new places, I wriggled these parts and tried on different movements, the way I would try on new clothes. He was my first male audience, and I used him as a mirror to understand what I looked like to the world. His eyes told me what worked and what was too much, until I settled into a rhythm that suited me. It seemed natural that I should learn these lessons from him. Once my father told me that he wanted to be the first man to break my heart, because then he could ensure that at least it would be done gently. I thought about this during one of the many hours I spent sitting next to his hospital bed holding his hand. As I waited for some sign that he was aware of me, I thought it had boiled down to this. All I wanted from him was a simple squeeze of his fingers. As I waited and did not receive any sign, I realized that he was breaking my heart, and it wasn't gentle at all. My mother would watch our dancing at these bars from the table. Usually a woman friend would have joined her, and they would talk, their mouths lifted to each other's ears, hands cupped to their faces like they were telling secrets. My mother liked to dance, too, and at times, when I was younger, I wondered if she was jealous. But now I could see that she must have liked to watch us, her husband and the daughter they had made, proving out there on the dance floor the success of their lives together. Sometimes, in the hospital, my father and I talked, or rather, he talked. He told stories about when he was young, women he dated before he met my mother, friends he had who were, I knew, now dead. As he spoke, he stared slightly below and to the left of the television set. Once I moved behind him so I could match my line of sight with his. Maybe, I thought, the sunlight coming in from the large windows was catching this patch of white wall and giving it a suggestive sheen. But it just looked blank to me. It seemed he was seeing his life projected onto this wall and was giving it voice. I listened for my name, and when I didn't hear it, told myself that he just hadn't gotten to me yet. Once in a while he turned toward me and asked if it was time to go yet. I misunderstood the first time and tried to reassure him with what would become my mother's and my refrain. "I'm right here. I love you." "Oh, stop with your bromides," he answered. "I'm a busy man. Get the car and let's go. Let's go. Let's go." I quickly learned to lie and would say that we were leaving any minute. He would forget after a while, or go back to telling stories about his life. One day, while I was riding the bus to the hospital, a blind man sat in the seat across from me. I noticed him at first because of his sunglasses, which were French and very expensive, and which I had coveted in a shop earlier in the summer. Then I noticed his stick and wondered if someone had helped him pick out the glasses. As we rode, he rubbed his foot up against the pole separating his seat from the seats next to him, and also stroked it furtively with the back of his hand, from knee to shoulder height. The other riders stared out the window, or read, or focused blankly on the space in front of them. It struck me that the blind man was trying to make sense of the world around him. As I watched him, I thought about sitting with my father in the hospital, about how I continued to bump up against the fact of him lying there, through my conversations with the nurses about his temperature, his platelet count, and how the night had gone. Through the hospital food that we ordered for him, though he couldn't eat it, and which I ate. When his friends came to visit, I waited for them to turn back from the windows as they wiped the tears from their eyes. I struggled to see the shape of what would happen as it loomed invisible in front of me. Sometimes I saw things too clearly. One day my mother and I were helping my father roll onto his side so that the nurse could rub lotion on his behind where the bed sores were worst. I held his thigh firmly to keep him in place. His lower body had become bloated with fluid. My mother cradled his shoulders in a hug to keep him on his side, and said, "Come on, honey, hug me back. That's it." When I removed my hands, their imprint remained, each finger clearly outlined. My hands are large, like my father's. He once said we were descended from road workers, and our palms were made to crush rocks. The sight of my mark on him shocked me out of the inertia into which fear had pushed me in the recent days. I looked at the mark again, and glanced at my mother and the nurse, guiltily, lest they had seen what I had done. I rubbed my father's thigh, trying to erase my finger marks. This was not the impression I wanted to make. After my mother and the nurse left the room, I sat on the edge of my father's bed and held his hand between mine, so that my hands were flat and covered his completely, front and back. His hands didn't seem so large any more. The skin had the softness that babies and old people share. I thought, here is something useful I can do. I can protect this hand. I talked of things we would do when he got out of the hospital, how we would dance together again. I told him that I had discovered a new band for us called Tower of Power. They had a terrific horn section and good conga drumming, too. Maybe tomorrow, after he had rested, I would play the tape, and we could crank up the bed. He could dance, I told him, the way we danced in the car during long trips, just moving his shoulders and clapping out rhythms. When I walked into his room the next morning, my father asked me to come to his bedside. He hadn't said anything to me directly in days. He pointed toward the closet and whispered, "My pants." I pulled down a pair of sweatpants that were folded on the top shelf. "Here they are, Dad. They're right here," I said. I shook them out and handed them to him. Then I took the tape out of my pocket and put it on the player, the volume turned low. "This is the band I told you about yesterday," I said. "They're called Tower of Power." I pulled the folding chair out from the corner, opened it, and placed it close to his bedside. I tapped my palms in time to the music on the top of his blanket. My father stared down at the sweatpants in his lap. I turned up the volume a little more. He turned the pants slowly in his hands, pushed his fingers through the cuff of one leg, and looked up at me. "You want to put them on?" I asked. "Yes, yes," he said. His voice was hoarse with annoyance, as if I'd asked an unreasonable question. "Dad, I don't think that would be a good idea. You have all these tubes down there." He pushed the sheet covering him down to his belly. I tried to pull it back up. "I don't think I could get them over the tubes." "Get some money for Mommy." His voice was low and hard to hear over the tape player. I craned my neck forward so our faces were very close, and smelled the heady staleness that had become my father's scent. Each time I smelled it, the truth of him lying there flashed through me like a painful, forgotten memory. "Get $20, he said, "and give it to one of the attendants to go buy some nail clippers. Harry would do it. You know, the little guy with the mustache." "Nail clippers? You want to cut your nails?" I saw that they had gone unattended. "No, no. Why can't you listen?" He clenched his jaw and spoke through his teeth in a harsh whisper. "To cut the tubes. You can cut the tubes with nail scissors." I tried to explain that I couldn't cut the tubes, that he needed to stay there until he was stronger. My voice had a whining hysteria to it as I hid my fear behind the cover of an urgent rationality. "No, Kate, I need to go home." Morphine had made his pupils very large. He looked as if he were trying to stay awake. The rails on the hospital bed were raised. I stood up to rest my hands on either side and lean over him. I told him that I knew he wanted to go home, and added that he would go home soon, but he had to stay here for now and get better. "Dad, don't you want to get better?" The panic I had been trying to hide crept into my voice and filled the white room. There was nothing in the room to absorb it, no colorful rug, no family photos on the wall. The knickknacks my mother was always discovering at flea markets were not covering these tables. There was only a naked cleanliness and order. Everything was white, and the machines around his bedside were ticking in an urgent, steady tempo. I looked out into the hallway for someone to interrupt this moment. My father stared up at me, his expression shamelessly pleading, like that of a junkie. I have always had trouble telling people no, and I realized that my father knew this, and that that was why I had been singled out to take him home. "I can't, Dad," I said again, as much for myself as for him. One of his hands rested on the bed rail next to the folding chair where I had been sitting. He now gripped the rail with both hands and tried to pull himself to a sitting position. He placed one hand over the other and rose toward me. His head hung back loosely from his neck. As he pulled harder, his torso began to twist toward one side of the bed. Under his arm's lean covering of fat and skin, I could see the stringy fibers of his muscles stretching. "Dad!" I said, not being able to stand it any more. I rushed for the button to elevate the head of his bed. The handrails slipped through his fingers. He sank back, and the rising mattress caught him. He looked at me and reached out, swatting the empty air as if trying to bat away some invisible adversary. His hand settled on my shoulder, and I was surprised by the strength in his fingers as he pulled me toward him, bringing my ear to his mouth. I was conscious of keeping my face relaxed as his scent pressed in on me again. "Please," he said, and there was nothing I could do for him. I drew my head back and lifted his hand from my shoulder. His arm hung suspended between us for a moment. His watch, the strap secured on the tightest hole, slid down toward his elbow. Finally his hand dropped to his side. The cassette was still going, and the saxophonist played a bluesy solo. It was the kind of thing my father liked. The intensity of the music heightened. The sax player blew slow, high notes. I got up from my father's bedside, walked across the room, and looked out the window. I placed my hands on the sill and rocked my weight gently from foot to foot. Soon after my father was diagnosed, we went together to the movies in Harvard Square. We were early, and he took me to one of the small parks in the square to show me a band he had discovered. The band was made up of 2 guys on drum kits, another on rhythm sticks, and a fourth who played 2 conga drums. The musicians stacked rhythm over rhythm, surrounding a collaborative beat. One drummer stood apart from the others. With his head down and his long brown hair curtaining his face, he took his tempo from half-time to double-time and then back again. His arm hung in the air for a moment, and then struck down on the drumskin as he provided his accent to the general beat. My father and I had looked at each other and smiled, because we both understood this musician's sophisticated intentions. I stood back from the window-sill and closed my eyes. I swung my arms in half-circles around my body, letting them knock into my hips before they reversed direction again. My movements in this room, so far, had been small and apologetic. My father lying motionless in bed made me walk, literally, on tiptoe. He was changing slowly before my eyes, but my body had been tensed, as if something was going to happen at any minute. I took a deep breath and let it out through my lips in a noisy hiss. I wanted to take us back to that park. With my eyes still closed, I rocked my hips back and forth, and the ticking of the machines around my father's bedside blended into the rhythm of the music. We were standing on a patch of grass, and the band was lit by some lanterns hanging low in the maple trees around us. Our drummer saw us and waved one drumstick. We started to dance. My father took up the drummer's alternative, while I started with the universal beat. He liked to begin with the complex rhythm, to pay tribute to intelligence, to make it known that the drummer was heard. Younger and less experienced, I tarried in the solid, underlying rhythm, and was content to let my father accent me. He shuffled to the double time, and showed the drummer that he had some tricks, too. He sang ooh, ooh through the purse of his lips. His right leg was thrust out in front of the left, and he shifted his torso forward with a jaunty lift of his hip. "Come on," he said to me. "Try it for a minute. You can always go back." At first I faltered, following the rhythm too closely. My tongue was pressed against the corner of my mouth in concentration. My father laughed at me, and, in imitation, furrowed his brow. "Kate, you're trying too hard," he said. "I'll show you." I thought, and lightened my step, and left him behind. I lingered and loafed in the hollows between the beats. I skittered along the edge of the melody, swaggering from note to note. "Yes," I heard faintly. "Yes." The tempo increased, and I began to spin around. Using my right foot to propel me, I turned faster and faster on my left leg. I opened my eyes briefly, and the flowers lining the hospital room and the machinery crowding my father's bedside dissolved into the scene. There was a garden in the small park, and the machines became tall bushes, their tubes stretching out into thin, fragile branches. I closed my eyes again. As I turned faster and faster, the sight of my father hunched over, watching me, grew blurred, and the clapping of his hands became a sustained clatter. Other people began to surround me. They yelled, "Do it! All right!" Then I was in a place alone with the music. My feet didn't feel the ground. I knew the music was going to stop before it actually did. I stopped, too, catching myself all at once with my right leg exactly on the beat. I opened my eyes, and as when you wake up from a vivid dream and still expect to be in its setting, I was surprised and disappointed by my surroundings. I was still in the hospital room. My father lay cranked up in the bed, his eyes fixed on the blank wall. The door to the hallway was open. A nurse walked by, and an orderly wheeling a cart of food came in and out of view. I so expected to see an audience in the doorway, wide-eyed and shocked that I had been dancing in my father's hospital room, that for a moment I doubted I had been moving at all. I sat back down in the folding chair, and, out of breath from spinning, leaned forward, resting my forearms on my knees. I moved forward a little more, so that I was in my father's view. "Dad," I called out. "Guess what, Dad?" I waited for a gesture, a focusing of his eyes, for his eyes to close. In the park, he had clapped out staccato rhythms. I clapped in front of his face. He closed his eyes. I leaned back in my chair. My mother walked into the hospital room. She put down her purse and hung up her coat on the hook on the back of the closet door. She looked at me expectantly. I hadn't said anything yet, and my silence made her come to my side and take my hands. "What is it, honey? Is there news? Did the doctor come by?" She bit down on her lower lip to hold in the rest of her words while she waited for me to speak. Half-formed sentences clamored in my head about my father wanting to leave, Harvard Square, dancing, all those dance floors. I wanted to tell her how at one time I knew what it felt like to be him, and now I couldn't even stand to look into his eyes, because it seemed that what he saw was none of us, but his own death staring back at him. I took a breath and started to cry. "What is it?" my mother asked again, her fingers tightening around my hands. "I've been here all along," I said, "but I don't know where he's gone to." Her grip loosened, and she let her head fall forward. After a moment, she patted and stroked the back of my hand. "I know," she said. "I know." A few months later, when I walked into my parents' house, the air smelled slightly sweet. It reminded me of the smell when my father had come in from playing football on the beach, or when we sat around in the kitchen having a beer together after a night out dancing. I heard some movement in the dining room. My mother was out for the day visiting an old friend in New Hampshire. I called out, "Hello!" Our Labrador retriever, George, appeared around the corner with her bowl in her mouth. She looked up at me and thumped her tail against the doorway. I could faintly hear music, a drum and someone singing, but I couldn't make out the words. My mother must have left the radio on for the dogs. I walked into the dining room and noticed the Revolutionary War rifle hanging over the mantel. "Gift from an old friend." I heard my father's voice. I turned around the room looking for him. "Talked him out of killing himself." "Dad?" "Antique dealer now." "Are you here?" I walked into the living room. "This rug." His voice came from far away. I looked down to the rug under my feet. "Saw it at a yard sale, when we were first married." I knelt down to touch the rug. It had just started to rain. "Dad?" "Felt we had to save it." I'd always loved this rug with its border of cabbage roses. When I was little, I would stand on my father's feet, and he would dance at my command. "Hop to that flower, Daddy," I would say, pointing to a rose in the opposite corner. He would jump to the designated flower, and I would press against him, wildly laughing. "Now that flower, Daddy," and he would leap again. "Faster, faster," I'd say, and we would leap from rose to rose as I clung to him, never wanting to let go. I stood up and walked to the bookcase in the corner of the room where the stereo was kept. After leafing through some of the albums stacked next to it, I picked out an Afro-Cuban record of my father's by Tito Puente and put it on. I turned the volume up loud. The music began with a conga drum beating the air and a woman's voice blaring out. The singer did not sing words. I listened to the voice expand and contract, and could hear the singer experiment with the feeling of the sounds moving around in her mouth, the rush of air through her throat. I heard her breath force through the small space of a kiss. I turned back to the center of the room, and there was my father, dancing on the rug of overblown roses, his arms clasped tightly to his chest. Nominated by Lily Frances Henderson. Imhotep by Yusef Komunyakaa from Harvard Review. His forehead was stamped with Administrator of the Great Mansion. Unloved in the Crescent City, I sat in a bathtub with a straight razor that spring day. Desire had sealed my mouth with her name. I asked, "What do full moons and secret herbs have to do with a man's heartache?" But this sage from the island of Philae just smiled. Here before me stood the son of Ptah. dung beetles and amethyst, cures for a mooncalf, flaccidity, bad kidneys, gout, and gallstones. What he knew about the Blood's map went back to the court of King Zoser. Something beneath this dream was scored by voices passing outside my front door, a rap song thundering from a boogie box. I wasn't dead. This Homeric healer from the Serapeum of Memphis lingered in the room. I folded the blade back into its mother-of-pearl handle, laughed at the noisy street, at a yellow moth beating its wings into dust against the window-pane. Nominated by Sharon Olds. My Students by Lisa Lewis, from Agni. I get tired teaching the students I have now. Most of them have failed the class before, and they don't listen to me. They ask the same questions over and over like the senile. I walk into the classroom on time every day. I write funny things on the board, and I'm hurt when no one laughs. Though I know my students are stupid, I grade their papers. It's hard to say things they'll understand. Someone always manages to look puzzled. I ask for questions, and they make it clear they don't have any. They're ready to go home. I wonder what they do at home, but I'd never ask. They haven't heard of any of the new movies. I have had many students before who seemed horny, but these students are not even horny. At my house, I never want to think about students. At my house, the two Dobermans and the pit bull set the pace. They don't appreciate students calling to find out their assignments. When students bring me presents, I don't like them and can't use them. I don't burn incense. I don't wear a charm bracelet. I won't eat food, except from legally licensed facilities. Sometimes one of my students gets a crush on me. He lets me know on the course evaluations, or maybe he tells me the day of the final. He steals peeks while he writes his essay, trying to size up my reaction. He wants to know if he will get an A for noticing my attractions. I give him an A, but I was planning to anyway. I do have some integrity. I am sorry my students never seem to get better. I do what I can to get them to read the chapters. I do what I can, but nothing matters to them. I have read the chapters many times. They can't see themselves as I see them. Their hands tremble because I make them nervous. Their breath smells of rotten spice when they ask me how they're doing in the class. I wanted them to save the world. They're not going to do that. My students don't want to hear me hint around about their saving the world. My students think I am full of shit. They watch me close in case I give them shit. What they don't know is how pissed off I am I can't just be them again, since I did a better job. I only needed a little help getting started. Nominated by Jennifer Atkinson. The Crying House, fiction by Lynda Hogan, from the Missouri Review. The house is crying, I said to her as steam ran down the walls. The cooking stove heated the house. Windows were frozen over with white feathers and ferns. It was a long week of cooking, and there was no music. The house can withstand it, Bush said. She stepped outside and brought in an armload of wood. I caught the sweet odor of it and a wind of cold air as she brushed by me. She placed a log in the stove. It was still damp, and when the red hands of flame grabbed it, the wood spat and hissed. I didn't for a minute believe the house could withstand it. I knew already it was going to collapse. It was a wooden house, dark inside and spare. The floors creaked as she swept about, still wearing the cold. The branches of trees scraped against the windows, trying to get in. Perhaps they protested the fire and what it lived on. Bush unjointed the oxtails and browned them in suet. She worked so slowly you would have thought it was swamp balm, not fat and backbone, that she touched. I thought of the old days when oxen, with their heavy hoofs, arrived in black train cars from the dark flat fields of Kansas, diseased beasts that had been yoked together in burden.
All the land, even our lost land, was shaped by them, and by the hated thing that held them together as rain and sunlight and snow fell on their toiling backs. The shadows of fish were afloat in the sink. Bush did her own hunting then, and she had a bag of poor, thin winter rabbits. She removed their fur the way you'd take off a stocking. She dredged them in flour. In the kitchen, their lives rose up in steam. Day and night she worked. In her night-clothes she boiled roots that still held the taste of mud. She stirred a black kettle and 2 pots. In her dark skirt she cut onions. I didn't understand, until it was over, what it was she had to do. I didn't know what had taken hold of her, and to what lengths she must go in order to escape its grip. She had black hair then, beautiful and soft. She folded blankets and clothing and placed them on the floor in the center of that one dark room. She took down the curtains, shook out the dust, washed them in the sink, and hung them on lines from wall to wall. All the while, bones floated up in broth, the way a dream rises to the top of sleep. Your mother entered my dreaming once, not floating upward that way, but crashing through, the way deer break through ice, or a stone falls into water, tumbling down to the bottom. In the dream, I was fishing in Lake Grand when the water froze suddenly, like when the 2 winds meet against each other and stop everything in their path, the way they do in waking life, the way they left a man frozen that time, standing in place at the bank of Spirit River. In the dream, your mother was beneath ice in the center of the lake. I was afraid of her. We all were. What was wrong with her we couldn't name, and we distrusted such things that had no name. She was a deep and magnetic force, like the iron underground that pulls the needle of a compass to false north and sets it spinning. My heart beat fast. The part of me that was awake feared I was having a heart attack, but I could not shake myself out of the dream. Whatever your mother was in that dream, it wasn't human. It wasn't animal or fish. It was nothing I could recognize by sight or feel. The water became solid, and the thing she was, or that had turned into her, pulled me toward it, out across the ice. I was standing, still and upright, drawn out that way to the terrible and magnetic center of what I feared. I reached an arm, as if to grab for anything that might stop me, but nothing was there, and I slid across the glaring surface of ice. Standing like a statue, being pulled that way, helpless and pale in the ice light, old stories I'd heard from some of the Cree began to play across my mind, stories about the frozen heart of evil that was hunger, envy, and greed, and how it tricked people into death or illness. The only thing, finally, that could save them was to find a way to thaw it, to warm it back into water. But where your mother, Hannah Wing, stood was at the bottomless passage to an underworld, and there was no thawing to it. Bush had struggled with your mother's ice-cold world. There was the time she heard you crying in the house when you were not there. I heard it, too, your voice, crying for help, or I would not have believed her. It was a chilling sound. Bush turned desperate as a caged animal, wanting to get you out of the clutch of the nameless thing that held you. In her battle with that underworld, whatever it was, Bush didn't win, but she didn't lose either. It was a tie, a fragile balance that at any time could go either way. That was why she cooked the morning feast. That was why she baked the bread and soaked corn in lye and ashes until it became the sweetest hominy. And who would have believed such a caustic thing could sweeten and fatten the corn? That was why she cooked the wild rice we harvested 2 years earlier, with Frenchie poling in the canoe. The rice was the most important thing. You had gone with us that fall day, wrapped in cotton and with netting over your face, so that the little bugs and dust wouldn't bother you as we drifted through the plants, clicking the sticks that knocked rice into the boat. And when Bush opened the jar of swamp tea, it smelled like medicine to me. It smelled like healing. It was what we needed. It reminded me of the days when the old women put eagle down inside wounds, and they would heal. Bush is a quiet woman, little given to words, and she never takes kindly to being told what to do. So while she prepared the feast, I let her be, even when she did a poor job on the rice soup. I knitted and sat in the chair by the window and looked outside, straight at the face of winter. There was a silence so deep it seemed that all things prepared for what would follow, then and for years to come, years when the rest of us would be gone, when the land itself would tremble in fear of drowning. The windows had frozen over, so it was through ice that I saw them coming, the people, arriving that cold Sunday of the feast. Across ice they were like shadows against a darkening winter evening, and the ice shifted as they approached. Wind had blown snow from the surface of the lake. In places the ice was shining like something old and polished by hands. Maybe it was the hands of wind, but the ice shone beneath their feet. I scraped the window with my fingernails and peered out. Jarrell, Illinois, gone now, wore a miner's headlamp, even though it wasn't quite dark, and the others walked close to him, as if convinced that night had fallen. As they drew closer, I saw that their shadows and reflections walked alongside them like ghosts or their own deaths that would rise up and meet them one day. So it looked like they were more. My breath steamed the window, I remember. I wiped it again for a better look. Some of the people were wrapped in the hides we used to wear. Others wore large wool coats or had blankets wrapped around them. They walked together like spirits from the thick forest behind winter. They were straight and tall. None of them talked. "Here they come," I said. Bush, for a change, was nervous. She stirred the iron pot one last time, then she untied her hair. It was long and thick. Hair is a woman's glory, they say, and hers fell down her back. The tea-kettle began to sing as if it remembered old songs some of us had long since forgotten. Its breath rose up in the air as she poured boiling water over the small oval leaves of swamp tea. The house smelled of it and of cedar. "Look at that," I said. "They look beautiful." Bush bent over the table and looked out the window as the people came through a path in snow. The air was shimmering in the light of the miner's lamp and a lantern one woman carried. She wiped her hands on her apron, and then they came through the door and filled up the crying house. Some of them stamped their feet from the habit of deep snow, their cheeks red with cold. They took off their boots and left them by the fire. They greeted us. Some of them admired the food, or warmed their hands near the stove, and all of them looked at the pictures of you that sat on the table, but after greeting us they said very little. After all the years she'd lived here, they were still uncomfortable around Bush. They had never understood her. To get them to her banquet, she'd told them this was her tradition, and it was the only thing that could help her. There wasn't one among us who didn't suspect that she'd made this ceremony up, at least in part, but mourning was our common ground, and that's why they came, out of loyalty for the act of grief. Bush put a piece of each kind of food in her blue bowl for the spirits, wiped her hands on her apron, and took the bowl outside. When she left the doorway and went out, heat rose from the bowl, going up like a story carried to the sky, begging any and all gods in the low clouds to listen. The aching joints of my hands told me it was a bone-chilling, hurting cold, the worst of winters, and the temperature was below 0. Bush held up the bowl for the sky to see, for the spirit of ice, for what lived inside clouds, for the night wind people, who would soon be present because they lived on Fur Island and returned there each night. I could barely make out her shape in the newly swirling snow, but when she came back in she smiled. I remember that. She smiled at the people, as if a burden was already lifted. One by one the people took their places, settling into chairs, or on the couch that was covered with a throw I had made, or they sat at the long table. They hadn't been there before, and so they looked around the little, now stripped house with curiosity. It was stained wood and wallpaper. There were places where rain had seeped through. It was lighter without curtains than it had been a few days before. When Bush served up the food, it came to me that I didn't want to eat. I was a large woman then. I loved my food, but I must have known that eating this meal would change me. I only picked at it. At first we hardly spoke, except for a few exchanges of small talk. Then there was just the sound of forks on plates, spoons in bowls. We were such quiet eaters that when the wind died down for a moment, you could hear the snow hitting against the wood of the house, dying against the windows, tapping as if it too was hungry and wanted in. I could only think of the island where she lived, the frozen waters, the other lands with their sloping distances, even the light and dust of solar storms that love our cold, eerie poles. There was moose meat, rice, and fish. The room was hot. There were white-haired people, black-haired, and the mixed bloods in colorful clothes. Frenchie was there, dressed in a blue dress. It was low-cut, and she wore rhinestones at her neck and large rubber boots. We were used to her way of dress, so we didn't think it was strange attire. We just believed she was one kind of woman on top and another below the waist. It was so damp and warm inside, the wallpaper, full of leaves, began to loosen from the moist walls. It troubled my mother, Dora Rouge, who sat with her back against the wall. She was always an orderly woman, and accustomed to taking care of things. When Bush wasn't looking, she tried to stick it back up, holding edges and corners with her hands until it became too much for her, so she sat back down and took the fine bones out of her fish and placed them together on the side of her plate in a neat arrangement. Jarrell Illinois took some tobacco out of the tin and pinched it into his cheek and smiled all around the room. The house grew smaller. It settled. The floors sloped as if they knew the place would soon be abandoned, the island quiet and alone with just its memory of what had happened there, even the shipwreck of long ago. I don't know how to measure love, not by cup or bowl, not in distance either, but that's what rose from the iron pot as steam. That was the food taken into our bodies. It was the holy sacrament of you we ate that day. We ate from evening through to near light, or as light as it gets in winter. The fire cast shadows on the walls as most everyone cleaned their plates. The old men picked the bones, then piled them up like ancient tellers of fortune. They ate the bowls empty, clear to the bottom. By then people were talking, and some even laughing, and there was just something in the air, and that night, in front of everyone, Bush cut her long hair. It held a memory of you, and she had to free it. And when the dishes were all piled up, she went to the middle of the room where she had placed her earthly goods, then gave each diner present some part of her world. It was only your things she parted with unwillingly, holding them as if she dreaded their absence, and now and then a tear would try to gather in her eye, but she was fierce and determined. She gave away your handmade blanket, T-shirt, shoes, socks, gave one here, one there. Some of the people cried, not only for her or for you, but for all the children lost to us. That was how I came to have the cradle-board Bush beaded for you in the dim light of the house that cried. It is made of soft buckskin with red and blue beads. I leave the small doll laced inside it. It's been this way all these years. Inside the smaller bag is your hair and nail clippings. Your mother, Hannah Wing, did not save your stem, so it was all Bush, who loved you so, could think to close inside, to call you home again to us, and it worked. Then she gave her quilts away, and the hawk feathers that had survived both flood and fire. She gave the carved fish decoys my son Harold made. They were weighted just right to drop through ice and lure many a slow and hungry winter fish. No one else had weights as good as those. She gave her fishing poles and line, and her rifle. She gave the silverware. At the end she stood there in her white sleeping gown, for she'd even given what she wore that day, the black skirt, the sweater. With all the moisture of cooking and breath, the door froze shut, and when the people were ready to leave, John Husk struggled to open it until finally it gave. And when they went through it, each person carried away a part of her. She said it was her tradition. No one questioned her out loud, or showed a hint of a doubting face, though they knew she had created this ceremony for the ending of her grief. They came to love her that night. She'd gone to the old ways,
the way we used to live. From the map inside ourselves, maybe it reminded us that we had made our own ways here and were ourselves something like outcasts and runaways from other lands and tribes to start with. When they left, through the unstuck, pried-open door, night had turned over. The vast white silence of winter was broken only by the moaning sound of the lake. I was glad to remain in the hot kitchen with Bush, but I watched the others walk away with their arms full. Going back that morning, in the blue northern light, their stomachs were filled, their arms laden with blankets, food, and some of the beaver pelts Bush had stolen and been arrested for, from the trappers who had trespassed the island. Anything that could be carried away they took. Frenchie pushed a chair before her across the ice, leaving the track of wooden legs in shining lines. Beneath her coat she wore Bush's black sweater over the dress and rhinestones. But the largest thing they carried was Bush's sorrow. We all had it after that. It became our own. Some of us have since wanted to give it back to her, but once we felt it, we knew it was too large for a single person. They walked through the drifts that had formed when the wind blew. Then they seemed to merge with the outlines of trees. I was worried, thinking as they neared the mainland that Frenchie might fall into the warm spot where the lake never freezes. Others had fallen before her. When the people were no longer in sight, Bush went outside to get the bowl. It was empty, and there were no tracks. Or maybe the wind had covered them. But a bowl without its soup is such a hopeful thing, and like the bowl, Bush was left with emptiness, a place waiting and ready to be filled, one she could move inside and shape about her. And finally she was able to sleep. She had made her grief small and child-sized, one that would slide its hand inside one of ours and walk away with us across the frozen water. After that she didn't talk about you any more, or wear black. But we did. We were the ones who began to wear black, not to defy ghosts as in other days, but out of pain. And after that we were never together without you in our hearts. Your absence sat at every table, occupied every room, walked through the doors of every house. The next evening Bush said it was time for me to leave. "Go on," she said, handing me my coat and hat. I hesitated. She had little more than a few pieces of firewood and some cooking pots. She had given away even the food. She saw me look about the house at what wasn't there. I sipped hot tea. We'd slept near each other for warmth the night before, my bear coat over us. Once Bush sat up and said, "This coat is singing." I told her it was just the sound of ice outside the door. I must have looked worried. "I'll be fine," she said, holding up the coat to help me into it. At least, I remember thinking, if she'd kept her long hair she would be warmer. But I said, "What about me? It's getting close to dark." She wasn't fooled. She knew I walked late at night just to hear the sounds of winter and see the sky and snow. She handed me my gloves and hat. I left unwillingly. It was all I could do to go out the door. I felt terrible leaving her in all that emptiness. I guess it was her sadness already come over me. I wanted to cry, but I knew the wind, on its way to the island where it lived, would freeze my tears. I took my time getting home. Above me there were the shimmering hints of light. The sky itself was a bowl of milk. 4 days later, food and blankets appeared at Bush's door. She never knew who left them, and there were no tracks on the ice. But I was beside myself with worry, and one night that worry got the best of me. I laced up my boots and went back over the frozen water. She was thinner, but she looked happy, and she didn't argue when I opened this bear coat I've always worn and wrapped it around the both of us. We walked together back to the mainland. The only sound was our feet on ice, the snap and groan of the lake. We were two people inside the fur of this bear. She said she could see the cubs that had lived inside and been born from this skin. And I said, yes. Nominated by Wally Lamb, David Romptved. Who Do You Love? Fiction by Jean Thompson, From American Short Fiction. It was an itch in her mouth. She had to say it. I love you. His eyes were closed. The lashes fluttered, a brief, involuntary code. SOS. You don't have to be embarrassed. Relax. Hey, it's just me. It's just how I feel right this minute. You feel any way you want to. I feel fine. Well, that's good. It's fine to feel fine. Don't mind me. I'm just happy. He laughed and patted her arm. Then he picked up the arm by the wrist, as you would a sack, and moved it off his chest. He pushed the bedsheets aside and stood up. Where are you going? Bathroom. She listened to his footsteps, then the gargle of the plumbing. He wasn't coming back to bed. Well, okay. She hopped up also. He was sitting at the kitchen table reading TV Guide, annoyed at the lack of morning newspapers, she imagined. She would offer to go out for them. She would offer to subscribe. What was the matter with her? She wasn't even sure yet if she liked him very much. Hungry? She asked brightly. Not really. Belgian waffles, steak and eggs, fresh squeezed juice, homemade jam, Denver omelet? I'm not that hungry, honestly. I want to smother you with food. Smother you, then lick it off. Just kidding. I'll make coffee. So you're one of those no-breakfast guys. Sometimes I eat breakfast, but if I eat when I'm not really hungry, I don't respect myself in the morning. He said it to be funny, so that she could smile. She had to remind herself that she'd really only said one wrong thing. They both had coffee. She fixed herself toast. She was ravenous. She was almost impatient for him to leave so that she could eat all she wanted, something sickening and unbreakfast-like, cold spaghetti, or a whole box of Girl Scout cookies. They talked a little about work and something else that didn't matter. She was looking at him, trying not to be obvious about it, like taking little sips from a glass of water. She was trying to put all his different faces together, his ordinary daytime face, and the one that hung overhead in bed like a blurred moon, and now this rumpled morning one. It didn't matter what she looked like. He wasn't watching her. What are you thinking? She asked. The next time there was silence. What are you thinking about right now? Women are always asking you that. And men never tell you. Well, women always want you to say, I was thinking about you, darling, or about us. Anything else is a wrong answer. No, she protested. Whatever you say is fine. Anything at all. Spill it. Well, I was thinking about you. Uh-oh. It wasn't anything bad. Why would you think it was bad? I like you. It's just that sometimes you interrupt people, finish their sentences, talk too much, try too hard. We just need to take things slow, he said, not unkindly. Oh, yes. She was relieved that it wasn't anything worse. She knew everything else would be easy. If that was the worst thing he was going to say, she could sit there, patiently, smiling, agreeing to everything, waiting for him to leave. Once he was gone, she could do whatever she wanted, cry, stare at herself in the mirror until she was as ugly as she chose to be. She would call herself idiot, fool, jerk. She waited with perfect serenity, curious even as to how he would extricate himself. Well, he said finally. Her name was Judy Appleby. She was 32 years old, and she worked in an office that coordinated human services for the city. The office directed programs for latchkey kids and meals for the elderly, hotlines for battered women and drug addicts, ghetto basketball leagues, emergency shelters, urban mini-gardens, home winterization assistance. There were programs to help the deaf get telephone equipment and to aid the illiterate in filling out tax returns, others that gave horseback riding lessons to crippled children or provided them with foster grandparents or served Thanksgiving dinner to recent immigrants. Judy's friends would say to her, it must be rewarding to make an impact, to really help people with their problems. Judy would shrug and say she supposed so. Her friends thought this was modesty, one more proof of how virtuous her work was. But Judy knew better. Her office did not solve anyone's problems. It only took the edge off misery, so that misery could be endured. Her job was not to eradicate poverty, but to tend and manage it, as you would a crop. Her job was to make poverty more tolerable. Sometimes she imagined the city's misery as water backed up in a dam, passive but threatening, and herself as a kind of engineer, monitoring the pressure, opening sluices and closing valves. If you supplied one old woman with transportation to the doctors, then the teenage prostitutes or the Vietnamese refugees living in church basements would somehow be appeased. The wave of human suffering would not crest that day. Often she felt there was no point in giving people what you thought they needed when they would never get what they wanted. They wanted fish fries, new automobiles, Florida vacations. They wanted their cancers to shrivel and their children to thrive. People wanted good luck. They wanted the lottery, not human services. And if you were serious about changing anything, you would shut the office down, allow misery to become intolerable, let it boil over the lip of the dam and come down hard on everything. Of course, she and those like her would be the first targets. The poor hated the doling out and apportioning she did, the grudging gifts of half a mouthful. They hated waiting in line. They hated being orderly and deserving. Since when did rich people deserve what they had? The poor hated the office itself, the neat walls and airless corridors, and stink of thrift about the place, meant to convince them how little there was to give. They would destroy it gladly. Judy was unsure why it gave her such satisfaction to imagine this. She supposed she felt guilty for having problems less monumental than those she saw at work, inadequate, unworthy problems. She was a pretty woman, although she knew she had the sort of looks that would not hold up forever. Fair, fine-boned, brittle. She had long, nervous hands and a quick smile. "Judy dresses like a social worker," her friends said despairingly. Her light hair was long and artless, her nails were blunt, her shoes comfortable. She attracted men who would have been uneasy with a more decorative woman. With these men she had serious conversations about whatever the men wished to talk about: politics, technology, literature. She usually agreed with them. There was no reason not to. Those things hardly mattered to her. She agreed with them so they would like her. She was too anxious to be liked. She knew that. People could tell, and then they secretly despised you for it. She was often unhappy for no reason at all. What right did she have to be unhappy? She was stern with herself about this. She was healthy, well-fed, a citizen of a highly developed nation. Each day she consumed more of the earth's resources than some people did in a year. She had family and friends. Why should she spend whole evenings weeping into a towel, or dug into a nest on the couch, watching the most inane, grating television she could find, sunk in idiocy and uselessness? It was true that she was alone. None of the men she agreed with had amounted to much over time. She thought she would like to have children. Of course, she was not unique in any of this. So many over-educated women her age were alone that it hardly seemed worth complaining about. Once she swallowed a handful of Valium and drank most of a bottle of red wine and waited for something to happen. She was pretty sure she wouldn't die, but if she did, at least she would not be around to reproach herself for it. She supposed what she wanted was to wake up in a hospital, surrounded by concerned friends and efficient nurses. "Judy, we had no idea," her friends would say. The nurses would hush everyone, tell her when to chew, swallow, roll over, sleep. She would sleep as long as she wanted in a white gauze world. She would be helpless. She had fallen into a muddy, thick-headed dream when the phone rang. It kept on ringing. Since she was not dead, she had to answer it. "Judy?" The voice was so small it fit in her ear. "Honey? Did I wake you up?" It was her mother. "Kind of," Judy said. She couldn't hear herself say it. Her voice dropped into the silence like a stone in a well. "Honey, your phone must be going out." "No, I'm here." The inside of her mouth tasted dead, even if the rest of her wasn't. "Maybe it's my phone. We got a new phone for the den. Nothing ever works the way they say it will. How are you?" "I'm dying." "Darling, don't talk like that," said her mother briskly. "Everybody has those days."
Judy felt sweat rolling under her clothes, everywhere all at once. She leaned over the edge of the bed and vomited, thin, sour, purple vomit. "Dying never helps anything," her mother went on. "Cheer up. Most people are just about as happy as they make up their minds to be. You were always such a happy child." "No, I wasn't. I was afraid of everything." "Hold on," said her mother. The phone exploded in Judy's ear, a series of bludgeoning sounds. Her mother came back on the line. "That's much better. Darling, I should let you get some sleep. It's good to hear your voice. Call us. We worry when we don't hear from you." "Why?" asked Judy. Then it was morning. It was 15 minutes before the time she usually got up for work. The vomit had dried on the floorboards by her bed, leaving a small tidal pool of food particles. So that much had really happened. She wasn't sure about any of the rest of it. She was afraid it had, and that her worst fears were confirmed. She was emotionally invisible. It made no difference what she thought or felt or said. Others looked at her and saw what they had always seen. They thought she was happy. Most people were just about as happy as other people decided they should be. She went into work that day. There was no reason not to. She threw up as soon as she got there. The path between her head and stomach was a subway line traversed by shrieking, incessant trains. It was that day she made a discovery. She did not feel compassion for the poor, or even that much guilt. She envied them because they were allowed to be unhappy. She was interviewing a client. The client's name was Mrs. Sturgis. "And how have you been?" Judy marveled to hear herself, sprightly, banal, her lips twitching in a passable smile. Was there no part of her that was genuine? "Praise Jesus, no worse," replied Mrs. Sturgis belligerently. Mrs. Sturgis had breast cancer and bone cancer. Parts of her body kept dropping away. She wore a sticky blonde wig to cover her bare scalp. Her pale eyes were flat with pain. She had 4 children, 2 of whom were diabetic, and a husband who drank. If you wanted pure suffering, she was perfect. "We need to update your profile," said Judy, wondering just what combination of fear and hope and calculation allowed Mrs. Sturgis to praise the deity. "Is your husband working?" "Oh, him," said Mrs. Sturgis, twisting her clamp-like mouth tighter. Judy waited, but this was all the eloquence Mrs. Sturgis had to offer. Judy was used to dragging answers from her. It was as if Mrs. Sturgis begrudged letting any more of herself be taken away, even words. "Well, when was the last time he worked?" "Know when he says he worked," said Mrs. Sturgis, meaningfully. She shifted her fatty shoulders. Her bosom shifted a moment later, like a sack of sand. Before the cancer she had probably been big, fleshy. Now she was sucked dry. "Well, we have to put something down." "Put down I never saw any money. Him and his stories." 3 months, Judy wrote, recognizing this as a new, dangerous edge she was approaching. Indifference, arbitrariness, spite. In similar fashion she dealt with the questions about the children's doctor and Mrs. Sturgis's prescriptions. Mrs. Sturgis sat, squat and unblinking. This was what was left of a human face after you shoved it around enough. Her skin was freckled, dusty, worn thin. She looked impossibly ugly, and she knew it. She saw it in other people's faces. Her own stare only reflected that back again. Oh, God, this woman, Judy thought, sick with feeling. How could anyone have problems compared to hers? How could you have problems if they didn't show? How could you refuse to pity Mrs. Sturgis? But I do. Judy's head was grinding and her stomach clenched. I do refuse, she said inwardly. I dislike and fear you. Coffee, said Mrs. Sturgis out of nowhere. Isn't coffee bad for you? It's not particularly good for you. They say it gets into your brain, said Mrs. Sturgis severely. I'm giving it up. Judy waited for one of them to say more. When that didn't happen, she stared at Mrs. Sturgis, who stared back. There was nothing particularly rude about it. They could have been 2 cats. Of course, she should have agreed with Mrs. Sturgis. should have told her of miraculous cures effected by caffeine eschewing sufferers. Told her it would keep her last few healthy cells from peeling away, chat her up, be human. Here's your chance. Judy said nothing. That was how she knew she must hate Mrs. Sturgis. It must be hatred when you withheld something that cost you so little. "Well, that should do us," said Judy. She reached for a paper clip, then another. "Did you get your vouchers? Your receipts?" She watched Mrs. Sturgis begin to gather her vinyl handbag, her rain boots, her lumpy brown overcoat, and finally her body, that loose bundle of treacherous parts. She rolled and heaved and limped. The office humanely provided Mrs. Sturgis cab fare for her visits. The trip to and from the cab would probably kill her. In the midst of her preparations, Mrs. Sturgis paused. "Doctor said I have a nervous bowel," she announced, a little grandly. "Oh, dear." "It's a sensitivity thing," said Mrs. Sturgis. When she'd finally gone, Judy went to the window. It was November, and the sky was thin and watery, the wind steady. Old newspapers and smaller, gaudier trash skittered along the sidewalks. The city was scoured by wind. People were caught by it like so much garbage. It was a long time before Mrs. Sturgis emerged 4 stories below. Her coat flapped in the wind like something broken. One hand was clasped to her head, and it threw her off balance, slowed her even further. Judy realized she was afraid her wig would blow away, and even this did not move her. Judy watched Mrs. Sturgis until she stumped around a corner out of sight. She was tingling with hatred. It exhilarated her. People expected to be hated here, and now she could oblige them. She hated them because they were ugly, ill, hopeless, all the reasons you ought to pity them. Pity was only failed love. Pity exhausted you. Hatred made you feel powerful. You could never pity anyone enough to do any good, but you could hate them all you wanted. She went back to her desk, feeling much steadier, and worked calmly through the rest of the day. "I hate to see you so unhappy all the time," he said. "I'm not," Judy protested. "I'm only unhappy when it makes sense to be, when something goes wrong, or just when I get tired of being happy." "Tired of being happy? Why would anyone feel that way?" "Well, sometimes I do. Nobody has to believe it." They were sitting at Judy's dining-room table. She'd cooked dinner, and she'd made way too much food. Broccoli sagged in a volcanic lake of crusting cheese sauce. The cooling steak seeped blood. He pushed his chair back from the table. She knew he would leave now. No one was ever hungry enough to stay as long as she thought they should. But he said, "Have you ever thought about going to see somebody?" "What do you mean?" She knew exactly what he meant. "Like a counselor, somebody who's good at thrashing out problems. Sometimes it helps to have someone you can talk to." "I'm talking to you right now." He smiled and lowered his eyes. Mistake. He didn't want to be her therapist. She wouldn't want him to be. Still, she couldn't let it go. She asked him just what sort of problems he thought she had. "Like I said, you aren't happy." "Happy is an attitude. It's not something you have to have." "Sure it is. Why not?" "Character building." "That's stupid. Look, drop it. Forget I said anything. You know, this was one of the top 10 great all-around meals. Maybe number 5. No, 4. You can't do this. You can't tell me how sick I am and then leave." "Did I say sick? I wish I could stay, but I only keep upsetting you." "Bullshit." He said, "I'm so stuffed. I don't think I'll need to eat again for a week." After he'd gone, Judy ate the rest of the broccoli and 2 pieces of pecan pie. She did the dishes, soaped them carefully, and scalded them clean. She was not the sort of woman who threw dishes. She tidied the rooms, switched on the stereo, and turned off all the lights. In the darkness, the stereo hummed green. There was a red dot of light to show the power was on. The record was an old one. It was old when she got it, at a garage sale. The date, if there ever was one, had rubbed off the jacket long ago, but it was mid to late hippie. She sat on the floor with her arms clasped around her knees, watching the red and green. The beat thumped. The guitars grabbed notes and held them far out in the empty air. I'm coming. I'm coming. For a long, long time. Who do you love? Who do you love? Come on and take a little walk and tell me, who do you love? The singer had a hoarse, throaty, bad boy's voice. The song made Judy feel she was on the brink of something dangerous, a high cliff or a dark pit. She turned the volume up one notch past what the neighbors would bear. The record was scratched, and silvery balls of static jumped from it. Still the sound came through, urgent, menacing, hard. All the other love songs were sugary. She supposed that was why she liked this one. Judy wondered where the singer was now, if he'd grown paunchy and middle-aged, or died from cocaine, if he was the one who'd loved someone, or if that was just the song. It didn't matter. Somebody had once loved somebody else, and the echo of it still reached her ears. Judy gripped her knees harder. Who do you love? Who do you love? She sang along under her breath. She knew she didn't love anyone at all. The psychologist asked her what she saw as the main problem in her life. I cook too much food, Judy said. She was looking for another job. The psychologist, who was careful not to give outright advice, suggested she put it on her list of life decisions. He talked about burnout and making positive changes. Judy thought it was a nice way of saying that she herself was beyond hope, but she could at least get it together at work, and burnout was another way of saying you hated people. For a while, Judy was excited about the idea of a new job. She updated her resume. She read the want ads. She considered going back to school. She imagined herself emerging with a new degree, a new woman, barking orders and building empires. Then she realized she did not want to be anything in particular, at least not enough to work at it. When she considered what would really please her to do all day, she thought of making deliveries for United Parcel Service. She liked the idea of driving a van busily from place to place, wearing a neat, anonymous brown uniform. People would be glad to see her because she brought them things. She stopped sending out her resume. She tore up her list of life decisions. One evening, shopping at an expensive store, she wondered what it would be like to work in a place where people had lots and lots of money. The store was decorated grandly for Christmas. There were small trees trimmed with Italian lights and set on pedestals. The vaulted ceiling, 3 stories high above the main floor, glittered with glass and silver globes, silver stars and bows and swags of silver roses. The carpeting smelled of perfume. The muzak played the very classiest sort of Christmas carols, medieval arrangements performed by harpsichord, oboe, and flute. Everywhere she looked were soft heaps of things and expensive surfaces. "Can I help you?" She had strayed too close to one of the counters, and a sales clerk materialized. The clerk was as splendid as the rest of the store. All the clerks were like that, pretty women who dressed like rich ones. Judy stared at the clerk. She was young, younger than Judy, with a prim, small-featured face. She wore a high-necked gray dress, severely fashionable, which made her look like a long gray tube. Her hair was white blonde, sheep's fleece in a storm. Silver shells hung in her ears. The face was painted raspberry, slate, blue, mocha. Amazing, to think that this face and Mrs. Sturgis's belonged to members of the same species. Judy watched the face begin to crease and pucker, and realized she had not answered. "I'd like—" She cast about her. She seemed to have washed ashore in small leather goods. Her eye took in ranks of billfolds, coin purses, cigarette cases, eyeglass cases, in sober brown calf, red and navy and turquoise and gray and butter-yellow leathers, paisley and embroidered fabrics, the hides of exotic animals, too much of everything. "To look at wallets," Judy said, and the sales clerk turned noncommittal once more. It was a sort of code. Anyone too dazzled to get the words out would be hustled through the door. The clerk handed over wallet after wallet, waiting while Judy pretended to examine them. The clerk's fingernails were polished, 10 raspberry crescent moons. The nails tapped, out of rhythm with the medieval carols. It was plainly a boring transaction for both of them. No one would expect a clerk to pity or love or hate the customers. It was then that she caught sight of her own face in one of the ever-present mirrors. She should not have been surprised. She looked the way she always looked in such stores. Her hair was as lank as if she'd sprayed it with a hose. Her face was bare, shiny, more unnatural somehow than the clerk's layers of cosmetics. The flesh was spread unevenly over the bones, like cold butter on bread. Her best sweater sagged at the neck. Her waistline was sloppy. Self-image, the psychologist said, and maybe this was what he meant. She was so ugly that she would never be allowed the luxury of treating anyone with indifference. "I'd like to see that one," Judy pointed, and when the clerk's back was turned, she flopped one of the wallets into her open purse. This is a suicide attempt, Judy thought. If anyone had seen her, they'd wait until she reached the door to arrest her. She knew that much. There would be phone calls, lawyers, disgrace. "Judy, we had no idea," people would say, or maybe they wouldn't say anything at all. The clerk saw nothing. She had the kind of face that saw nothing very easily. A few moments later, Judy said, "I'm afraid I just don't see the kind I want." Ridiculous statement. She couldn't have imagined any other possible kind of wallet. The clerk looked nearly as bored as she would have been if Judy had bought something. "I like your hair," said Judy, surprising both of them. She felt powerful in her ugliness, like Mrs. Sturgis, forcing people's eyes to her. The clerk touched a hand to her hair, as if to remember just what shape it had taken. "Thank you. Is it expensive? You mean the perm?" "I guess so." She was stalling for time, not wanting to leave and reach the door. "I keep meaning to do something about mine." Judy giggled and touched her own hand to her hair. If she had a wig like Mrs. Sturgis, she could take it off. She imagined the clerk was hesitating between polite escape and polite small talk. But the clerk leaned toward her and shook her head violently, ranking her fingers through her white curls. They blurred in the air like a miniature snowstorm, then settled back into place undisturbed. "Look," said the clerk, "see what you can do? Everybody in the world should have hair like this, but in all different colors." On the way out, Judy forced herself to slow down, dawdle, pretend she was interested in silk scarves and crocodile handbags. She eyed the doors. No one official-looking waited there, but she knew these people made every effort to be unobtrusive and to look normal, just as she did. Even the music sounded expensive, Judy thought, as a swell of it lifted her toward the triple bank of glass. She walked to meet them, head up, like the last scene in a movie. She kept a little smile in one corner of her mouth, ready for the moment when the hands would descend on her. She would arch her eyebrow, questioning. "Some mistake?" "Afraid not, miss." Beyond the glass, the city dusk lay like a blue pool. The carol was a stately one, Adeste Fidelis, a triumphal march. The glass swung toward her. And then she was outside. Nothing had happened. Without the frame of warm light, the street was only dark. She leaned up against the rush of the late shopping crowds and touched the wallet inside her purse. Of all the things to steal, an empty wallet. It was like a bad joke. Nothing had happened. She was still invisible. He said, "I want to help you. I really do." She had been crying steadily for 10 minutes. She was crying to keep him awake. "Help me do what?" "Feel better about things. Enjoy life. Like one big goddamned Pepsi commercial. I truly think there's something chemically wrong with you. One of those drug things." "Caffeine." "Huh? So what's wrong with you? What's wrong with a man who can fall asleep while someone's crying?" "Am I asleep?" Judy raised herself up on one elbow. "Why do you want to help me?" "Because you need it." "Not good enough." He yawned and pulled the sheet over his head. "Nothing's ever good enough for you." "Do you love me?" The sheet stopped its billowings. He sighed. "Does it matter so much what I say?" "I guess not." They were both quiet then. After a while she heard his breathing lengthen. The body under the sheet relaxed into sleep. This time she cried silently. Tears ran down her throat and burrowed into the sheets. With great caution she twitched the blankets away from him, little by little, until she uncovered him down to his feet. Her eyes adjusted to the dim underwater light from the hall, and she could see him clearly. He looked blue, like something newly born, or newly dead, fished out of the depths. The house was chilly, and she put on a sweatshirt, sweatpants, thick cotton socks. Goosebumps were forming on his legs and arms. Funny how skin led this independent life. She thought of Mrs. Sturgis's skin, thin as Kleenex, bombarded by radiation from outside, cancer from within. She padded out to the kitchen. She sat down at the table, pulling the chair up hard. Thump. Bastard. She slipped on her shoes, fetched her coat and gloves and keys and wallet. She thought about shooting him, or setting the bed on fire, and knew she would settle instead for some small meanness. She turned on the stereo, set the volume on high, and positioned the record. She was out the door and at the elevator when the first crash of music reached her. She imagined she heard it falling all the way down the shaft after her. It was past midnight, and no one was on the street when she stepped outside. There had been a hard frost. The ground was covered with it, and the sidewalk glazed. Rings of frozen vapor surrounded the street lights. Her street had trees and boxy hedges, and buildings that sat like fists on little squares of lawn. It was considered a safe neighborhood. All that meant was that people left you alone. What was so safe about that? She set off walking. She was still crying a little, weak, sick, furious, not caring what happened to her as long as it was his fault. This is a suicide attempt, she thought, aware she was being childish, and that nothing she did made sense any more. She would freeze to death, or be raped, or murdered, or all of these, and that would make her happy. Of course, if you walked far enough in any direction, the city provided you with an unsafe neighborhood. On the larger streets, cars still rolled through the path of their own headlights. From time to time, one of these honked at her, or someone shouted something from a window. A tavern sign winked out on a corner as she watched. Across the street, two Puerto Rican boys, out too late, chased each other down the broken sidewalk on skateboards. A thin sleet began to tap. Not too far from here the real decay began. Warehouses as tall and black as vertical tombs, gangs of rats, steel gates pulled across steel doors, blind windows. By her elbow, a voice said something in hard, efficient Spanish. Judy's heart billowed up, then fell back to her knees. A woman sat in a doorway. You could tell it was a woman by her voice. Her face was grimed and blackened, her eyes veined like cracked eggs. A knit hood was pulled down over her head, and a baseball cap over that. The rest of her was layers of flapping rags. Judy bent closer, close enough to catch the smell. "Do you speak English?" "Shit." Judy regarded the face. The mouth gummed and spat more Spanish. What was it she kept trying to see in faces? Something human. The Puerto Rican boys had crossed the street and racketed up to them. Their skateboard wheels cut trails in the frost. It's Grandma," one of them said. He might have been as old as 11, thin and woolly-haired. He danced with cold and excitement. "Grandma say give her $1. "Grandma nasty," said the second, smaller boy. "She piss on herself. Talk nice, dick face. Lady, Grandma say she hungry. Grandma say, piss on everybody." "How do you say that in Spanish?" Judy asked. The old woman's tongue kept darting in and out of her mouth, a surprising pink. She didn't look at any of them, but addressed the cement. The smaller boy giggled and retreated. The older boy took it up again, sounding almost patient. $1. "You should go to a shelter," said Judy. Which of them did she mean? The cold was making her thick-headed. She felt as if the four of them were the only people awake in the city, and everyone else was iced in sleep. She wondered about the boys, if they had stolen the skateboards, if that was what they had instead of homes. "Ask her if she wants to go to a shelter," she said, but at the same time her hand closed around the wallet in her coat pocket. She drew it out, seeing the older boy's green eyes come closer, realizing two things simultaneously: that the boy would take it, and that it was the wallet she had stolen, still empty except for its protective leaf of tissue. Something collided with the back of her legs, hard. At the same time the boy snatched at her hands. The next instant they were flying away on the skateboards, calling to each other in shrill, excited voices. The sleet was coming down in a fine curtain now, and their figures blurred in the distance, dissolving. The old woman was laughing into the curb, a sound full of ancient spit. "Yes, funny," Judy agreed. "Joke." She started back the way she'd come, back to the man who did not love her. Well, okay, she didn't particularly love herself. When she reached the apartment house, her legs were as numb as stumps, her hair full of ice. The city birds were calling, their voices small in the gray air. She opened the apartment door cautiously. He was asleep on the couch, the blankets dragged into a cocoon around him. The record lay in two pieces on the floor, a perfect jagged crack, like something in the comics. She had begun to shiver. She peered over the edge of the blankets to look at his face. Sleep made it appear slack, as if a pin that held it together had come loose, and anger, amusement, indifference, all the things that made him recognizable, had dropped away. Human? Yes, she decided, and her shivering increased. Her heart started up like a drill in her chest, painfully, dangerously. There was no reason not to love anyone. Nominated by Molly Giles, C. E. Poverman. Skunk Dreams by Louise Erdrich, from the Georgia Review. When I was 14, I slept alone on a North Dakota football field, under the cold stars on an early spring night. May is unpredictable in the Red River Valley, and I happened to hit a night when frosts formed in the grass. A skunk trailed a plume of steam across the 40-yard line near moonrise. I tucked the top of my sleeping bag over my head and was just dozing off when the skunk walked onto me with simple authority. Its ripe odor must have dissipated in the frozen earth of its winter-long hibernation, because it didn't smell all that bad, or perhaps it was just that I took shallow breaths in numb surprise. I felt him, her, whatever, pause on the side of my hip and turn around twice before evidently deciding I was a good place to sleep. At the back of my knees, on the quilting of my sleeping bag, it trod out a spot for itself, and then, with a serene little groan, curled up and lay perfectly still. That made two of us. I was wildly awake, trying to forget the sharpness and number of skunk teeth, trying not to think of the high percentage of skunks with rabies, or the reason that on camping trips my father always kept a hatchet underneath his pillow. Inside the bag I felt as if I might smother. Carefully, making only the slightest of rustles, I drew the bag away from my face and took a deep breath of the night air, enriched with skunk, but clear and watery and cold. It wasn't so bad, and the skunk didn't stir at all, so I watched the moon, caught that night in an envelope of silk, a mist, pass over my sleeping field of teenage guts and glory. The grass in spring that has lain beneath the snow harbors a sere dust, both old and fresh. I smelled that newness beneath the rank tone of my bagmate, the stiff fragrance of damp earth, and the thick pungency of newly manured fields a mile or two away, along with my sleeping bag's smell, slightly mildewed, forever smoky. The skunk settled even closer and began to breathe rapidly. Its feet jerked a little like a dog's. I sank against the earth and fell asleep, too. Of what easily tipped cans, what molten sludge, what dogs in yards on chains, what left-over macaroni casseroles, what cellar holes, crawl spaces, burrows taken from meek woodchucks, of what miracles of garbage did my skunk dream? Or did it, since we can't be sure, dream the plot of Moby Dick, how to properly age Parmesan, or how to restore the brick-walled, tumble-down creamery that was its home? We don't know about the dreams of any other biota, and even much about our own. If dreams are an actual dimension, as some assert, then the usual rules of life by which we abide do not apply. In that place, skunks may certainly dream themselves into the vests of stockbrokers. Perhaps that night the skunk and I dreamed each other's thoughts, or are still dreaming them. To paraphrase the problem of the Chinese sage, I may be a woman who has dreamed herself a skunk, or a skunk still dreaming that she is a woman. In a book called Death and Consciousness, David H. Lund, who wants very much to believe in life after death, describes human dream life as a possible model for a disembodied existence. Many of one's dreams are such that they involve the activities of an apparently embodied person whom one takes to be oneself as long as one dreams. Whatever is the source of the imagery apparently has the capacity to bring about images of a human body and to impart the feeling that the body is mine. It is, of course, just an image body, but it serves as a perfectly good body for the dream experience. I regard it as mine. I act on the dream environment by means of it, and it constitutes the center of the perceptual world of my dream. Over the years I have acquired and reshuffled my beliefs and doubts about whether we live on after death, in any shape or form, that is, besides the molecular level, at which I am to be absorbed by the taproots of cemetery pines and the tangled mats of fearfully poisoned too-green lawn grass. I want something of the self on whom I have worked so hard to survive the loss of the body, which, incidentally, the self has done a fairly decent job of looking after, excepting spells of too much Cabernet and a few idiotic years of rolling my own cigarettes out of Virginia blonde tobacco. I am put out with the marvelous discoveries of the intricate biochemical configuration of our brains, though I realize that the processes themselves are quite miraculous. I understand that I should be self-proud, content to gee-whiz at the fact that I am the world's only mechanism that can admire itself. I should be grateful that life is here today, though gone tomorrow, but I can't help it. I want more. Skunks don't mind each other's vile perfume. Obviously they find each other more than tolerable, and even I, who have been in the presence of a direct skunk hit, wouldn't classify their weapon as mere smell. It is more on the order of a reality-enhancing experience. It's not so pleasant as standing in a grove of old-growth red cedars, or on a lyrical moonshed plain, or watching trout rise to the shadow of your hand on the placid surface of an alpine lake. When the skunk lets go, you're surrounded by skunk presence, inhabited, owned, involved with something you can only describe as powerfully there. I woke at dawn, stunned into that sprayed state of being. The dog that had approached me was rolling in the grass, half-addled, sprayed too. The skunk was gone. I abandoned my sleeping bag and started home. Up 8th Street, past the tiny blue and pink houses, past my grade school, past all the addresses where I had babysat, I walked in my own strange wind. The streets were wide and empty. I met no one, not a dog, not a squirrel, not even an early robin. Perhaps they had all scattered before me, blocks away. I had gone out to sleep on the football field because I was afflicted with a sadness I had to dramatize. Mood swings had begun, hormones, feverish and brutal. They were nothing to me now. My emotions had seemed vast, dark, and sickeningly private, but they were minor, mere wisps compared to skunk. I have found that my best dreams come to me in cheap motels. One such dream about an especially haunting place occurred in a rattling room in Valley City, North Dakota. There, in the home of the winter show, in the Rudolph Hotel, I was to spend a week-long residency as a poet in the schools. I was supporting myself at the time by teaching poetry to children, convicts, rehabilitation patients, high school hoods, and recovering alcoholics. What a marvelous job it was, and what opportunities I had to dream, since I paid my own lodging and lived low, sometimes taking rooms for less than $10 a night in motels that had already been closed by local health departments. The images that assailed me in Valley City came about because the bedspread was so thin and worn, a mere brown tissuey curtain, that I had to sleep beneath my faux fur Salvation Army coat, wearing all of my clothing, even a scarf. Cold often brings on the most spectacular of my dreams, as if my brain has been incited to fevered activity. On that particular frigid fall night, the cold somehow seemed to snap boundaries, shift my time continuum, and perhaps even allow me to visit my own life in a future moment. After waking once, transferring the contents of my entire suitcase onto my person, and shivering to sleep again, I dreamed of a vast, dark, fenced place. The fencing was chain-link in places, chicken wire, sagging X-wire, barbed wire on top, jerry-built with tipped-out poles and uncertain corners nailed to log posts and growing trees. And yet it was quite impermeable and solid, as time-tested, broken-looking things so often are. Behind it, trees ran for miles, large trees, grown trees, big pines, the likes of which do not exist in the Great Plains. In my dream I walked up to the fence, looked within, and saw tawny, hump-backed elk move among the great trunks and slashing green arms. Suave, imponderable, magnificently dumb, they lurched and floated through the dim-complexioned air. One turned, however, before they all vanished, and from either side of that flimsy-looking barrier there passed between us a look, a communion, a long and measureless regard that left me, on waking, with a sensation of penetrating sorrow. I didn't think about my dream for many years, until after I moved to New Hampshire. I had become urbanized and sedentary since the days when I slept with skunks, and I had turned inward. For several years I spent my days leaning above a strange desk, a green door on stilts, which was so high that to sit at it I bought a bar stool upholstered in brown leatherette. Besides, the entire northeast seemed like the inside of a house to me, the sky small and oddly lit, as if by an electric bulb. The sun did not pop over the great trees for hours, and then went down so soon. I was suspicious of eastern land, the undramatic loveliness, the small scale, the lack of sky to watch, the way the weather sneaked up without enough warning. The woods themselves seemed bogus at first. Every inch of the ground turned over more than once, and even in the second growth of old pines so much human evidence. Rock walls ran everywhere, grown through and tumbled, as if the dead still had claims they imposed. The unkillable and fiercely contorted trees of old orchards, those revenants, spooked me when I walked in the woods. The blasted limbs spread a white lace cold as fire in the spring, and the odor of the blossoms was furiously spectral, sweet. When I stood beneath the canopies that hummed and shook with bees, I heard voices, other voices, and I did not understand what they were saying, where they had come from, what drove them into this earth. Then, as often happens to sparring adversaries in 1940s movies, I fell in love. After a few years of living in the country, the impulse to simply get outside hit me, strengthened, and became again a habit of thought, a reason for storytelling, an uneasy impatience with walls and roads. At first, when I had that urge, I had to get into a car and drive 1,500 miles before I was back in a place that I defined as out. The West, or the edge of it anyway, the great level patchwork of chemically treated fields and tortured grazing land, was the outside I had internalized. In the rich Red River Valley, where the valuable cropland is practically measured in inches, environmental areas are defined and proudly pointed out as stretches of roadway where the ditches are not mowed. Deer and pheasants survive in shelter belts, rows of Russian olive, plum, sometimes evergreen, planted at the edges of fields. The former tall grass prairie has now become a collection of mechanized gardens tended by an array of air-conditioned farm implements, and bearing an increasing amount of pesticide and herbicide in each black teaspoon of dirt. Nevertheless, no amount of reality changed the fact that I still thought of eastern North Dakota as wild. In time, though, out became outside my door in New England. By walking across the road and sitting in my little writing house, a place surrounded by trees, thick plumes of grass, jets of ferns, and banks of touch-me-not, or just by looking out a screen door or window, I started to notice what there was to see. In time, the smothering woods that had always seemed part of northeastern civilization, more an inside than an outside, more like a friendly garden, revealed themselves as forceful and complex. The growth of plants, the lush celebratory springs, made a grasslands person drunk. The world turned dazzling green, the hills rode like comfortable and flowing animals. Everywhere there was the sound of water moving. And yet, even though I finally grew closer to these woods, on some days I still wanted to tear them from before my eyes. I wanted to see. Where I grew up, our house looked out on the western horizon. I could see horizon when I played. I could see it when I walked to school. It was always there, a line beyond everything, a simple line of changing shades and colors that ringed the town, a vast place. That was it. Down at the end of every grid of streets, vastness. Out the windows of the high school, vastness. From the drive-in theater where I went parking in a purple duster, vast distance. That is why, on lovely New England days, when everything should have been all right, a spring day, for instance, when the earth had risen through the air in patches, and the sky lowered, dim and warm, I fell sick with longing for the horizon. I wanted the clean line, the simple line, the clouds marching over it in feathered masses. I suffered from horizon sickness, but it sounds crazy for a grown woman to throw herself at the sky, and the thing is, I wanted to get well. And so to compensate for horizon sickness, for the great longing that seemed both romantically German and pragmatically Chippewa in origin, I found solace in trees. Trees are a changing landscape of sound, and the sound I grew attached to, possible only near large deciduous forests, was the great hushed roar of thousands and millions of leaves brushing and touching one another. Windy days were like sitting just out of sight of an ocean, the great magnetic ocean of wind. All around me I watched the trees tossing, their heads bending. At times the movement seemed passionate, as though they were flung together in an eager embrace, caressing each other, branch to branch. If there is a vegetative soul, an animating power that all things share, there must be great rejoicing out there on windy days, ecstasy, for trees move so slowly on calm days. At least it seems that way to us. On days of high wind, they move so freely it must give them a cellular pleasure close to terror. Unused to walking in the woods, I did not realize that trees dropped branches, often large ones, or that there was any possible danger in going out on windy days, drawn by the natural drama. There was a white pine I loved, a tree of the size foresters call overgrown, a waste, a thing made of long-since harvestable material. The tree was so big that 3 people couldn't reach around it. Standing at the bottom, craning back, fingers clenched in grooves of bark, I held on as the crown of the tree roared and beat the air 100 feet above. The movement was frantic, the soft-needled branches long and supple. I thought of a woman tossing, anchored in passion, calm one instant, full-throated the next, hair vast and dark, shedding the piercing, fresh oil of broken needles. I went to visit her often, and walked onward, farther, though it was not so far at all. And then one day I reached the fence. Chain link in places, chicken wire, sagging X-wire, barbed wire on top, jerry-built with tipped-out poles and uncertain corners nailed to log posts and growing trees. Still, it seemed impermeable and solid. Behind it, there were trees for miles, large trees, grown trees, big pines. I walked up to the fence, looked within, and could see elk moving. Suave, imponderable, magnificently dumb, they lurched and floated through the dim air. I was on the edge of a game park, a rich man's huge wilderness, probably the largest parcel of protected land in western New Hampshire, certainly the largest privately owned piece I knew about. At 40 square miles, 25,000 acres, it was bigger than my mother's home reservation, and it had the oddest fence around it that I'd ever seen, the longest and the tackiest. Though partially electrified, the side closest to our house was so piddling that an elk could easily have tossed it apart. Certainly a half-ton wild boar, the condensed and living version of a tank, could have strolled right through. But then animals, much like most humans, don't charge through fences unless they have sound reasons. As I soon found out, because I naturally grew fascinated with the place. There were many more animals trying to get into the park than out, and they couldn't have cared less about ending up in a hunter's stew pot. These were not wild animals, the elk. Since they were grained at feeding stations, how could they be? They were not domesticated either, however, for beyond the no-hunt boundaries they fled and vanished. They were game. Since there is no sport in shooting feedlot steers, these animals, still harboring wild traits and therefore more challenging to kill, were maintained to provide blood pleasure for the members of the Blue Mountain Forest Association. As I walked away from the fence that day, I was of two minds about the place, and I am still. Shooting animals inside fences, no matter how big the area they have to hide in, seems abominable and silly. And yet I was glad for that wilderness. Though secretly managed and off-limits to me, it was the source of flocks of evening grosbeaks and pine siskins, of wild turkey, ravens and grouse, of eastern coyote, oxygen-rich air, foxes, goldfinches, skunk, and bears that tunneled in and out. I had dreamed of this place in St. Thomas, or it had dreamed me. There was affinity here, beyond any explanation I could offer, so I didn't try. I continued to visit the tracks of big trees, and on deep nights, windy nights, especially when it stormed, I liked to fall asleep imagining details. I saw the great crowns touching, heard the raving sound of wind, and thriving, knocking cries as the blackest of ravens flung themselves across acres upon indifferent acres of tossing old-growth pine. I could fall asleep picturing how, below that dark air, taproots thrust into a deeper blankness, drinking the powerful rain. Or was it so only in my dreams? The park, known locally as Corbin's Park, after its founder, Austin Corbin, is knit together of land and farmsteads he bought in the late 19th century from 275 individuals. Among the first animals released there, before the place became a hunting club, were 30 buffalo, remnants of the vast western herds. Their presence piqued the interest of Ernest Harold Bain, a conservation-minded local journalist who attempted to break a pair of buffalo calves to the yoke. He exhibited them at county fairs and even knit mittens out of buffalo wool, hoping to convince the skeptical of their usefulness. His work inspired sympathy, if not a trend for buffalo yarn, and collective zeal for the salvation of the buffalo grew until, by 1915, the American Bison Society, of which Bain was secretary, helped form government reserves that eventually more than doubled the herds that remained. The buffalo dream seems to have been the park's most noble hour. Since that time, it has been the haunt of wealthy hunting enthusiasts. The owner of Ruger Arms currently inhabits the stunning, butter-yellow, original Corbin mansion, and would like to buy the whole park for his exclusive use, or so local gossip has it. For some months I walked the boundary admiring the tangled landscape, at least all I could see. After my first apprehension, I ignored the fence. I walked along it as if it simply did not exist, as if I really was part of that place which lay just beyond my reach. The British psychotherapist Adam Phillips has examined obstacles from several different angles, attempting to define their emotional use. "It is impossible to imagine desire without obstacles," he writes, "and wherever we find something to be an obstacle, we are at the same time desiring something. It is part of the fascination of the Oedipus story in particular, and perhaps narrative in general, that we and the heroes and heroines of our fictions never know whether obstacles create desire or desire creates obstacles." He goes on to characterize the unconscious, our dream world, as a place without obstacles. A good question to ask of a dream is, what are the obstacles that have been removed to make this extraordinary scene possible? My dream, however, was about obstacles still in place. The fence was the main component, the defining characteristic of the forbidden territory that I watched but could not enter or experience. The obstacles that we overcome define us. We are composed of hurdles we set up to pace our headlong needs, to control our desires, or against which to measure our growth. Without obstacles, Phillips writes, the notion of development is inconceivable. There would be nothing to master. Walking along the boundary of the park no longer satisfied me. The preciousness and deceptive stability of that fence began to rankle. Longing filled me. I wanted to brush against the old pine bark and pass beyond the ridge, to see specifically what was there. What blue mountain, what empty views, what lavender hillside, what old cellar holes, what unlikely animals. I was filled with poacher's lust, except I wanted only to smell the air. The linked web restraining me began to grate, and I started to look for weak spots, holes, places where the rough wire sagged. From the moment I began to see the fence as permeable, it became something to overcome. I returned time after time, partly to see if I could spot anyone on the other side, partly because I knew I must trespass. Then, one clear midwinter morning, in the middle of a half-hearted thaw, I walked along the fence until I came to a place that looked shaky, and was. I went through. There were no trails that I could see, and I knew I needed to stay away from any perimeter roads or snowmobile paths, as well as from the feeding stations where the animals congregated. I wanted to see the animals, but only from a distance. Of course, as I walked on, leaving a trail easily backtracked, I encountered no animals at all. Still, the terrain was beautiful, the columns of pine tall and satisfyingly heavy, the patches of oak and elderly maple from an occasional farmstead, knotted and patient. I was satisfied, and sometime in the early afternoon I decided to turn back and head toward the fence again. Skirting a low, boggy area that teemed with wild turkey tracks, I was just heading toward the edge of a deadfall of trashed dead branches and brush when I stared too hard into the sun and stumbled. In a half-crouch, I looked straight into the face of a boar, massive as a boulder, corn-fed, razor-tusked, alert, sensitive ears pricked. It edged slightly backward into the covering shadows. 2 ice-picks of light gleamed from its shrouded tiny eyes, impossible to read. Beyond the rock of its shoulder, I saw more. A sow and 3 cinnamon-brown farrows crossing a small field of glare snow lit by dazzling sun. The young skittered along, lumps of muscled fat on tiny hooves. They reminded me of snow-suited toddlers on new skates. When they were out of sight, the boar melted through the brush after them, leaving not a snapped twig or crushed leaf in his wake. I almost didn't breathe in the silence, letting the fact of that presence settle before I retraced my own tracks. Since then I've been to the game park via front gates, driven down the avenues of tough old trees, and seen herds of wild pigs and elk meandering past the residence of the gamekeeper. A no-hunting zone exists around the house, where the animals are almost tame. But I've been told by privileged hunters that just beyond that invisible boundary they vanish, becoming suddenly and preternaturally elusive. There is something in me that resists the notion of fair use of this land, if the only alternative is to have it cut up, sold off in lots, condominiumized. Yet the dumb fervor of the place depresses me, the wilderness locked up and managed, but not for its sake, the animals imported and cultivated to give pleasure through their deaths, all animals, that is, except for skunks. Not worth hunting, inedible except to old trappers like my great-uncle Ben Gourneau, who boiled his skunk with onions in 3 changes of water. Skunks pass in and out of Corbin's Park without hindrance, without concern. They live off the corn in the feeding cribs, or the mice it draws, off the garbage of my rural neighbors, off bugs and frogs and grubs. They nudge their way onto our back porch for cat food, and even when disturbed, they do not ever hurry. It's easy to get near a skunk, even to capture one. When skunks become a nuisance, people either shoot them or catch them in crates, cardboard boxes, have-a-heart traps, plastic garbage barrels. Natives of the upper Connecticut River Valley have neatly solved the problem of what to do with such catches. They hoist their trap mustelid into the back of a pickup truck and cart the animal across the river to the neighboring state, New Hampshire to Vermont, Vermont to New Hampshire, before releasing it. The skunk population is estimated as about even on both sides. We should take comfort from the skunk, an arrogant creature so pleased with its own devices that it never runs from harm, just turns its back in total confidence. If I were an animal, I'd choose to be a skunk. Live fearlessly, eat anything, gestate my young in just 2 months, and fall into a state of dreaming torpor when the cold bit hard. Wherever I went, I'd leave my sloppy tracks. I wouldn't walk so much as putter, destinationless, in a serene belligerence, past hunters, past death overhead, past death all around. Nominated by Philip Booth, Michael Martone. Overall by Thomas Rabbit, from Ploughshares. Gored by the climacteric of his want, he stalls above me like an elephant. Robert Lowell. Stalls? I'd have wondered, has he died at last? Like Antony's self-pity, I am dying, Egypt, dying. Like Nelson Rockefeller undoing happy on his hooker. Like a stuck pig who hasn't seen the dripping knife. Camille Pasha's grunting, till his air gives out and leaves me trapped and scared beneath him. If he be rich and all our children blond. If he be dead and I am found like this. If. Whatever death this man fears most, it can't be this, caught under the obscene collapse of cooling flesh and blood and hair and bone. One can feel the lost already beginning to rot. Worse, one feels oneself going soft, then gone. In the dresser mirror, the small slice of him bursts and glows, and then grows quickly gray as ash, and one thinks, while waiting, would it be better now, or worse, to have had that mirror hung above the bed? So when they called me from the hospital to say he'd collapsed in a cab on his way to Logan, and was DOA in the ER at MGH, I thought, that's okay, that's great. Thank God the old fart didn't die on me, didn't die at 6 a.m., when we were fucking, or in the shower, or at breakfast. He didn't die on me. He rolled off, dressed and left. Still, I'll have to go downtown. I'll have to face confessing that I can identify his last remains. Nominated by Ploughshares. A Portrait of the Self as Nation, 1990 to 1991, by Marilyn Chin, from Ziziva. Fit in dominata servitus, in servitude dominatus. In mastery there is bondage, in bondage there is mastery. Latin proverb. The stranger and the enemy, we have seen him in the mirror. George Safaris. Forgive me, headmaster, but you see, I have forgotten to put on my black lace underwear, and instead I have hiked my slip up, up to my waist, so that I can enjoy the breeze. It feels good to be without, so good as to be salacious. The feeling of flesh kissing tweed. If ecstasy had a color, it would be yellow and pink. Yellow and pink, Mongolian skin rubbed raw, the serrated lining especially fine, like wearing a hair shirt, inches above the knee. When was the last time I made love? The last century? With a wan missionary? Or was it San Wu the bailiff, the tax collector who came for my tithes, the herd boy, the ox, on the bridge of magpies? It was Roberto, certainly, high on coke, circling the galaxy. Or my recent vagabond love, driving a reckless chariot, lost in my feral country. Country. Oh, I am so punny, so very, very punny. Dear Mr. Decorum, don't you agree? It's not so much the length of the song, but the range of the emotions. Fear has kept me a good pink monk, and poetry is my nunnery. Here I am alone in my altar, self-hate, self-love, both self-erotic notions. Eyes closed, listening to that one hand clapping. Not metaphysical trance, but fleshly mutilation, and loving it, myself, and that pink womb, my bed. Reading Jing Bing Mei in the Expurgated, where all the female protagonists were named Lotus. Note: Jing Bing Mei, Chinese erotic novel. End note. Those damned licentious women named us modest, virtue, cautious, endearing, demure dewdrop, plum aster, petal stamen. They teach us to walk head bent in devotion, to honor the 5 relations, 10 sacraments. Meanwhile the feast is brewing elsewhere, the ox is slaughtered, and her entrails are hung on the branches for the poor. They convince us, yes, our chastity will save the nation. Oh, mothers, all your sweet epithets didn't make us wise. Orchid by any other name is equally seditious. Now, where was I? Oh, yes, now I remember. The last time I made love, it was to you. I faintly remember your whiskers against my tender nape. You were a conquering barbarian, helmeted, halberded, beneath the gauntleted moon, whispering Hunnish or English. So long, oolong, went the racist song, bye-bye, little chinky butterfly. There is no cure for self-pity. The disease is death, ennui, disaffection, a roll of flesh-colored tract-tomes crowding my imagination. I do hate my loneliness, sitting cross-legged in my room, satisfied with a few off-rhymes, sending off precious haiku to some inconspicuous journal named Left-Leaning Bamboo. You, my precious reader, oh sweet voyeur, sweaty, balding, bespectacled, in a rumpled rayon shirt and a neo-troubadour chignon. Politics mildly centrist, the right fork for the right occasions, matriculant of the best schools. Herewith my last confession, with decorous and perfect diction, I loathe to admit. Yet I shall admit it. There was no colonialist coercion. Sadly, we blended together well. I was poor, starving, war-torn, an empty coffin to be filled. You were a young, ambitious lieutenant, with dreams of becoming prince of a new world order, lord over the League of Nations. Lover, destroyer, savior. I remember that moment of beguilement, one hand muffling my mouth, one hand untying my sash. On your throat dangled a golden cross. Your God is jealous. Your God is cruel. So, when did you finally return? And was there a second coming? My memory is failing me. Perhaps you came too late. We were already dead. Perhaps you didn't come at all. You had a deadline to meet, another alliance to secure, another resistance to break. or you came too often to my painful dismay. Oh, how facile the liberator's hand! Often when I was asleep, you would hover over me with your great silent wingspan and watch me sadly. This is the way you want me, asleep, quiescent, almost dead, sedated by lush immigrant dreams of global bliss, connubial harmony. Yet I shall always remember and deign to forgive, long before I am satiated, long before I am spent, that last pressured cry, your little death. Under the halcyon light you would smoke and contemplate the sea and debris, that barbaric keening of what it means to be free, as if we were ever free, as if ever we could be. Said the judge, "Congratulations. On this day, 15 of November, 1967, Marilyn May Ling Chin, application number ZZZZZ. You are an American citizen, naturalized in the name of God the Father, God the Son, and the Holy Ghost." Time assuages, and even the Yellow River becomes clean. Meanwhile, we forget the power of exclusion, what you are walling in or out, and to whom you must give offense. The hungry, the slovenly, the convicts need not apply. Note: exclusion refers to various exclusion acts or anti-Chinese legislation which attempted to halt the flow of Chinese immigrants to the U.S. End note. The syphilitic, the consumptive may not moor, the hookwormed and trachomaed and the likewise infested. Note: hookworm and trachoma, two diseases which kept many Chinese detained and quarantined at Angel Island. End note. The gypsies, the sodomists, the mentally infirm, the pagans, the heathens, the non-denominational, the coloreds, the mixed races, and the reds, the communists, the usurists, the mutants, the hibakushas, the hags. Note: hibakushas, scarred survivors of the atom bomb and their deformed descendants. End note. O connoisseurs of gastronomy and Ki-mun tea, my foes, my loves, how eloquent your discrimination, how precise your poetry. Last night, in our large rotund bed, we witnessed the fall. Ours was an aerial war. Bombs glittering in the twilight sky against the star-spangled banner, dunes and dunes of sand, fields and fields of rice, 1,000 charred oil wells, the firebrands of night. Ecstasy made us tired. Sir, master, dominatrix, fall was a glorious season for the hegemonists. We took long melancholy strolls on the beach, digressed on art and politics in a quaint wharf-side cafe in La Jolla. The storm grazed our bare arms gently. History has never failed us. Why save Babylonia or Cathay when we can always have Paris? Darling, if we are to remember at all, let us remember it well. We were fierce yet tender, fierce and tender. Nominated by Rita Dove. Twice Removed by Ralph Angel from Volt. Not even sleep, though I'm ashamed of that, too. Or watching my sleeping self drift out and kick harder, burst awake, and then the nothing. Leaf shadow, a shave, and black coffee. I know how a dream sounds. This ease, this difficulty, the brain that lives on a little longer, the long commute, not even what happened back then, this sort of giving up with no one around, and therefore no charge for anything. No word, no feeling, when a feeling wells up and is that much further. Cupola and drumming from the inside, holes open up a sky no thicker than cardboard. You, the one I'd step over, you, whom I care for, and lie to, who doesn't want to, either, not even this failure, having grown so used to it, the wreck that still seeps from a stone, sinks down among the roots, and, in their perfect darkness, such bloom. No name for it, no place inscribed with its own grief, where the grass resists, and I too resist. No place to get to, no place to leave from, no place where those times, and times like these, are allowed to die. Nominated by James Harms, David Rivard. Age of Reason, fiction by Jewel Mogan, from Ontario Review. Nana read to them under her bed lamp, as she always did when their granddaddy, whom they called Grundy, was working late at the market. She read for Rachel something from her photocopied church materials that she felt was suitable for 11-year-olds, while Tolliver made gentle, flopping movements with his limbs, occasionally throwing his leg over Nana, putting his fingers into her ears and his, taking the fingers out, lacing his fingers together, crooning to himself sleepily. He sensed when the moral of the piece had been hammered out, and said, "Now, my turn." "Not yet. Shh." He shushed. He was exceedingly well-mannered for a 4-year-old. Their grandmother finished reading the material. It had to do with the gifts of the Spirit, and Tolliver reached over to the bedside table for his book, Jesus Loves Me. Rachel, nestling closer to her Nana, listened to this story too, although she had heard it 100 times. She decided she would read the words backwards. She liked to do this when they were riding around. She liked to be Alice in Backwards Land and read billboards and signs backwards. She and her brother rode around a lot with Grundy and Nana. When Grundy was one with the Spirit, they rode all kinds of places, him talking fast and loud, there and back, and Nana lots of times not saying a single word, which their granddaddy never noticed. When he was that way, they visited church friends and prayer groups one behind the other, attended every revival for miles around. She often wondered what they would pick up and do next. On the good side, they went to Putt-Putt or the Dairy Queen when they were not doing church things. Once, on a day that was a dream come true, they drove to Dollywood. They were in paradise for an unforgettable 8 hours. At one of their picnics to Standing Stone State Park, Grundy had been inspired and had run around shouting, "I understand everything! I understand everything!" and something about the universe, the universe. He shouted many other holy things, like, "2 men will be out in the field, 1 will be taken, and 1 will be left. 2 women will be grinding meal, 1 will be taken, and 1 will be left. And, ha, ha, safe are the blessed in the bosom of the Lord." And he and Nana sang. He kind of shook Nana into singing, shouting, "Good God, woman, does anything move you? I am moved by everything." After they ate lunch, Nana got him to calm down by them praying in tongues until he was slain in the Spirit, and it turned into a short nap. Rachel and Tolliver wanted permission to go and look at the waterfall. They waited, watching his jerky movements as he slept. When he was waking up, Rachel, she knew to do this, had crept up to him softly on her knees and spoken to him gently. He had screamed. They were always changing. They changed houses. Once they just moved down the street. They changed cars, but only one rattletrap for another. Changed telephone numbers, most of all. Changed friends within their church. Her granddaddy had never changed occupations. He had always been a butcher, but he had worked at all the supermarkets in Cumberland County, there not being more than half a dozen big grocery stores in these mountains. He rearranged the furniture, the contents of the garage, and the car trunk over and over. He carried butchering tools around in the trunk, an extra cleaver and big knives. Recently she had watched him add a hatchet and a long-handled axe to the cleaver and knives. He wasn't happy at the market where he was now, but he had told Nana he'd just as well stay there for the 2 years until his retirement, or the rapture, whichever came first. The rapture had just been invented at that time, and their whole church was beginning to buzz about it. They never changed churches. They all spent endless hours in Jesus' one house, while games went unplayed, races unrun. They could have been taking giant steps, or petting puppies. Not their own puppies. They had no pets. But What's-it, the Nielsen's next-door's dog, had puppies. 5 wriggling, cuddly, adorable little puppies. She would give anything to have any one of them, especially the one with 2 white feet. She could sit and watch him and pet him by the hour. In church there was body-twisting and clapping, love-shouts and singing, nasal, trembly, sing-songy singing. Tolliver slept through even the noisiest parts of it, stretched out on the wooden pew, but Rachel would alternately doze and jolt awake until it felt like she was sitting on pins and needles and she wanted to scream. Her legs were so jerky they wanted to run for miles, and her body wanted to throw itself down in lush grass and roll around. When they had the chance, how feverishly they played on the Nielsen's lawn before darkness descended. She thought she would like Sheila Nielsen's church, First United Methodist. It sounded kind and strong, but no, they never changed churches. She hoped that when they were taken up, God's heaven would be more interesting than his house. She had been able to attend the same school in spite of all their changing, the beloved Big Little School, whose library she had squeezed dry, from Aladdin to Oz, starting with the animal books. All the books were perfect. There were only grades of perfect and super-perfect. The Little House on the Prairie by Laura Ingalls Wilder, for example, as dear as it was, couldn't compare with Caddy Woodlawn by Carol Ryrie Brink. The magic names of the authors, often repeated reverently to herself, were part of the unshakableness of the titles. She, too, would have 3 names when she grew up. Several times a year she checked out Caddy Woodlawn just to see if it was still as good, and it almost always was. She sometimes checked it out and back in on the expiration date unread. It was important just to have it near her, on her bed, or the table or chair next to the bed. She always brought Caddy along on their trips. Caddy slipped away to join Tom and Warren on the back step. They sat together, and Nero lay close to their feet. Out by the barn, Robert Ireton was strumming his banjo and singing softly. Something, something, something. Then, behind the barn there were northern lights, long white fingers shooting up in the blackness of the sky. And the 3 adventurers were overcome by that delicious weariness which suddenly overtakes one at the end of an outdoor day. M. Saval Sasige, she murmured, as Nana read Jesus Loves Me, and Tolliver put his hands palm to palm, prayer-like. She watched, fascinated, as he placed thumb to forefinger on each hand and made graceful movements with them, like his hands were 2 deaf people talking to each other. Jesus loves M. She called herself that sometimes, backwards me. She looked up from the pillow to Nana's sweet, saggy face. There was a small, permanent indentation in Nana's lower lip, where in cold weather she tore at the tiny tatters of skin with her teeth, or sometimes with her fingertips, repeatedly peeling off skin. Rachel watched the depression in her lip move as her lips moved. Nana never changed anything about herself. She wore the same 2 or 3 outfits all the time. She sighed a lot over the world and people's troubles. When her voice would trail off without finishing its sentence, you had to finish it for her, but usually you knew what she meant to say. You couldn't rush Nana. When you did, she would always say, "I can't think, I can't think." When Grundy frowned, Nana frowned. When he laughed, she smiled. Rachel hungrily kissed her grandma 6 times on the side of her face. She was getting drowsy, so she said good night and went to bed before Jesus Loves Me was over. Between the short, simple sentences of the book, the grandmother could hear the schoolhouse regulator on the opposite wall limping. She had told Ernest, her husband, that it was limping. It was going tock-tick, tock-tick, all night long, she had told him. He told her, "If it's out of beat, it's not enough for me to hear." Later, he said, "I adjusted it very slightly." She could hear it now, going tock-tick, tock-tick again. She guessed it was out of beat just enough to distract her, but not enough to cause it to stop beating. Tolliver was still singing to himself as she read. When she finished his story, he wandered into salad talk, gradually diminishing to a whispered conversation with himself. The whispers floated up to the bed lamp, and he watched them with fixed, luminous eyes. Suddenly he was asleep. She switched off the lamp and was already lonesome for him. There would be a few precious minutes before Ernest came home. In the dark she lifted Tolliver's hand, so yielding it frightened her, took her breath away. She kissed his fingers, brooded, prayed fervently with his fingers to her moving lips. She put him to bed in his own small room. Then she went back to her bed and lay still, gave herself over to silent crying, which she stifled immediately Ernest came in. He was not one in the spirit at this time, so they greeted each other as she expected, solemnly and shortly. He took off his pants and shirt, which always smelled of blood, balled them up with his underwear, threw it all into the clothes-basket. When he was not in the spirit, he would not shower. A shower would not make him clean, he said. When he was in the spirit, he showered twice a day, and he seemed to want sex nearly every day. Tonight he put on his pajamas and rolled solidly into her flank and into sleep. She took up crying again. It was 2 years since the children's mother, their daughter, died, and their father deserted the family. She couldn't see the face of the clock on the opposite wall. It was that dark in the bedroom. Ernest liked it pitch black. She wouldn't be surprised, even if she had light, if that clock wouldn't turn its face away from her on purpose, so she couldn't see the time. Tock-tick, tock-tick. The times were turning out so bad. The time for the rapture had come and gone. It had been a bitter disappointment to her and Ernest and a large segment of their church that nothing had happened. She prayed now over the new date that had been set, not for the rapture, but for the end. It was coming very soon, the day after Easter. Would it be by fire this time? Oh, then the clocks would throw their hands to their faces in terror. It was hours until she slept. But now everything was fresh and young. A magic time of year, Caddy called it to herself. She loved both spring and fall. At the turning of the year things seemed to stir in her that were lost sight of in the commonplace stretches of winter and summer. The long, long Palm Sunday service was over. Tolliver was still in his Walmart suit and tie. Midget man, Rachel called him on Sundays when he was dressed like this, and she was in her new navy blue long cotton dress with a high ruffled neck, long sleeves with ruffles at the end, white stockings, and black patent leather shoes. Her hair was in 2 pigtails with bows on the ends to match her dress. Nana was wearing her gray and white long-sleeve meeting dress and white patent leather bag that was turning yellow where she held it. They were driving out into the country. Grundy said it was a surprise where they were going. He had on a brand-new suit of a pinkish-brown color and a purple tie. Maybe it was the tie that made the suit look pink. He was in the best mood she had ever seen him. He sang swingy gospel songs, and when he couldn't think of any more songs, he sang made-up ones. Safe are the blessed in the bosom of the Lord, and jib, jibber, jibber, jab, and jab, jabber, jabber, jib, and laughed, ha-ha! Tolliver laughed his head off with him. She heard that silly rhyme and Tolliver's piping laughter all that night after they got home and went to bed. They had left the main highway with its gray limestone outcroppings on either side that seeped water all the year around, but more so in the spring. The country road they were on was leading back into green hills. It was so beautiful out the car windows. Cornfields were shooting up all over, and every so often they would glimpse a white farmhouse, tall and narrow, tucked back in the fold of two hills as they rounded a bend in the road. Between two other hills she saw the spider-web of a tiny train trestle and a dark green river underneath. Then suddenly they were turning in at one of those narrow farmhouses. "Dunk knows you are coming for the lamb?" Nana asked worriedly. "It's waiting for me. He's selling off half of his lambs next week. I got in on a good thing. He's giving me wholesale slaughter price on it." "A lamb?" Rachel asked. "Are we going to get a lamb?" "For our Easter dinner," said Nana. It was a little boy lamb, and he was the most precious thing Rachel had ever seen or imagined in her most tumultuous rush of maternal love for the Nielsen's puppies, or Whatsit, or her baby dolls. His eyes, and his white woolly body, delicate little legs, and tiny hooves. You could still pick him up, although Dunk said he was as grown as he could be and still be called a lamb. His little cries! He was unbelievable. On her knees Rachel hugged him and stroked his thick, yielding wool, and gently dug her fingers into it. She longed to take him home for her own and care for him. All that she would do for him went through her mind in vivid flashes. She pictured his bed in a wooden box of straw in the corner of the garage, next to the warm water heater and the milk, and other, as yet undetermined things she would feed him. She wasn't sure what lambs ate, and the purple and pink ribbons she would put around his neck, and violet-colored bows. She would put violet bows on his precious woolly ear-flops. Neither she nor Tolliver had ever had a pet. Tolliver hugged him hungrily, too, said, "Ah," put his head down on the lamb's neck, and nuzzled the wool. They couldn't stop admiring all that whiteness, and those melting eyes, his panting sides, his flanks. But they weren't going to take him home. Not alive, anyway. Grundy had parked around the back of the barn, and Dunk pointed out a spot for him to do the slaughtering that had a wooden table and a faucet and trough. Grundy got his white coat and tools out of the trunk. After he got the coat on, he took off his pants from underneath the coat. He took off his shoes and socks also. No one watched, not even the farmer. Dunk's wife gave Tolliver and Rachel some lemonade, and they sat on the back steps of the house with their heads drooping. They could hear Grundy behind the barn praying out loud over the animal with his gift of tongues, spinning webs of words, hanks, strings of loud words from the Bible and his own mind, while the lamb bleated every now and then. Rachel imagined that the cries must be very strong back there, but weakened by the time they reached the steps where she and Tolliver sat. Then there weren't any more sounds. Her heart was pounding heavily, and she wanted to die instead of the lamb, or even along with it, never feeling another thing, never having to lie awake waiting to go to sleep, never having to eat or drink again. Nothing worse than this could ever possibly happen to her. How long, she wondered, would a person have to go without eating to die? On the way home nobody said a word except Tolliver. He chattered to himself from the time they started out. Rachel kept telling him under her breath, "Shut up! Oh, shut up!" He probably never once thought of the ice chest of meat in the trunk, and he fell asleep halfway home. Grundy was out of the spirit now, as far out of it as she had ever seen him. When he was not in the spirit, you would think he would get some peace. But it was the other way around. He would be sadder than sad. He would be the gloomiest man you ever saw. Down in the mullygumps, Nana said, sighing. He was deep in the mullygumps now, Rachel could tell, by the slump of his body over the steering wheel, and his silence. Nana was leaning against the window, eyes closed, but she was not asleep. Rachel was learning to read them better, quite cunningly sometimes. It was a trick she herself used, pretending to sleep so she would not have to talk to him. They rode endless miles. The sun was gone, and massive clouds on the horizon, to which they were traveling, were flexing their slow, heavy muscles. "Rachel, you asleep?" She didn't answer. "Nana, you asleep?" No answer. "Nana!" She answered him faintly, flatly. like the lamb's bleat. "Are you prepared?" "I've been ready for it." "Since it will fall the day after Easter, I think we should wait until Easter Sunday to prepare the children." "I don't think we should tell them anything. Let them enjoy Easter. We have to pray and expiate our sins, but they are innocent babes. They will be sinless before the Lord, and taken up that way." The idea of the rapture had hit their church and caught on like wildfire. Many were given the gift of tongues, prophecy, and healing. Nana herself had been almost miraculously raised out of her worthlessness, and she felt urgings that she had been given the gift of prophecy. She had many messages to reveal, such as a Russian invasion of Germany, the death of Saddam Hussein in July of 1992, and the conversion of China. She prophesied these and other events aloud in church. None of the prophecies came true, and her self-esteem plunged to a lifetime low. Looking back, she should have prophesied that, too, since she was too sinful to merit the gift of the Spirit. Neither did the rapture occur on the expected date. The new date of annihilation gave her some hope, as death now seemed the only appropriate punishment for her sins and failures. "Will it be like a fireball destroying the whole earth?" she asked. "A big flash. You won't know it's happening except for a few seconds. Then it will all be over." "Praise God." "When I was 9 years old, I set my own clothes on fire and ran from myself. Seemed like an eternity, but it was only a few seconds. My mother smothered the fire." Nana looked at his stony profile, and it flitted briefly through her mind that he might be crazy. But no, they thought too much alike, and she knew she wasn't crazy. It was natural for death to dominate your thoughts when you reached a certain age, and it was fitting that the end time should come now, when the world lay helpless in the hands of evildoers. "Safe are the blessed in the bosom of the Lord," Ernest said, echoing her thoughts. "Amen. Rebuke me not, O Lord, in thy wrath, nor chastise me in thy fury," she groaned. So they were still talking about it, and the day after Easter was going to be the day. You never knew what was going to happen in this world. Rachel did not think her Nana was sinful, but of course Nana knew best. If Nana had sins... She began to be very worried about herself, because she knew that she herself was in deep sin. It was that she had drawn in almost every library book in the school library. It was something like reading backwards, something she couldn't keep from doing. Nobody knew about it yet. Only one of the drawings had been reported so far, and so the librarian was not overly concerned. Wait until they found out. The drawings were in pencil. Maybe she could erase them, starting tomorrow during library period. She would have to be very careful not to get caught. It had been so easy to do it. In every book that she checked out and brought home over the last year, she had done the drawing. Even Caddy Woodlawn. She kissed the book cover fervently. She would erase Caddy Woodlawn the instant she got home. The drawing was basically the same. It was usually a man's profile and a woman's facing one another. Sometimes a woman's and a woman's, or a man's and a child's. From the forehead of one to the other, she drew dotted lines. That was it, except sometimes there was a word or words on the dotted lines. The words were teeny and did not get very far from the head of the one thinking them. She was grateful to know that she had a week to return the damaged books to their original state. She was an optimist. She knew she could do it, and to prepare herself for the end with prayers and fasting. Fasting would be no problem. She knew she would not want to eat during the coming week, especially would she not be able to eat lamb roast on Easter Sunday. The weekdays of Passion Week were a swiftly moving cloud of agony, marked by uncertainty, fear, and furtive forays into the library at every odd moment of her school day. She checked out the limit of books every day, 5, and returned the 5 from the previous day. During her lunch hour and library period, a space of only 20 minutes on Monday and Friday, she riffled pages, thousands of pages, in the fiction section. As early as Tuesday, Mrs. Kniffen began looking at her suspiciously, and she had to be more careful, piling her gym clothes on top of the open page and applying her big gum eraser in tiny strokes of her fingers while she gazed out of the window. Finally, Mrs. Kniffen caught her in the book stacks, searching frantically through Amelia Bedelia, and asked her what was going on. How could she tell Mrs. Kniffen that her eternal soul was hanging in the balance? Like the worst kind of criminal, she had thought out her alibi ahead of time. She told the librarian that she was taking a correspondence course in speed reading, adding a lie to her burden of sin. The week was awful for Nana and Grundy, too. Nana gnawed her lower lip till it bled. She either walked around and around the house or sat in her chair near the window. Grundy was high and low, high and low. He shouted to himself, as he did when he was in the spirit, but the shouts were like an animal dying. When he got too low, he went to bed. He missed 2 days of work, lying in bed, praying, laughing, and crying. Easter Sunday dawned glorious, a beautiful day, bursting with life, that second-to-last day of life on earth. Their church service was 3 hours long. People were high and low. They hung on to each other, and the preacher laughed and cried, praised God, and sang songs. Nana cooked, but no one ate much except Tolliver, who stuffed himself on roast lamb and potatoes on top of speckled malted milk balls, candy eggs, and a chocolate bunny that he ate after church. He ate just exactly like there was no tomorrow. He had been eating that way for several months, and he was getting to be a lovable little dumpling. Rachel foresaw that he would be a fat teenager. She corrected herself. He would have been a fat teenager. She stayed awake most of the night, planning tomorrow's final assault on the library. Easter Monday, her grandfather took the day off again. After some deliberation, Rachel was sent to school. She insisted on it, because she had not yet finished her erasures, and she must find a way to cover the authors R through Z in a single day, and that only if she was to be allowed to finish the school day before the end came. 3 o'clock came, and she didn't get finished. That is, she finished the fiction, but there was a scattering of other books she had read, non-fiction, that she didn't get to. These included some important, unforgivable ones, like the big encyclopedia of music, that she had forgotten about until this very day, this last day. It was too late now. She went straight home and did not go out to play with Sheila Nielsen. She hovered around Nana, who was in her gray and white print meeting dress. Grundy paced around the house, stopping once to grasp her and almost smother her against his stomach and say, "Child, I love you," and then did the same to Tolliver, who was playing with miniature cars on the rug. Rachel hugged Grundy back, but she did not feel loving to him, had not felt the same toward him since the day they went to Dunk's farm. The eternity of the evening passed. Tolliver fell asleep on the couch. Rachel was allowed to stay up until midnight, then she was sent to bed. She climbed into bed with faintly rising hopes. After all, it was midnight. That meant the day of judgment must have passed. At the very least, she had one more day of expiation in the library, and she could finish it in one more day. She fell soundly asleep. When she awoke the next morning, no one had waked her up for school. She looked outside at the beautiful morning and ran to Tolliver's bed. "Wake up, Tolliver, wake up!" He grunted and turned. "It didn't happen. It didn't happen," she breathed. They were on the road again later in the morning. Nana had on her gray and white print meeting dress, just as if she had slept in it, and she carried her Bible. Grundy was more grim than she had ever seen him. He had kept her out of school. Although she wished she could have gone to school on this particular day, to finish up in the library, Rachel's heart was rejoicing. The end had not come on 2 consecutive deadlines, and she was beginning to think that it would not come just yet. She had Caddy Woodlawn with her in the car. The hills had never looked so green. The sky had never looked so blue. They passed one farmyard with a clothesline of bright quilts, one with big stars, and another with hooked-together circles. Tolliver was singing that crazy song, "Jib, jibber, jibber, jab, and jab, jabber, jabber, jib." Grundy ordinarily did not tell them where they were going, but this morning he did. "Children,"
he began, grasping the wheel of the car tighter and shifting a little to be able to talk over his shoulder. "The Lord spoke in my dream last night, just as plain as I am talking to you now. And he said that all of us in this family are saved, and that he invites us to come to him today. He wants us. He calls us to the kingdom today. For behold, now is the acceptable time. Now is the time of salvation." He went on with some other sayings that tumbled on and on over the back seat, but which they did not understand. "Safe are the blessed in the bosom of the Lord." It sounded like his regular self, but not exactly. Rachel listened closer, joy guttering in her heart, but she could not make out what he was talking about. "Where are we going, Grundy?" "Rachel, child, we are going to the Lord." He had to explain it over and over to them. "We are answering the call of the Lord. It is time. The time is here." "How are we going to the Lord?" "Through the dark valley we will pass on to glory." "Today?" "Yes, today. Today, our resurrection day. Oh, praise God with the tongues of angels. Thank you, Lord, for this trial by fire, even as you commanded Abraham." "Praise God," Nana said. "This is not real," she told herself. "Nothing is going to happen to us." Suddenly Caddy flung herself into Mr. Woodlawn's arms. "Father, father!" It was all she could say, and really there was nothing more that needed saying. Mr. Woodlawn held her a long time, his rough beard pressed against her cheek. Then, with his big hands, which were so delicate with clockwork, he helped her to undress and straighten the tumbled bed. Then he kissed her again and took his candle and went away. And now the room was cool and pleasant again, and even Caddy's tears were not unpleasant, but part of the cool relief she felt. In a few moments she was fast asleep. "Is something going to happen to us? Are we going to die?" "There is no other way to enter blessedness." "Nothing is going to happen to us." "Yes, he is going to kill us. That is what he means. He is going to kill us." "Massacre," breathed Mother, laying her hands against her heart. Her face had gone quite white. "No, Harriet, not that word," said Father quietly. She opened the book, and there was a drawing she had not caught. She must have done two in Caddy Woodlawn. A man and child faced each other in profile, with faint dotted lines in between, with no words on the lines. She rubbed and smudged the drawing with her fingers until it was obliterated, and the spot was just a black slur, and then a black outlined hole showing the white of the next page through it. Her eyes were acting funny. The words were sliding around on the pages, then off the pages, as she turned them, searching for an answer. She went quickly to the last page. The story was over. She was going blind. The last sentence, like an iron bar, hung suspended over half a page of white space. Maybe she could get it off and keep the story from ending. She pried up the last line, bent it upward, but it would not let go. She pulled, and it finally snapped off in the middle. "Nana," she asked, "are you going too?" "Yes, Rachel, it's time. We are going to cross over." Can't we think about it some more? Oh, can't we take it to the Lord in prayer? Please, please?" I can't think. Ernest." "Rachel," Grundy interrupted, "Nana and I have chosen this way for her and me. We have made our choice. Tolliver doesn't have a choice because he is not yet of the age of reason, but we are sure he wants to go with us." "I want to go with you and Nana," said Tolliver. Grundy continued, "You are past the theological age of reason, Rachel, and the Lord commanded me to give you a choice. He compels me, under penalty of his wrath, to let you choose." Rachel slid sideways and whispered harshly to Tolliver, "They are going to kill us. Tell them you don't want to go." "No, I want to go with Grundy and Nana." He began to cry. "This is not real," she thought. "Yes, it is. He means to kill us all." "Nana!" She burst into tears and leaped forward to hug Nana's neck. Nana was already turned toward her, and patted Rachel's hair and hands as she cried for several miles.
They were now on the main turnpike heading east. Rachel knew this highway very well. She dried her tears on the shoulder of Nana's gray and white dress. "Did you say I could choose?" "You have the choice of going with us to the Lord or staying behind." "Go with us, child," urged Nana, with her face shining, not from being happy, but from something like a battle she had finally won. "You will never suffer again. You will be in paradise." "Come on, Rachel," said Tolliver, brightening up. "Nana, will it be like Dollywood?" It would all be over quickly if she went with them. A few slashes of horror, and then she would never have to wonder what was going to happen to her next. She wanted to be obedient to God and her grandfather. God and Grundy merged in her mind. She thought about it for a few more miles, in the silence of the humming, hurtling car. There was that matter of the unfinished erasures. She was certain that if she had to go to God today, he would forgive her and give her credit for doing the best she could. She was a logical thinker, even under stress. Her grandmother always said that Rachel had been given the gift of wisdom by the Spirit. But in the end, her choice was not made rationally. It was made on the basis of what he had killed when he killed the lamb, that precious pet that in her fantasy she had called her lamb, he had killed. Why? "I want to stay alive." They put her out on the side of the road, with what she knew, and with her copy of Caddy Woodlawn and her grandmother's Bible. Nominated by Ontario Review, Maxine Kumin, Joyce Carol Oates. In Broad Daylight. Fiction by Ha Jin, from the Kenyon Review. While I was eating corn cake and jellyfish at lunch, our gate was thrown open and Bear Hips hopped in. His large wooden pistol was stuck partly inside the waist of his blue shorts. "White Cat," he called me by my nickname. "Hurry, let's go. They caught old whore at her home. They're going to take her through the streets this afternoon." "Really?" I put down my bowl, which was almost empty, and rushed to the inner room for my undershirt and sandals. "I'll be back in a second." "Bear Hips, did you say they'll parade Mu Ying today?" I heard Grandma ask in her husky voice. "Yes, all the kids on our street have left for her house. I came to tell White Cat." He paused. "Hey, White Cat, hurry up!" "Coming!" I cried out, still looking for my sandals. "Good, good," Grandma said to Bear Hips, while flapping at flies with her large palm-leaf fan. "They should burn the bitch on heaven lamp, like they did in the old days." "Come, let's go," Bear Hips said to me the moment I was back. He turned to the door. I picked up my wooden scimitar and followed him. "Put on your shoes, dear." Grandma stretched out her fan to stop me. "No time for that, Grandma. I've got to be quick or I'll miss something, and won't be able to tell you the whole story when I get back." We dashed into the street while Grandma was shouting behind us, "Come back! Take the rubber shoes with you!" We charged toward Mu Ying's home on Eternal Way, waving our weapons above our heads. Grandma was crippled and never came out of our small yard. That was why I had to tell her about what was going on outside. But she knew Mu Ying well, just as all the old women in our town knew Mu well and hated her. Whenever they heard that she had a man in her home again, these women would say, "This time they ought to burn old whore on heaven lamp." What they referred to was the old way of punishing an adulteress. Though they had lived in New China for almost 2 decades, some ancient notions still stuck in their heads. Grandma told me about many of the executions in the old days that she had seen with her own eyes. Officials used to have the criminals of adultery executed in 2 different ways. They beheaded the man. He was tied to a stake on the platform at the marketplace. At the first blare of horns, a masked headsman ascended the platform, holding a broad axe before his chest. At the second blare of horns, the headsman approached the criminal and raised the axe over his head. At the third blare of horns, the head was lopped off and fell to the ground. If the man's family members were waiting beneath the platform, his head would be picked up to be buried together with his body. If no family member was nearby, dogs would carry the head away and chase each other around until they ate up the flesh and returned for the body. Unlike the man, the woman involved was executed on heaven lamp. She was hung naked, upside down, above a wood fire, whose flames could barely touch her scalp, and 2 men flogged her away with whips made of bulls' penises. Meanwhile, she screamed for help, and the whole town could hear her. Since the fire merely scorched her head, it took at least half a day for her to stop shrieking, and a day and a night to die completely. People used to believe that the way of punishment was justified by heaven, so the fire was called heaven lamp. But that was an old custom. Nobody believed they would burn Mu Ying in that way. Mu's home, a small granite house with cement tiles, built a year before, was next to East Wind Inn, on the northern side of Eternal Way. When we entered that street, Bare Hips and I couldn't help looking around tremulously, because that area was the territory of the children living there. 2 of the fiercest boys, who would kill without second thoughts, ruled that part of town. Whenever a boy from another street wandered into Eternal Way, they'd capture him and beat him up. Of course, we did the same thing. If we caught one of them in our territory, we'd at least confiscate whatever he had with him: grasshopper cages, slingshots, bottle caps, marbles, cartridge cases, and so on. We would also make him call every one of us father or grandfather. But today, hundreds of children and grown-ups were pouring into Eternal Way. 2 dozen urchins on that street surely couldn't hold their ground. Besides, they had already adopted a truce, since they were more eager to see the Red Guards drag Mu Ying out of her den. When we arrived, Mu was being brought out through a large crowd at the front gate. Inside her yard there were 3 rows of colorful washing, hung on iron wires, and there was also a grape trellis. 7 or 8 children were in there, plucking off grapes and eating them. 2 Red Guards held Mu Ying by the arms, and the other Red Guards, about 20 of them, followed behind. They were all from Dalian City, and wore homemade army uniforms. God knew how they came to know that there was a bad woman in our town. Though people hated Mu and called her names, no one would rough her up. Those Red Guards were strangers, so they wouldn't mind doing it. Surprisingly, Mu looked rather calm. She neither protested nor said a word. The 2 Red Guards let go of her arms, and she followed them quietly into West Street. We all moved with them. Some children ran several paces ahead to look back at her. Mu wore a sky-blue dress, which made her different from the other women who always wore jackets and pants suitable for honest work. In fact, even we small boys could tell that she was really handsome, perhaps the best-looking woman of her age in our town. Though in her 50s, she didn't have a single gray hair. She was a little plump, but because of her long legs and arms, she appeared rather queenly. While most of the women had sallow faces, hers looked white and healthy, like fresh milk. Skipping in front of the crowd, Bare Hips turned around and cried out at her, "Shameless old whore!" She glanced at him, her round eyes flashing. The purple wart beside her left nostril grew darker. Grandma had assured me that Mu's wart was not a beauty wart, but a tear wart. This meant that her life would be soaked in tears. We knew where we were going, to White Mansion, which was our classroom building, the only 2-storied house in the town. As we came to the end of West Street, a short man ran out from a street corner, panting for breath and holding a sickle. He was Meng Su, Mu Ying's husband, who sold bean jelly in summer and sugar-coated haws in winter at the marketplace. He paused in front of the large crowd, as though having forgotten why he had rushed over. He turned his head around to look back. There was nobody behind him. After a short moment he moved close, rather carefully. "Please, let her go," he begged the Red Guards. "Comrade Red Guards, it's all my fault. Please, let her go." He put the sickle under his arm and held his hands together before his chest. "Get out of the way," commanded a tall young man, who must have been the leader. "Please, don't take her away. It's my fault. I haven't disciplined her well. Please, give her a chance to be a new person. I promise she won't do it again." The crowd stopped to circle about. "What's your class status?" a square-faced young woman asked in a sharp voice. "Poor peasant," Mung replied, his small eyes tearful and his cupped ears twitching a little. "Please let her go, sister. Have mercy on us. I'm kneeling down to you if you let her go." Before he was able to fall on his knees, two young men held him back. Tears were rolling down his dark, fleshy cheeks, and his gray head began waving about. The sickle was taken away from him. "Shut up!" the tall leader yelled, and slapped him across the face. "She's a snake. We traveled 150 li to come here to wipe out poisonous snakes and worms. If you don't stop interfering, we'll parade you with her together. Do you want to join her?" Silence. Mung covered his face with his large hands as though feeling dizzy. A man in the crowd said aloud, "If you can share the bed with her, why can't you share the street?" Many of the grown-ups laughed. Take him too," someone told the Red Guards. Mung looked scared, sobbing quietly. His wife stared at him without saying a word. Her teeth were clenched. A faint smile passed the corners of her mouth. Mung seemed to wince under her stare. The two Red Guards let his arms go, and he stepped aside, watching his wife and the crowd move toward the school. Of Mungsu, people in our town had different opinions. Some said he was a born cuckold who didn't mind his wife sleeping with any man as long as she could bring money home. Some believed he was a good-tempered man who had stayed with his wife mainly for their children's sake. They forgot that the 3 children had grown up long before and were working in big cities far away. Some thought he didn't leave his wife because he had no choice. No woman would marry such a dwarf. Grandma, for some reason, seemed to respect Mung. She told me that Mu Ying had once been raped by a group of Russian soldiers under Northern Bridge and was left on the riverbank afterwards. That night her husband sneaked there and carried her back. He looked after her for a whole winter till she recovered. "Old whore doesn't deserve that good-hearted man," Grandma would say. "She's heartless and knows only how to sell her thighs." We entered the school's playground, where about 200 people had already gathered. "Hey, White Cat and Bare Hips," Big Shrimp called us, waving his claws. Many boys from our street were there, too. We went to join them. The Red Guards took Mu to the front entrance of the building. 2 tables had been placed between the stone lions that crouched on each side of the entrance. On one of the tables stood a tall paper hat with the big black characters on its side, "Down with old bitch." A young man in glasses raised his bony hand and started to address us. "Folks, we've gathered here today to denounce Mu Ying, who is a demon in this town." "Down with bourgeois demons!" a slim woman Red Guard shouted. We raised our fists and repeated the slogan. "Down with old bitch Mu Ying!" a middle-aged man cried out with both hands in the air. He was an active revolutionary in our commune. Again we shouted in louder voices. The nearsighted man went on. "First, Mu Ying must confess her crime. We must see her attitude toward her own crime. Then we'll make the punishment fit both her crime and her attitude. All right, folks?" "Right," some voices replied from the crowd. "Mu Ying," he turned to the criminal, "you must confess everything. It's up to you now." She was forced to stand on a bench. Staying below the steps, we had to raise our heads to see her face. The questioning began. "Why do you seduce men and paralyze their revolutionary will with your bourgeois poison?" the tall leader asked in a solemn voice. "I've never invited any man to my home, have I?" she said rather calmly. Her husband was standing at the front of the crowd, listening to her without showing any emotion, as though having lost his mind. "Then why did they go to your house and not to others' houses?" "They wanted to sleep with me," she replied. "Shameless!" several women hissed in the crowd. "A true whore! Scratch her! Rip apart her filthy mouth!" "Sisters," she spoke aloud. "All right. It was wrong to sleep with them. But you all know what it feels like when you want a man, don't you? Don't you once in a while have that feeling in your bones?" Contemptuously, she looked at the few withered, middle-aged women standing in the front row, then closed her eyes. "Oh, you want that real man to have you in his arms and let him touch every part of your body. For that man alone you want to blossom into a woman, a real woman. Take this, you fox spirit! The stout young fellow struck her on the side with a fist like a sledge-hammer. The heavy blow silenced her at once. She held her sides with both hands, gasping for breath. "You're wrong, Mu Ying," Bare Hip's mother spoke from the front of the crowd, her forefinger pointing upward at Mu. "You have your own man, who doesn't lack an arm or a leg. It's wrong to have others' men, and more wrong to pocket their money." "I have my own man?" Mu glanced at her husband and smirked. She straightened up and said, "My man is nothing. He is no good. I mean in bed. He always comes before I feel anything." All the adults burst out laughing. "What's that? What's so funny?" Big Shrimp asked Bare Hips. "You didn't get it?" Bare Hip said impatiently. "You don't know anything about what happens between a man and a woman. It means that whenever she doesn't want him to come close to her, he comes. Bad timing." "It doesn't sound like that," I said. Before we could argue, a large bottle of ink smashed on Mu's head and knocked her off the bench. Prone on the cement terrace, she broke into swearing and blubbering. "Oh, damn your ancestors! Whoever hit me will be childless." Her left hand was rubbing her head. "Oh, Lord of heaven, they treat their grandma like this." "Serves you right. A cheap weasel. Even a knife on her throat can't stop her. A pig is born to eat slop." When they put her back up on the bench, she became another person, her shoulders covered with black stains, and a red line trickling down her left temple. The scorching sun was blazing down on her, as though all the black parts on her body were about to burn up. Still moaning, she turned her eyes to the spot where her husband had been standing a few minutes before, but he was no longer there. "Down with old whore!" a farmer shouted in the crowd. We all followed him in one voice. She began trembling slightly. The tall leader said to us, "In order to get rid of her counter-revolutionary airs, first we're going to cut her hair." With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Red Guards behind him. 4 men moved forward and held her down. The square-faced woman raised a large pair of scissors and thrust them into the mass of the dark hair. Don't, please! Help! Help! I'll do whatever you want me to." "Cut!" someone yelled. "Shave her head bald." The woman Red Guard applied the scissors skillfully. After 4 or 5 strokes, Mu's head looked like the tail of a molting hen. She started blubbering again, her nose running and her teeth chattering. A breeze came and swept away the fluffy curls from the terrace and scattered them on the sandy ground. It was so hot that some people took out fans, waving them continuously. The crowd stank of sweat. Woo, 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 woo. That was the train coming from Sand County at 3:30. It was a freight train, whose young drivers would toot the steam horn whenever they saw a young woman in a field beneath the track. The questioning continued. "How many men have you slept with these years?" the nearsighted man asked. 3. "She's lying!" a woman in the crowd cried out. "I told the truth, sister." She wiped off the tears from her cheeks with the back of her hand. "Who are they?" the young man asked again. "Tell us more about them." "An officer from the Little Dragon Mountain, and—" "How many times did he come to your house?" "I can't remember. Probably 20. "What's his name?" "I don't know. He told me he was a big officer." "Did you take money from him?" "Yes." "How much for each time?" 20 yuan. "How much altogether?" "Probably 500. "Comrades and revolutionary masses," the young man turned to us. "How shall we handle this parasite that sucked blood out of a revolutionary officer?" "Quarter her with 4 horses," an old woman yelled. "Burn her on heaven lamp." "Poop on her face," a small fat girl shouted, her hand raised like a tiny pistol with the thumb cocked up and the forefinger aimed at Mu. Some grown-ups snickered. Then a pair of old cloth shoes, a symbol for a promiscuous woman, were passed to the front. The slim young woman took the shoes and tied them together with the laces. She climbed on a table and was about to hang the shoes around Mu's neck. Mu elbowed the woman aside and knocked the shoes to the ground. The stout young fellow picked up the shoes and jumped twice to slap her on the cheeks with the soles. "You're so stubborn. Do you want to change yourself or not?" he asked. "Yes, I do," she replied meekly, and dared not stir a bit. Meanwhile, the shoes were being hung around her neck. "Now she looks like a real whore," a woman commented. "Sing us a tune, sis," a farmer demanded. "Comrades," the man in glasses resumed, "let us continue the denunciation." He turned to Moo and asked, "Who are the other men?" "A farmer from Apple Village." "How many times with him?" "Once." "Liar! She's lying. Give her one on the mouth." The young man raised his hands to calm the crowd down and questioned her again. "How much did you take from him?" 80 yuan. "One night?" "Yes." "Tell us more about it. How can you make us believe you?" "That old fellow came to town to sell piglets. He sold a whole litter for 80, and I got the money." "Why did you charge him more than the officer?" "No, I didn't. He did it 4 times in one night." Some people were smiling and whispering to each other. A woman said that old man must have been a widower or never married. "What's his name?" the young man went on. "No idea." "Was he rich or poor?" "Poor." "Comrades," the young man addressed us, "here we have a poor peasant who worked with his sow for a whole year and got only a litter of piglets. That money is the salt and oil money for his family, but this snake swallowed the money with one gulp. What shall we do with her?" "Kill her. Break her skull. Beat the piss out of her." A few farmers began to move forward to the steps, waving their fists or rubbing their hands. "Hold!" A woman Red Guard with a huge Chairman Mao badge on her chest spoke in a commanding voice. "The great leader has instructed us. For our struggle we need words, but not force. Comrades, we can easily wipe her out with words. Force doesn't solve ideological problems." What she said restrained those enraged farmers who remained in the crowd. Woo, 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 an engine screamed in the south. It was strange, because the drivers of the 4 o'clock train were a bunch of old men who seldom blew the horn. "Who is the third man?" the nearsighted man continued to question Moo. "A Red Guard." The crowd broke into laughter. Some women asked the Red Guards to give her another bottle of ink. "Moo Ying, you're responsible for your own words," the young man said in a serious voice. "I told you the truth." "What's his name?" "I don't know. He led the propaganda team that passed here last month." "How much did you make out of him?" "None. That stingy dog wouldn't pay a fen. He said he was the worker who should be paid." "So you were outsmarted by him?" Some men in the crowd guffawed. Moo wiped her nose with her thumb, and at once she wore a thick mustache. "I taught him a lesson, though," she said. "How?" "I tweaked his ears, gave him a bleeding nose, and kicked him out. I told him never come back." People began talking to each other. Some said that she was a strong woman who knew what was hers. Some said the Red Guard was no good. If you got something, you had to pay for it. A few women declared that the rascal deserved such a treatment. "Dear revolutionary masses," the tall leader started to speak, "we all have heard the crime Moo Ying committed. She lured one of our officers and one of our poor peasants into the evil water, and she beat a Red Guard black and blue. Shall we let her go home without punishment, or shall we teach her an unforgettable lesson so that she won't do it again?" "Teach her a lesson," some voices cried out in unison. "Then we're going to parade her through the streets." 2 Red Guards pulled Moo off the bench, and another picked up the tall hat. "Brothers and sisters," she begged, "please let me off just for once. Don't. I promise I'll correct my fault. I'll be a new person. Help! Oh, help!" It was no use resisting. Within seconds the huge hat was firmly planted on her head. They also hung a big placard between the cloth shoes lying against her chest. The words on the placard read, "I am a broken shoe. My crime deserves death." They put a gong in her hands and ordered her to strike it when she announced the words written on the inner side of the gong. My pals and I followed the crowd, feeling rather tired. Boys from East Street were wilder. They threw stones at Moo's back. One stone struck the back of her head, and blood dropped on her neck. But they were stopped immediately by the Red Guards, because a stone missed Moo and hit a man on the shoulder. Old people, who couldn't follow us, were standing on chairs and window-sills with pipes and towels in their hands. We were going to parade her through every street. It would take several hours to finish the whole thing, as the procession would stop for a short while at every street corner. Bong! Moo struck the gong and declared, "I am an evil monster." Louder! Dong! Bong! "I have stolen men. I stink for 1,000 years." When we were coming out of the marketplace, Cross-Eyes emerged from a narrow lane. He grasped my wrist and Bare Hip's arm and said, "Someone is dead at the train station. Come, let's go there and have a look." The word dead at once roused us. We, 6 boys, set out running to the train station. The dead man was Mung-Soo. A crowd had gathered at the railroad 100 meters east of the station house. A few men were examining the rail that was stained with blood and studded with bits of flesh. One man paced along the darker part of the rail and announced that the train had dragged Mung at least 20 meters. Beneath the track, Mung's headless body lay in a ditch. One of his feet was missing, and the whitish shin bones stuck out several inches long. There were so many openings on his body that he looked like a large piece of fresh meat on the counter in the butcher's. Beyond him, 10 paces away, a big straw hat remained on the ground. We were told that his head was under the hat. Bare Hips and I went down the slope to have a glimpse at the head. Other boys dared not take a peep. We two looked at each other, asking with our eyes who should raise the straw hat. I held out my wooden scimitar and lifted the rim of the hat a little with the sword. A swarm of bluebottles charged out, droning like provoked wasps. We bent over to peek at the head. 2 long teeth pierced through the upper lip. An eyeball was missing. The gray hair was no longer perceivable, as it was covered with mud and dirt. The open mouth filled with purplish mucus. A tiny lizard skipped, sliding away into the grass. "Oh!" Bare Hips began vomiting. Sorghum gruel mixed with bits of string beans splashed on a yellowish boulder. "Leave it alone, white cat." We lingered at the station, listening to different versions of the accident. Some people said that Mung had gotten drunk and dropped asleep on the track. Some said he hadn't slept at all, but laughed hysterically, walking in the middle of the track toward the coming train. Some said he had not drunk a drop, as he had spoken with tears in his eyes to a few persons he had run into on his way to the station. In any case, he was dead, torn to pieces. That evening, when I was coming home, I heard Mu Ying groaning in the smoky twilight. "Take me home. Oh, help me. Who can help me? Where are you? Why don't you come and carry me home?" She was lying at the bus stop, alone. Nominated by Michael Benzella.